Chapter 1: The Jade Gourd Wang. Xian slowly regained consciousness in a daze. His eyelids felt unbearably heavy, stubbornly refusing to open no matter how he tried. I do not know how much longer had passed. Drowsy and dazed, he felt something moist and slippery on his face. A long, warm tongue kept licking him relentlessly, while the heavy, guttural breathing of a beast, HRRR, HRRR, faintly echoed in his ears. Suddenly, he shivered violently. Wang Xian's eyes snapped open, and with a carp's leap, he sprang upright, his back slamming heavily against the wall as he stared ahead in panic. A large yellow dog had its front paws propped on the edge of the Kong. Seeing him awake, its tail wagged even more excitedly, and it barked enthusiastically without pause. "Da Huang!" Wang Xian exclaimed in delighted surprise. Just as he moved to pet the dog's head, a wave of dizziness struck him, accompanied by a sharp pain at the crown of his skull. His fingers came away with traces of dried blood crusted on them. Wang Xian gasped sharply at the sight. What kind of beast could strike so brutally? This was outright attempted murder. Suddenly, fractured memories came flooding back. 3 years earlier, Wang Xian had been a top student destined for academic success when catastrophe struck mere days before his university entrance exams. He'd tumbled down a steep mountain ravine dozens of meters deep during a hike, rendered unconscious on impact. His companions had raced back to the village to summon help carrying him home. However, after Wang Xian awoke, he suffered lingering aftereffects. Many past events had slipped from his memory, and his recall had drastically weakened. Even his grandfather, a seasoned traditional physician, was at a loss. Unable to bear seeing his beloved grandson in such a state, the old man took him to a major city hospital several hundred miles away. After conducting scans, doctors diagnosed Wang Xian with cerebral trauma, causing blood clots. For the time being, there was no cure available. Following a week's hospitalization, grandfather had no choice but to bring Wang Xian home to recuperate slowly. Wang Xian visited several more hospitals afterwards, but his condition still showed no improvement. Naturally, he couldn't attend the college entrance exams. Given Wang Xian's condition, repeating a year of school would be pointless. He had already forgotten everything he'd learned over more than a decade of education. Later, Wang Xian's condition improved somewhat, though he remained noticeably duller and slower than before. Sometimes he'd speak and laugh just like a normal person, showing no signs of abnormality at all. But sometimes a person prefers to live in their own world, as if their soul has departed. To remedy this, Grandpa went out of his way to perform soul-summoning rituals for his grandson, yet there was no improvement whatsoever. The most severe lingering effect was that whenever an episode struck, he hardly recognized anyone, having forgotten many events that occurred before his injury. From then on, Wang Xian could only live in the village with his grandfather. Fortunately, Grandpa was highly capable, not only skilled in traditional Chinese medicine, but also leasing hundreds of acres of mountain forest. Grandfather, who was naturally inclined towards solitude, built 6 more large tiled houses on the mountain not far from the village. He also raised 2 cows, over 20 sheep, and a flock of chickens, ducks, and geese, all for the sake of his grandson, Wang Xian. Although Wang Xian had forgotten his past, he had no trouble taking care of himself. Moreover, herding cattle and sheep is a rather simple task. This head injury was also caused by those very same animals. Last night, several thieves came in the dark to steal cattle and sheep. Hearing the dogs bark, Wang Xian, unaware of the trick, grabbed a stick and rushed out the gate to investigate. As soon as he ran out, he was struck by a brick from a thief hiding nearby. Fortunately, Wang Xian had practiced martial arts with his grandfather since childhood and had a strong, sturdy physique. Though staggered by the blow, he still managed to raise his stick and knock down several approaching thieves. The fierce yellow dog then seized the moment, barking and biting wildly, terrifying the thieves into fleeing in panic. Wang Xian wanted to chase after them, but his head began to throb. Subconsciously locking the front door, he climbed onto the heated Kong and immediately passed out. He woke up when a yellow dog licked his face. Suddenly realizing something was terribly wrong, Wang Zian felt a hollow, wrenching grief. Raising his head and seeing a framed black and white portrait of an old man on the wall, tears streamed down his face unchecked. Grandpa sobbed. Now it made sense why those thieves dared to steal the livestock. His grandfather must have passed away not long ago. Grandpa, orphaned since childhood, Wang Zian had relied on his grandfather for everything. They only had each other in this world. As a child, his uncle bullied him for being parentless, secretly teaming up with his aunt to mistreat Wang Zian. When Grandpa found out, he immediately severed ties with his eldest son. Grandpa was his only remaining family in this world. Gazing at the kindly image of Grandpa on the wall, Wang Zian wept as he climbed off the Kong bed. He took down the memorial portrait and sat back on the bed, gently caressing the photograph with his right hand. Through tear-filled eyes, he looked at the gentle gaze of the elderly man in the portrait, and his tears flowed even more uncontrollably. After what felt like an eternity, when his throat had grown hoarse from crying, Wang Zian finally managed to suppress his sobs. His head began to spin again, and he placed the memorial portrait on his knees. It took him a long while before he could compose himself. He stood up carefully and placed his grandfather's portrait back with great care. Then he turned his head to look at the loyal yellow dog sitting quietly beside him, bending down to stroke its head. As Wang Zian lowered his head, an object hanging from his neck swayed back and forth. He glanced at it absent-mindedly, only to freeze in shock. There, before his eyes, was a palm-sized jade gourd with a faint green hue. This isn't right. This jade gourd has been worn close to Wang Zian's body since he was 7 or 8 years old. It had always been white before. Why did it change color today? Without thinking, Wang Zian placed the gourd in his palm, sat back on the Kong bed, and examined it carefully. Only then did he notice that not only had the color turned green, but a thatched hut had also mysteriously appeared on its surface. What's going on here? Staring at the thatched hut depiction, Wang Zian suddenly felt an inexplicable mental connection with it. His heart surged with an overwhelming urge to go inside. Just as the thought "go inside" crossed his mind, the wooden hut suddenly emitted a bright light. Wang Zian was so startled that his vision darkened. When light returned to his eyes, he found himself standing in an unfamiliar room. The interior space was vast, measuring approximately 70 to 80 square meters. Bookshelves lined the walls, crammed full with densely packed books. Beside the left bookshelf stood a wooden writing desk and an antique scholar's armchair. Wang Zian's gaze shifted to the right side. There was a bed, and upon it lay a skeleton draped in Taoist robes, so startling that he stumbled backward in fright. Fortunately, Wang Zian's grandfather was a traditional Chinese physician, so he had grown up accompanying him in his medical practice and was already accustomed to the cycles of life, illness, and death. Otherwise, he would surely have been scared out of his wits. Wang Zian calmed himself down. Suddenly, I noticed the Taoist robe draped over the skeleton and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Gathering my courage, I took a few steps forward and gingerly tugged at the sleeve cuff, where a barely noticeable patch was clearly visible. So the Taoist priest died here. Wang Zian felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He knelt respectfully before the remains' owner and kowtowed heavily. The priest had been a hermit. Ever since Wang Zian could remember, he had been practicing cultivation at a small Taoist temple in the mountains. In truth, the priest wasn't originally from Phoenix Village. One day 20 years ago, he had suddenly arrived in the village. Before long, he hired workers to build a small Taoist temple for shelter. Since the Taoist priest was devoted to cultivation and lived a reclusive life, the villagers weren't very familiar with him. They only knew he called himself Taoist Immortal. My grandfather contracted forest land not far from the temple. The priest claimed he couldn't easily step into the mundane world as it might affect his spiritual practice. Thus, he usually entrusted my grandfather to purchase daily necessities for him. Over time, Grandpa actually got along quite well with the Taoist priest. When Wang Zian was little, he often went to the back mountain to play with the priest. Outsiders thought the priest was aloof since he didn't interact with others, but he treated Wang Zian remarkably well. Perhaps due to loneliness, and because young Wang Zian didn't know better, The priest would sometimes tell him mysterious things that were hard to understand. However, when Wang Zian was about 7 or 8 years old, the priest suddenly disappeared. Grandpa had been delivering supplies to him every fortnight. On the scheduled day, no matter how much they knocked on the temple gate, there was no response from within. The Taoist priest had been in poor health recently, and fearing something might have happened, Grandpa had no choice but to break the door open. Yet after searching the entire temple, Grandpa found not a single trace of the priest. Nothing inside the temple appeared disturbed. Only a solitary jade gourd remained atop the meditation cushion, where the priest usually sat to practice his cultivation. Though no body was found, Grandpa knew without doubt that something terrible had befallen the priest. As an old friend, he knew how precious this jade gourd was to the Taoist priest. After that, no one ever saw the priest again. He vanished into thin air, just like that. Grandfather deeply regretted this, because a few days before the priest's disappearance, he had brought up a matter that made Grandfather furious, leading to an unpleasant parting between the two. Wang Zian knew about that incident because it involved him. For some unknown reason, the priest suddenly told Grandfather that Wang Zian had exceptional aptitude for cultivation and wanted to take him on as a disciple to pass down all his knowledge. Ever since his son left, Grandfather had focused solely on raising Wang Zian to adulthood, intending for him to settle down with a wife and children. Hearing the slovenly Taoist spout such nonsense naturally made them see red, and the two immediately fell out. Wang Zian was right beside them that day. His last impression was of the priest's lonely, gaunt silhouette and his long, mournful sigh. Perhaps the priest had sensed his time was near even then. After all, before outsiders, the priest had always maintained an immortal's transcendent demeanor. Yet that day his spirit seemed somewhat dejected. After the priest disappeared, Grandpa discovered the Taoist temple held nothing but this jade gourd and some ordinary daily necessities. There was nothing else of value left. After keeping the jade gourd for the Taoist priest for 3 years, knowing the priest would never return, Grandpa gave it to his grandson as a keepsake. Beside the Taoist priest's skeletal remains, there were several ancient-looking books and an overturned jade vial lying on the ground. Wang Zian picked up the topmost book. On its cover were prominently written 5 large, traditional Chinese characters, Chaos Qi Cultivation Technique. Upon careful reading, Wang Zian found its contents somewhat profound and difficult to grasp due to his high school-level classical Chinese proficiency, making it utterly incomprehensible to him. Wang Zian picked up the remaining 3 books and flipped through them. One contained the Taoist priest's personal notes and insights on cultivation practices. The other 2 books discussed matters related to the jade gourd. Judging by the different handwriting style, they were likely left by the previous owner before the priest. After skimming through them, Wang Zian gradually began to comprehend the mysteries of this primeval qi cultivation manual. It turned out to be an ancient cultivation technique for qi refinement and immortality pursuit. Taoist Changsheng had obtained the jade gourd by chance, but had never discovered its hidden secrets. Until one day, when he accidentally got injured and his blood dripped onto the jade gourd, he suddenly discovered the hidden world within it. From then on, Master Changsheng became obsessed with cultivating qi and practicing Taoism. However, he didn't clearly explain the origin of this qi refining manual. Perhaps even he didn't know. Wang Zian's heart burned with excitement. This was a book that could make one an immortal. In the future, he could achieve eternal life, ride the clouds and mists, traverse heaven and earth, and become omnipotent. But the more he read, his fervent heart gradually cooled. The Taoist priest had cultivated for 30 or 40 years, yet only reached the 5th level of qi refining. Ascending to the immortal realm was still 100,000 miles away. According to the book's introduction, immortal cultivation was divided into stages like qi refining, foundation building, and golden core. Each realm was further divided into early, middle, and late stages, with qi refining comprising 12 levels. After nearly 4 decades of bitter cultivation, the Taoist priest had barely progressed to the 5th level of qi refining, just barely transitioning from the early to the middle stage of qi refining. Based on this estimation, he would never break through the foundation establishment stage, even if he lived to old age. The reason for such difficulty was the current scarcity of spiritual energy in the world. Cultivators needed to absorb spiritual energy into their bodies for refining. Without the gourd in hand, the Taoist priest might not even have reached this realm. Wang Xian's excitement quickly cooled. Reading further, he made a new discovery in the cultivation notes. He picked up the fallen jade bottle, pulled out the stopper, and turned it upside down. It was completely empty. Worried, he pressed the bottle's opening against his right eye socket, straining to peer inside. It was indeed empty. Wang Xian set down the jade bottle and noticed the shelves lining both sides of the room were crammed with densely packed books. Walking over, he casually opened one to find it brimming with Taoist texts, some detailing elixir refining, talisman inscriptions, and similar arcane subjects. Finding the content rather abstruse, Wang Xian put it aside and picked up another book. Its yellowed cover bore no title. Wang Xian opened it and found himself utterly captivated by its contents. His mouth fell open in astonishment, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his heartbeat accelerated and blood rushed through his veins. To his shock, it turned out to be a book about interior decoration. Wang Xian hastily closed the book, trying to calm his heavy, rapid breathing before placing it back where it belonged. He then picked up another book beside it. This one also introduced interior decorating. After studying it intently for 10 minutes, he set it down and reached for yet another volume. Wang Xian felt as if another door to the world had been opened for him. This was even more thrilling than the Hong Kong films he had watched before. Back in his senior year of high school, Wang Xian was invited by a classmate's parent to tutor their child because of his academic excellence. One day, when the parents were not home, the classmates secretly took out several videotapes from their parents' room. They were supposedly horror films from Hong Kong, which the classmate usually didn't dare to watch alone. Their parents forbade them, afraid it might terrify the child. They asked Wang Xian to accompany them for courage as they watched. The two drew the living room curtains tight, inserted the videotape into the VCR, and began staring at the screen of the 21-inch color TV. The story's content is still fresh in Wang Xian's mind. A scholar sought shelter from a thunderstorm under an umbrella, and a bewitchingly beautiful woman in ancient attire welcomed him in. At night, the woman's singing began, and, as if possessed, the scholar made his way to her chamber. Then things started. Wang Xian and his classmate watched with bated breath, their brows beaded with sweat. What mattered more was that the classmate was a girl. Wang Xian turned to look at the female student beside him. At the most crucial moment, the girl suddenly opened her mouth and bit Wang Xian's finger, causing bright red blood to immediately gush from the fingertip. The fingers are connected to the heart. The pain made all other thoughts vanish from Wang Xian's mind, and he quickly let go of her. The female student turned and ran into the room, leaving only Wang Xian sucking on his injured finger, staring dazedly in the direction where she had disappeared. Wang Xian recalled that moment from before, feeling both excitement and a touch of melancholy in his heart. Half an hour later, Wang Xian made a rough count. There were 7 or 8 books on the shelf alone that made him blush. Wang Xian turned back to glance at the Taoist's remains, never having expected the venerable master to have such tastes. Remembering the notes he had just read from the Taoist journal, there was a time when, after years of failing to achieve a breakthrough, he had no choice but to walk an unorthodox path to reach enlightenment. This is nothing less than pure mischief. Considering the Taoist priest's age, it's clearly just an old man being shameless. Let it be known that according to Wang Xian's estimation, the Taoist priest must have been 70 or 80 years old at that time. In ancient times, the famed Zhao General Lien Pe could still devour 10 caddies of meat with a peck of rice daily and don armor to gallop across battlefields in his 70s. But such feats would be child's play before this Taoist priest. Some of these books were quite improper, yet Wang Xian hesitated to destroy them despite his better judgment. Just now he had been immersed in the ocean of knowledge. How could he coldly turn his back on these books now? It was simply beyond him. Moreover, these books belonged to the Taoist priest after all. To honor the priest's memory, he decided to keep them. He could simply abstain from reading them in the future. After circling the room for another look, he noticed a small door beside the bookshelf. The door wasn't locked. Wang Zian stepped forward, gave it a gentle push, and it swung inward. His pupils contracted as he peered inside, and Wang Zian found himself stepping in involuntarily. The room was filled with numerous large crates, all opened wide, brimming with precious items: gold, silver, jewels, porcelain, calligraphy, paintings, and other valuables. Some were so overstuffed that treasures had spilled onto the floor. Wang Zian couldn't even begin to estimate the worth of these pearls, jades, antiques, and artworks. But what truly caught his eye were two massive chests packed with gleaming gold bars, the ultimate currency in any era. Wang Zian took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to step forward. His grandfather had taught him since childhood not to take even the slightest thing that belonged to others. Books and such could be excused if one just read them. After all, as the sages said, a scholar borrowing books doesn't count as theft. But this much gold and silver was an entirely different matter. Wang Zian heeded his grandfather's words above all else. His upbringing left him deeply conflicted. In the end, he painfully forced himself to leave the room. After coming out, he stared blankly at the Taoist priest's remains with complicated feelings in his eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. "Master above, please accept this disciple's bow." Wang Zian approached the Taoist priest and knocked his forehead heavily 3 times in reverence. The Taoist priest had no other relatives and had previously intended to take on a disciple during his lifetime. By acknowledging the Taoist as his master, all the belongings here would rightfully become his. Grandpa had always taught him since childhood not to be rigid and dull-minded, but to learn to be flexible. He must follow Grandpa's advice. By taking the Taoist priest as his master and ensuring his legacy is passed on, the priest could surely rest in peace with a smile. Such a perfect opportunity must be seized. Wang Zian got up, realizing that everything in the room now belonged to him. He chuckled foolishly, his mood inexplicably lifting. Spotting the Chaos Chi refining manual placed beside the deceased Taoist master, he bent down and picked it up as if handling a priceless treasure. Then he gathered the 3 notebooks, stacking all 4 books together. After glancing around, he carefully placed them on a nearby bookshelf. These are the most valuable items in the room. To Wang Zian's mind, they were far more precious than all that gold. After putting away the books, Wang Zian noticed the jade bottle on the floor and stepped forward to pick it up. Remembering the records in the notebook, he opened the door and walked outside. It was as bright as daylight out there, though looking up he could find no sun, nor could he distinguish east from west. The surrounding space wasn't large. The sky seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. The area covered about 1 mu of land, nearly half of which was taken up by a small hill 2 or 3 meters high. Suddenly, Wang Zian spotted a small medicinal herb garden ahead and hurried toward it. The air was thick with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. At a glance, they appeared to be precious varieties, some of which he didn't even recognize. These medicinal ingredients had grown for an exceptionally long time, most exceeding 100 years in age. Wang Zian also spotted dozens of century-old ginseng roots among them. This reminded him of something from his past. Over a decade ago, his grandfather had dug up a wild 100-year-old ginseng from the back mountain. At that time, a merchant from Hong Kong happened to be visiting relatives in the village and directly bought it for 50,000 yuan. To put it in perspective, back then in rural areas, 2,000 yuan was enough to build 4 spacious tiled roof houses. It was precisely because of this 50,000 yuan that Grandpa not only demolished the old house in the village, but also rebuilt 8 large tiled roof houses. He also constructed another 6 houses on the mountain and built a courtyard wall covering half an acre of land. A row of livestock pens for cattle and sheep was built on the western side of the courtyard, while 3 granary rooms were constructed on the eastern side, along with several hay storage sheds further east. This caused a sensation throughout the surrounding area at the time. It was precisely this unexpected fortune that led to Grandfather's fallout with the money-grubbing eldest uncle. To the north and west of Phoenix Village lay vast mountains spanning dozens of miles in every direction, yet wild ginseng remained exceedingly rare there. When grandfather unearthed one plant at a time, it prompted villagers from all 10 neighboring villages to scour the mountains in search of treasure. Although some lucky individuals occasionally found a few ginseng plants, neither their age nor their appearance was satisfactory. Over time, the matter gradually cooled down. Back then, some suspected that Grandpa had simply stumbled upon an incredible stroke of luck. Now it seems that the ginseng Grandpa obtained was likely given by the Taoist priest. Wang Zian stood up, took a deep breath, and felt refreshed with his whole body light as a feather. This must be due to the rich spiritual energy described in the book. The concentration of spiritual energy here is indeed much denser than outside. After inspecting the herb garden, Wang Zian stood up and walked directly to the foot of the small hill. There was a man-height cave there, and after walking just 5 or 6 meters inward, he reached the end. The space inside the cave was quite cramped, but the spiritual energy in the air was growing increasingly dense. Wang Zian also found another jade bottle. It was placed in a corner of the cave. Above, it was a protruding rock, and upon closer inspection, one could see a tiny hole on its surface. The spiritual liquid must have dripped from here. Chapter 2 Zhao Wanfeng. According to the book's records, this small grotto heaven produces one precious drop of spiritual liquid each month. That's only 12 drops a year. Don't underestimate this single drop of spiritual liquid. Thanks to this tiny drop of spiritual liquid, the Taoist priest was able to cultivate to the 5th level of qi refining. Wang Zian picked up the jade vial from the ground and gently shook it. There was only half a vial left inside. And this was accumulated over more than 10 years. Wang Zian set down the vial containing the spiritual liquid and took out the original empty jade vial. He removed its stopper, then used that stopper to seal the vial holding the spiritual liquid. Finally, he placed the empty bottle back in its spot and continued collecting the spiritual liquid. Wang Zian slowly rose to his feet, clutching the jade vial in his left hand as he uncorked it with his right. Closing his eyes, he pressed his nose to the mouth of the bottle and inhaled deeply. In an instant, an indescribable comfort emanated from his very soul, as though every pore in his body had opened up. Greedily taking several deep breaths, a powerful craving rose within Wang Zian's chest. He wanted nothing more than to pour every last drop of the mystic liquid into his mouth. Fortunately, the Taoist notes contained stern warnings. For ordinary mortals, directly consuming spiritual liquid would likely cause them to explode and perish on the spot. Fearing for his life, Wang Zian suppressed the reckless impulse within him. Stepping out of the small cave, Wang Zian stood outside, surveying his surroundings while wondering, "How do I get out of here?" The words "get out" flashed through his mind. Suddenly, darkness swallowed his vision. When light returned, he found himself back on the heated brick bed, the jade vial still clutched in his hand. So entering and exiting the jade gourd was really this simple. One just needed to think enter or exit in their mind to make it happen. The Taoist priest had accidentally dripped his blood onto the gourd, thus discovering its secret. What about himself? Wang Zian recalled. Last night, the back of his head had been injured, and somehow his blood had dripped onto the gourd, causing it to recognize him as its master. Big Yellow kept barking nonstop at his master's sudden appearance. But Wang Zian was too preoccupied with examining the precious gourd to pay attention to the dog. His palm felt damp, sticky, and slimy, like some kind of saliva-coated mucus. Wang Zian jerked his head up, noticing De Huang's long tongue still lolling out, and suddenly understood. After he had vanished abruptly earlier, De Huang must have worried about him, climbing onto the Kong to lick the jade gourd. Disgusted, Wang Zian shook his hand and stepped into the courtyard to fetch a basin of water, scrubbing his hands thoroughly with soap. Then, he bent down again and gently washed the saliva off the jade gourd. Back in the house, Wang Zian glared at the big yellow dog. Thank goodness it hadn't swallowed the gourd. Otherwise, when he came out, he'd literally be crawling out of the dog's belly. The dog would probably burst from the strain. More likely, he wouldn't even be able to come out and would suffocate to death. That would truly be dying inside a dog's belly. 2 lives lost in one go. This served as a stark warning to Wang Ziyan. It seems that if I want to return to the gourd in the future, I must find a secluded and secure environment. Fortunately, Big Yellow couldn't speak like humans. If someone had seen this, the gourd's secret wouldn't have stayed hidden. Wang Ziyan knew the story about how possessing a treasure could bring disaster. To ensure his own safety, he decided to keep this secret buried deep in his heart. Looking at the faintly green gourd, Wang Ziyan got down for the heated brick bed. He patted Big Yellow, who was wagging its head and tail, trying to shoo the dog outside, so he could embark on another exploratory adventure. Just as I entered the living room, the large iron door outside was twisted a few times, and then there was a knock. At the same time, a woman's gentle voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Ziyan, are you there? Ziyan, it's me, your sister-in-law Wanfang. Open the door quickly. Sister Wanfang. Wang Ziyan heard the familiar call, and a beautiful figure flashed through his mind. His eyes instantly lit up. Just as he was about to rush out to open the door, he glanced again at the jade bottle in his hand. He hurried to the western room and carefully placed the jade bottle inside a nearby cabinet. Before going out, he casually grabbed a cotton-padded jacket from the Kong and put on a hat to cover the wound on his head, then hurried to open the door. Ziyan, are you okay? After receiving no response for a long time, the heavy iron gate outside was being knocked on even more loudly. Zhao Wanfang's delicate voice carried urgency. Sister Wanfang, I'm coming. Wang Ziyan shouted outside, while putting on the cotton-padded jacket and going to open the door. The big yellow dog followed closely behind as it ran out of the house. Wang Ziyan took out the key, unlocked the padlock, and pushed open the large iron gate. Outside stood a pure beauty with an oval face, holding a bamboo basket, standing gracefully before the gate. Having spent 4 years away, Wang Ziyan was deeply moved to see Sister Wanfang again in person. Sister Wanfang was dressed in a brand new red cotton jacket that day, paired with slim black trousers, her hair simply tied up in a high ponytail at the back. A pair of large, limpid eyes like autumn waters, with a lovely and innocent oval face, radiating a sparkling glow. Zhao Wanfang looked Wang Ziyan over and, seeing everything was normal, let her anxious heart settle. She glanced up at the sun and asked with curiosity, Ziyan, why are you closing the door at high noon? Didn't you take the sheep out to pasture this morning? I thought something might have happened to you. Wanfang saw. Come in quickly, Wang Ziyan said, stepping aside to let Zhao Wanfang enter the courtyard before promptly closing the heavy iron gate behind her. Standing in the courtyard with a basket in her left hand, Zhao Wanfang lifted the thin white muslin covering the bamboo hamper with her right, revealing steaming buns inside as she smiled. Ziyan, look what tasty treat your sister-in-law brought you. I just finished steaming a batch of buns, brought some for you to try. Wang Ziyan was deeply moved. Sister Wanfang was truly as kind-hearted as she was beautiful, never forgetting about him. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Sister Wanfang. Don't mention it. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come inside and have some while they're still hot. Sister Wanfang headed indoors as she spoke, determined to carry the steaming buns into the house herself. Wang Ziyan noticed the fine beads of sweat on her fair forehead and quickly stepped forward to take the bamboo basket from her. Zhao Wanfang felt the weight lift from her hands and turned to see Wang Ziyan's delicate features, offering him a gentle smile in return. Wang Ziyan led the way ahead, opening the door to what passed for a living room and motioning for Sister Wanfang to enter first before following her inside. Though called a living room, the space actually featured makeshift brick stoves on either side for wood burning, serving both as cooking hearths and sources of winter warmth. The main room and the west chamber both had heated brick beds, with a large water vat placed in the corner. Against the north wall, there was also a large wooden food cabinet. Wang Ziyan placed the bamboo basket on the stove platform. Watching Sister Wanfang enter the house, he smiled and said, Sister-in-law, thank you. Zhao Wanfang gave him a radiant smile. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and asked with concern, Ziyan, I knocked for so long just now, but you didn't answer. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Wang Ziyan shook his head. No, I was sleeping. Seeing the redness in his eyes, Sister Wanfang understood something. Her heart ached slightly. She opened her mouth, wanting to offer some comforting words, but ultimately didn't speak them. Though Wang Ziyan appeared just like any ordinary person, in truth his memory was terribly faulty. Words he'd just spoken would be forgotten before long. Seeing Wang Ziyan's tall, straight physique and his delicately handsome face inevitably made one's heart go out to him. At this moment, a gurgle sound came from his stomach. Wang Ziyan rubbed his belly with an embarrassed look on his face. "Sister-in-law, I'm hungry." Zhao Wanfang quickly responded, "Then you should eat a few steam buns while they're still hot. I need to get going now. I have to return to the hat factory for work." With that, Zhao Wanfang headed outside. Wang Ziyan didn't try to stop her, given that Zhao Wanfang was young and beautiful. Staying too long at his place could invite gossip if seen by the village busybodies. Watching Zhao Wanfang walk away, Wang Ziyan felt a pang of sympathy for her, so young, yet already raising a daughter alone. Fortunately, the village had a collectively run hat factory where sister-in-law Wanfang could work. Otherwise, as a vulnerable woman in the village, her life would have been even harder. Zhao Wanfang was clever and dexterous, working diligently, and could earn over 100 yuan a month. Back then, even workers in larger cities outside the village could only make 200 to 300 yuan per month. But that was 4 years ago. As for the current wages, Wang Ziyan had no idea. Wang Ziyan returned to the living room, his stomach growling with hunger. He hurried to wash his hands, skipping the towel and simply shaking off the water clinging to his skin. He quickly walked over to the stove, grabbed a steaming bun, and stuffed it into his mouth. Delicious, so delicious, Wang Ziyan, who was truly starving, kept praising as he ate. After devouring 7 or 8 fist-sized vegetable buns in a row, he swallowed the last bite and let out a satisfied sigh. Just as he was about to grab another one, the knocking sound bang, 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 came from outside again. Wang Ziyan thought Zhao Wanfang had returned and hurried out to open the door. When he saw who was outside, he froze in surprise. It was a strikingly beautiful young woman dressed in fashionable attire. Her voluminous, permed hair framed her face, and she wore a red woolen coat. Her long, slender legs were accentuated by tight fitness leggings. Wang Ziyan had only seen such stylish outfits in Hong Kong films. Wang Ziyan found the woman's face vaguely familiar and was about to ask who she was. But before he could step aside, she brushed past him and strode inside impatiently. Wang Ziyan instinctively took a few steps back, but it was too late to evade. All he could do was spread his arms wide to block her. The woman laughed and said, "You promised to come find me, yet there hasn't been a trace of you for days. Have you already forgotten me?" Wang Ziyan was stunned. He quickly grabbed her shoulders to steady her. Then he hastily retreated to the side. He remembered what had happened before his injury. Yet the events of the past 4 years remained a jumbled mess in his mind, with many details blurred beyond recall. Could something have happened between me and this young woman during that time? Did I do something utterly disgraceful? I don't seem to have any memory of it. Though admittedly, this glamorously dressed beauty does feel somewhat familiar. Chapter 3, Su Xiaomei. Seeing Wang Ziyan keeping his distance, the young woman gave him a coquettish smile. Suddenly, she turned and headed outside. Wang Ziyan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she was leaving. The next moment, Wang Ziyan realized his misunderstanding. The young woman hadn't left, but merely gone to lock the main gate. Turning around, she slowly approached, observing Wang Ziyan's dashing eyebrows, star-like eyes, and tall, graceful figure, then said with a smile, "Ziyan, why are you running?" "I don't bite." Her words had scarcely faded when the gate's bolt was abruptly twisted several times. Finding the door wouldn't open, the newcomer began pounding the heavy iron gate with loud bang-bang blows. At the same time, Zhao Wanfang's urgent voice carried through. "Ziyan, Ziyan, are you there?" Hearing the call from outside, the young woman's smile vanished instantly as she cursed under her breath. "Damn Zhao Wanfang, ruining my plans again. Sister Wanfang, I'll open the door right away." Wang Ziyan felt as if he'd been granted amnesty. He hurriedly shouted back before turning to rush into the house to fetch the gate key. By the time he returned, the young woman was already standing coldly by the door. Once the gate opened, Sister Wanfang stepped inside. Seeing the young woman here, her pretty face showed no trace of surprise. Instead, she smiled and asked, "Xiaomei Jia, what brings you here?" Su Xiaomei retorted coldly, "Wanfang, you come here several times a day. Are others not allowed to visit Zian? He's not even related to you. What business is it of yours?" Watching Zhao Wanfang's feigned smile, Su Xiaomei gritted her teeth in irritation. She was certain Zhao Wanfang must have spotted her ascending the hill from afar and rushed over in frantic haste. Zhao Wanfang pretended it was all coincidental, but her rapid breathing and the sweat streaming down her cheeks from walking too fast betrayed everything. With a light tone, Zhao Wanfang replied, "Sister Xiaomei, before Grandpa Wang left, he asked me to take care of Zian. I was just bringing him some freshly steamed buns." Su Xiaomei coldly interrupted, "First it was steamed buns. What are you delivering now?" As she finished speaking, she provocatively eyed Zhao Wanfang up and down. Zhao Wanfang's expression turned icy as she completely ignored Su Xiaomei and instead turned to Wang Zian, who had remained silent all along, smiling as she said, "Zian, I forgot something in my hurry earlier," Sister Wanfang said. "Chang'er keeps saying you promised her some goose eggs. For days she's been insisting on coming to see you, saying you're going back on your word, and she'll hold you accountable." Wang Zian had been watching the two women bicker with veiled hostility, feeling too awkward to interrupt. Hearing Sister Wanfang's words, he quickly responded, "Sister Wanfang, I completely forgot. I'll fetch them right now." With that, he turned to walk back inside. Just then, the young woman suddenly smiled at Wang Zian. "Zian, go get the eggs. A man ought to keep his word. But don't forget the promise you made to me either." Having said this, she turned and stopped beside Zhao Wanfang, letting out a provocative cold snort. Then she sauntered away. Wang Zian was in no hurry to fetch the goose eggs now. He and Sister Wanfang walked to the gate, watching as the young woman descended the mountain. Sister Wanfang withdrew her gaze and looked at Wang Zian with concern, asking, "Zian, she didn't do anything to you just now, did she?" Wang Zian replied, "Sister Wanfang, Sister Xiaomei suddenly called to open the door today and said some things I couldn't understand. If I'd known, I wouldn't have opened it for her." In truth, the moment Sister Wanfang called out the young woman's name, Wang Zian had recognized who she was. He just never expected that in just 4 short years, the virtuous and dignified woman he remembered would not only have completely transformed her clothing and appearance, but also undergone a complete 180-degree change in temperament. "No one knows what she's been through these 4 years," Sister Wanfang answered with a cold snort. "Zian, don't associate with her from now on, and don't let her through the door either, to avoid bringing trouble upon yourself." "Don't worry, Sister Wanfang. From now on, apart from you, I won't let anyone else in." Hearing his words, Zhao Wanfang burst into laughter. Her sternly set, lovely face blossomed like a flower, breathtakingly beautiful. Since his injury, Wang Zian could barely remember anyone at first. The only people he could recall were his dearest grandfather and Zhao Wanfang standing before him now. He would forget everyone else he saw daily the moment his condition flared up. Only Sister Wanfang and his grandfather were exceptions. This became a frequent source of teasing from the villagers. "Sister Wanfang, wait here, I'll go fetch you some goose eggs." "Hold on, Zian." Zhao Wanfang stopped him with a laugh, saying, "Do you really think it was Chang'er who asked you for goose eggs? She's no longer some 8 or 9-year-old child. She's already a grown girl of 13 by traditional reckoning. I was just using her as an excuse with you. Otherwise, Su Xiaomei would have started spouting nonsense again." Without pausing at these words, Wang Zian directly returned to the house. When he emerged, he was carrying a bamboo basket filled with chicken, duck, and goose eggs. Upon seeing Wang Zian produce this basket of eggs, containing mostly duck and goose eggs at that, Sister Wanfang hurried forward, waving her hands in protest. "Zian, your sister-in-law keeps 5 or 6 chickens at home, so we're never short of eggs. There's no need for you to give us goose eggs." Wang Zian handed her the bamboo basket with a smile. "Sister Wanfang, I've put some goose eggs, duck eggs, and chicken eggs in there for you and Chang'er to nourish yourselves. Besides, I have too many eggs at home and can't eat them all before they go bad." Seeing she couldn't refuse, Zhao Wanfang stopped being polite. She carefully set the basket down first, then stood up and took a step forward. Zhao Wanfang said, "Zian, since you can't finish eating them, there's a market nearby in a few days. Why don't you go and sell them?" No sooner had she finished speaking than she shook her head and added, No, it's better if I go and sell them for you." Given Wang Zian's current mental state, sending him to the market wouldn't be about selling eggs. It would be about giving them away for free. The market was full of pickpockets, and these people had sharp eyes. If Wang Zian went to sell things for money, he'd be like a lamb to the slaughter. Chapter 4 Warning. Zhao Wanfang offered to sell the eggs for him, but Wang Zian declined. Now that he had recovered, he could sell them himself. Although the jade gourd contained countless treasures, Wang Zian knew these items would be difficult to convert into cash. Since ancient times, it's been said that wealth should not be flaunted. The outside world harbored many shady elements. For someone like Wang Zian, who had no backing, suddenly coming into possession of an inexplicable fortune of gold and silver, being discovered at this stage would be nothing short of suicidal. Zhao Wanfang, her goodwill rejected, put on an act of being offended, saying, "Zian, are you afraid I'll pocket your money?" Wang Zian knew she was joking and shook his head with a smile. "Aunt Wanfang, there's no need to go to the market to sell them. People often come up the mountain to buy eggs on their own. The chickens, ducks, and geese at home were free range on the mountain, and their eggs had an exceptionally rich and fragrant taste. Nowadays, with better living conditions, people from the city specifically come to buy this kind of egg." Aunt Wanfang quickly asked, "Do you know how much each chicken, duck, or goose egg sells for? Outsiders can be too shrewd. Don't let them cheat you." "I know. I'm not stupid." Sister Wanfang couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly remembering something, she glanced back toward the gate, then leaned in closer to Wang Zian, whispering, "Zian, there's something I forgot to tell you. Your uncle's been visiting your grandfather's old house quite often lately. You should be careful." "Uncle?" Wang Zian's gaze instantly turned icy. Sister Wanfang continued, "Zian, no matter what, don't ever sign anything if your uncle asks you to. He's not a good man. Your grandfather repeatedly warned you on his deathbed to be careful around him. Don't be fooled by his sweet talk." Wang Zian knew Sister Wanfang had his best interests at heart, fearing he might be deceived by his uncle. A warm current rose in his chest. Sister Wanfang said gratefully, "Thank goodness your grandfather had such foresight to make arrangements for you early on. He transferred the deeds for both properties and the mountain forest contracts entirely to your name. Otherwise, your uncle and aunt will surely create more trouble." Sister-in-law heard from folks at the hat factory that your uncle secretly went to see the village chief, asking about your grandfather's inheritance. That village chief is money-grubbing. You'd better be careful. Wang Zian grew increasingly moved as he listened. Gazing at sister-in-law Wanfang's naturally beautiful oval face, he solemnly said, "Thank you, sister-in-law Wanfang." She chuckled softly. "What's there to thank me for? If not for your grandfathers and your help all these years, this sister-in-law wouldn't know how she could have raised her child alone. A woman, especially a beautiful woman, would inevitably attract certain wicked men coveting her beauty. In the past, because Sister Wanfang's house was right next to Wang Zian's old home in the village, and given her close relationship with Wang Zian, most people didn't dare to harass her and her daughter easily. Grandfather was skilled in martial arts, and Wang Zian had been practicing with him since childhood. To ensure his grandson's physical well-being, the grandfather even prepared medicinal baths for Wang Zian from an early age. During his childhood, neither kids his own age nor those older dared to provoke Wang Zian. As an adult, 3 to 5 strong men were no match for Wang Zian in a fight. On ordinary days, he often helped Sister Wanfang with the heavy and laborious tasks at her home. In rural life, there are certain types of people one must never offend. The first is the village chief. In remote, mountainous regions where the emperors hold no sway, the village chief reigns as the local despot. Should he set his mind to bully you, he could leave you suffering in silence, with grievances nowhere to voice. The second type were those with powerful relatives from outside. Those in the know would understand. Third is the doctor. People eat all kinds of grains, and none remain free from illness. No one dares offend a physician, for harming you would be all too easy for them. Fourth are the idlers, those who loaf around all day. As the saying goes, it's not the thief stealing that you should fear, but the thief watching and waiting. These people juggle multiple roles, none of them legitimate. If you offend them, they might secretly deal you a cruel blow at any moment. Fifth, those skilled in martial arts. The unwritten rule in rural areas was that whoever had the toughest fists would get the upper hand. Anyone daring to offend such people deserved a severe beating. And Wang Xian's grandfather was not only a seasoned traditional doctor, but also a martial arts practitioner. Even in his 70s, he remained vigorous. Once, when his uncle acted unruly in front of him, the old man angrily kicked him flying 7 or 8 meters away. The sight shocked the villagers who had come to watch the commotion. With 6 sons in the family, their strength in numbers was no mere saying. It truly made a difference. Sister Wanfang sighed deeply as she watched Wang Xian lost in thought. Her heart ached at the state he was currently in. "Oh Xian, how I wish you'd recover soon," she murmured. "After your grandfather passed away, your uncle claimed you'd gone simple-minded and knew nothing. He seized the opportunity to take charge of the funeral arrangements. Now that your grandfather is laid to rest, he's taken all the detailed accounts of condolence gifts back to his own home. If he brings this up later, the villagers won't side with you." Wang Xian listened quietly, understanding Sister Wanfang's meaning. With Grandpa gone and his own previously confused state, he had completely lost standing, fallen to the ground. When a person leaves, their tea grows cold. How much more so when they die? The world is cold and unfeeling. Human nature is callous. Most people fawn on those above and trample those below. He had lost his backing. Though Uncle had never been Grandpa's favorite, he had still mastered 60 to 70% of Grandpa's medical skills. Since they were father and son, Grandpa wouldn't hold anything back. If not for Uncle's foolish mistake later, Grandpa would have handed all the medical knowledge and prescriptions to him long ago. Uncle was quick-witted. Now he's not only the village's traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, but also a barefoot doctor. In the current situation, of course the villagers wouldn't side with him. Wang Xian suddenly felt something heavy pressing against his chest. Seeing Wang Xian remain silent, Zhao Wanfang thought he was having another episode. She stepped forward and shook his body, then sighed. "Xian, Xian, wake up, wake up. The livestock are crying from hunger. Quickly bring some hay to feed them." Wang Xian caught a faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her presence. Coming back to his senses, he smiled and said, "Sister Wanfang, I'll go feed them in a bit. Come inside and sit for a while." Zhao Wanfang waved her hand. "Auntie, you'd better leave quickly. Su Xiaomei may look like she's gone, but she's definitely hiding in the shadows watching this place. If she stays too long, she'll start spouting nonsense." Though Wang Xian was extremely reluctant, he still saw Wanfang Annie out the gate. Carrying her bamboo basket, Wanfang Annie turned back to admonish him. "Xian, you must remember what I told you today. And if Su Xiaomei comes knocking again, don't you dare pay her any attention. Her husband hasn't come home for years. I think she's gone mad with longing for a man." After saying these words, she waved softly and walked straight up the mountain path toward the village. Wang Xian's house at the foot of the mountain was located in the northern part of the village, only about 700 or 800 meters from the mountainside. From the mountain, you could still see the century-old jujube tree in the courtyard of the old house. Wang Xian's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Wanfang, following her every movement. From here, the more than 20 acres of land on both sides of the path all belonged to Wang Xian. Originally, because the mountainous land was barren, none of the villagers wanted it. After Grandfather contracted the forested hills, he took all of it. Grandfather hired people to dig several ponds on the mountain and constructed irrigation ditches. These once barren hills immediately became highly coveted, sparking envy among many villagers. Halfway along the path, Zhao Wanfang's arm grew sore from carrying the bamboo basket, so she switched it to her other arm. Turning back, she noticed Wang Xian still standing there and waved for him to return home. Wang Xian waved back at her, then withdrew his gaze. Turning around, he walked back to the courtyard gate and stood there in a daze, staring at the dozens of fruit trees planted ahead. At this moment, Apricot, Peach and pear trees were all in bloom. Pink and white blossoms adorned every branch, their delicate fragrance refreshing and intoxicating to the senses. Wang Zian had no mood to appreciate the scenic beauty around him, his mind immersed in recollections of the past. Back then, Grandpa severed ties with his eldest uncle. The public explanation was that both the uncle and aunt had mistreated the orphaned Wang Zian, provoking Grandpa's fury. The hidden truth, however, was that his uncle and aunt had been monstrous enough to contemplate selling Wang Zian. This whole turmoil stemmed from that 50,000 yuan. In those days, Grandpa had demolished his own four-room old house along with the four-room, dilapidated dwelling left by Wang Zian's parents, rebuilding them all into grand tiled roof houses. Then he went up the mountain again and built 6 large tiled roof houses, along with a row of sheds on the west side of the yard to serve as livestock pens. On the east side, he constructed a row of sheds for storing fodder and 3 granaries for keeping grains. The rooftops were paved with cement to dry grains. According to Grandpa's wishes, as the eldest son, the 4 old houses would remain with Uncle after his passing. After all, Aunt had born him the first grandson, so he would also leave Uncle an additional 10,000 yuan. As for the house left by Wang Zian's parents, it naturally belongs to Wang Zian. There's no dispute about that. All the mountain forests and houses on the hill are to be left to Wang Zian. Additionally, from now on, Grandpa will live with Wang Zian, and the uncle won't need to take care of him in his old age or handle his funeral arrangements. All the remaining property will be left to the youngest grandson, Wang Zian. His funeral arrangements will also be handled by Wang Zian. By this reckoning, it's clear that Wang Zian got the better deal. The uncle disagreed, insisting his family had suffered a great loss, and immediately accused Grandpa of favoritism. He used to favor his second son, and now he favors his second son's child. But back then, Grandpa's word was law at home. Even if Uncle disagreed, he couldn't sway Grandpa's decision. So Uncle and his wife had a discussion. They decided to cruelly sell the 6-year-old Wang Zian to human traffickers. Chapter 5. The Past. One morning, Wang Zian was tricked by his uncle into going to the market to buy delicious treats. The child had a sweet tooth, and besides, with both parents gone, apart from his grandfather, his uncle was the closest family Wang Zian had. Obediently, he followed his uncle, but instead of taking the main road, his uncle led him down secluded paths. Along the way, they came across a middle-aged couple. Claiming he had urgent business, his uncle told Wang Zian to go ahead with the pair, promising to catch up later. Young as he was, Wang Zian wasn't foolish. He spotted the furtive exchange, the middle-aged man slipping his uncle a roll of cash. The moment the money changed hands, his uncle walked away without looking back. Only then did he realize something was wrong. Having grown up accompanying his grandfather on house calls to treat patients, he'd heard countless stories about child traffickers. Could this uncle be planning to sell him? The middle-aged couple then took Wang Zian to a remote village. Wang Zian neither cried nor protested, behaving obediently throughout the journey. This made the traffickers lower their guard. They arrived at a household where a gaunt man welcomed them. Wang Zian listened to the 3 men's conversation and realized that his ruthless uncle had indeed sold him out. The 3 of them ate and drank on the calm. Since Wang Zian was obedient, he sat alone on a small stool below, nibbling on the tiny piece of steamed bun the traffickers had given him. When the 3 of them were half drunk, Wang Zian pretended to play below while secretly gathering their shoes and tying them together. Seizing the moment, he snatched up their shoes and ran out of the house. Then he flung the door open and dashed out. The trio froze for a split second before scrambling barefoot after him, their bodies swaying urgently in pursuit. Wang Zian, though young, was quick-witted and had already memorized the route on his way here. Dashing out of the courtyard, he immediately bolted toward the mountains. Halfway there, finding his shoes cumbersome, he tossed them into a deep ditch he encountered along the way. Now he ran even faster, with the 2 men relentlessly pursuing him, screaming threats and curses all the while. Without even glancing back, Wang Zian deliberately weaved through areas strewn with rocks. As a result, the 2 kidnappers ended up cutting their feet on the jagged stones. their pursuit faltering until they finally abandoned the chase once they lost sight of him. Wang Zian had sprinted far away, but could still hear the two men swearing loudly behind him. In the end, he turned and raced back in the direction of home. As evening fell, Wang Zian alone fled back to the village. His grandfather had already noticed the little boy was missing and had nearly gone mad searching for him. Wang Zian had always possessed a fierce tenacity. Despite fleeing alone without a trace of fear, this 5- or 6-year-old managed to run all the way home without shedding a single tear. Upon learning the truth, the grandfather grabbed a wooden stick, stormed to the uncle's house, and beat him half to death. Fortunately, the 10-year-old cousin was home. He knelt down, clutching his grandfather's legs to beg for mercy, which temporarily stayed the old man's fury. However, grandfather didn't publicly expose uncle's despicable act of selling his nephew right away. It wasn't just about keeping family disgrace private. More importantly, he was considering the dignity of my elder cousin brother's sister and younger cousin sister. If this matter were exposed, uncle and aunt's reputation would be utterly ruined. They wouldn't be able to stay in the village either, and their 3 children would never be able to hold their heads high again. Facing the villagers who'd gathered to watch the spectacle, grandfather could only accuse uncle and aunt of mistreating Wang Zian. He then summoned the village chief and senior clan members as witnesses, formally severing all father-son relations henceforth. Wang Zian understood that his grandfather had taken this measure to permanently eliminate the threats posed by his uncle and aunt, fearing they would harm him in the future. However, after his grandfather's passing, his uncle started causing trouble again. Lost in thought, Wang Zian returned to the courtyard and heard the cries of the cattle and sheep, realizing they were hungry. So he fetched a basket carrying dried grass to feed them. These dried grasses had been collected after last autumn's harvest. During winter, when the mountain vegetation withered, cattle couldn't find food on the hills, though sheep could still feed on fallen leaves and tender pine needles. Therefore, winter fodder must be prepared early. After the autumn harvest, the leftovers include corn stalks and peanut vines. First, dry them in the sun, then use a hay cutter to chop them into small pieces for feeding the cattle. As for the sheep, sweet potato vines can be dried and fed directly without chopping. Wang Zian's livestock pen is divided into 3 sections. The southernmost part houses chickens, ducks, and geese, with an opening near the southernmost corner. The chickens, ducks, and geese could go out through the opening in the morning to forage on their own and return home by squeezing back inside in the evening. Wang Zian only needed to feed them grains at night. In the middle was the sheep pen, housing more than 20 sheep. To the north was the cattle pen, which contained 2 large and 2 small cows. To prevent the chickens, ducks, and geese from being dragged away by wild animals, a small doghouse was built in the southeast corner of their enclosure, with a large black dog tied inside. In the mountain village, especially up in the hills where Wang Zian stayed, there were plenty of wild beasts. Without the dog's protection, the chickens, ducks, and geese would be gone by morning. Wang Zian first filled the cattle trough with sections of corn stalks, then used an iron pitchfork to toss several bundles of sweet potato vines into the sheep pen. Returning indoors, he heated a pot of water and poured it out for the livestock to drink. With all tasks completed, Wang Zian retrieved the jade bottle, then sat on the Kong bed before taking out the jade gourd from his chest again. Soon, he entered the thatched hut once more. Gazing at the Taoist priest's remains, Wang Zian thought to himself about finding an opportunity to move them outside. Otherwise, he'd feel uneasy every time he entered this place. Wang Zian had studied medicine with his grandfather since childhood and had a thorough understanding of medical theories, such as the 12 main meridians, the 8 extraordinary meridians, and the acupoints throughout the body. This spared him a great deal of the usual cultivation hassle. Yet he wasn't in a hurry to start practicing the incantation for the first level of qi refinement. Haste makes waste. Without a master to guide him, any misstep in Wang Zian's cultivation practice could bring dire consequences, ranging from crippling injuries to outright death. He was still young and hadn't lived enough, not wanting to die this early. Therefore, until he fully grasped the incantation, he absolutely wouldn't rush recklessly into cultivation. Wang Ziyan placed the jade vial containing spiritual liquid on the bookshelf, then retrieved 3 notebooks from the shelf and sat in a grandmaster armchair to study them carefully. Inside, he discovered numerous descriptions of the jade gourd. It turned out the Taoist priest's arrival at Phoenix Village wasn't accidental. This was a specially chosen cultivation paradise he had sought out. Chapter 6: Marrow Cleansing and Hair Replacement. Although the spiritual energy inside the jade gourd was more concentrated than the outside world, it wasn't without its flaws. Because it does not generate spiritual energy on its own. Rather, it requires absorbing the essence of heaven and earth from the surrounding environment, which then transforms into spiritual liquid and spiritual energy. The Taoist priest traveled extensively across the lands, finally discovering this treasured site on the mountains near Fengwang Village. Even so, one still couldn't spend entire days cultivating inside the jade gourd. You'll need to practice 3 or 4 extra hours each day until the jade gourd's spiritual energy is depleted. Staying inside longer won't enhance your cultivation. It'll be just as effective as practicing outdoors. Now Wang Ziyan finally understood why the Taoist priest, despite possessing such a treasure as the jade gourd, had only reached the 5th level of qi refining after 30 or 40 years of cultivation. Continuing to read, there were also very detailed explanations about the spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid could only be directly ingested after mastering the 1st level qi refining chant. Before reaching this stage, it wasn't that one couldn't consume it at all. Simply diluting it with water would prevent any side effects. The herbs in the outer medicinal garden have thrived and aged remarkably due to being watered with diluted spiritual liquid. Wang Ziyan was overjoyed. He stood up, walked to the bookshelf, and picked up the jade bottle, giving it a gentle shake. This is truly wonderful. According to the book's records, the spiritual liquid brings countless benefits to the human body. Wang Ziyan decided to first consume the diluted spiritual liquid to enhance his physique before practicing the incantation. No sooner said than done. With this thought, Wang Ziyan returned to the heated brick bed. He opened the door to the living room and found a large iron basin from the kitchen cabinet, typically used for kneading dough. Removing the jade bottle's lid, he carefully let half a drop of the spiritual liquid fall into it. A peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, and Wang Ziyan immediately felt refreshed and invigorated, as if every pore in his body had relaxed. Wang Ziyan carefully sealed the jade bottle and returned it to the room before making his way back to the living room. The large iron basin was quite sizable. Wang Ziyan estimated it could hold about 7 or 8 caddies of water. Wang Ziyan placed the iron basin on the stove, then used a ladle to scoop water from the vat and pour it into the basin until it was full. The water in the vat was all groundwater drawn from the outside hand pump, clear and sweet, suitable for direct drinking. He then went to his grandfather's room and found a syringe without a needle, using it to draw a tiny amount of diluted spiritual liquid, which he placed on the stove for later use. After completing all these preparations, Wang Ziyan didn't volunteer to be the first to try the unexplored. This kind of dangerous task naturally requires an experimenter. He walked into the courtyard and first went to check on the 4 cows. A full-grown one could fetch over 10,000 yuan, while the smaller ones would still sell for 1 or 2,000. If anything happened to them, Wang Ziyan would be heartbroken. He went to check on the sheep pen again. A full-grown sheep could fetch 200 or 300 yuan, and he couldn't quite bear to part with them. As for the lambs, with their snowy white and tender fleece, frolicking about so joyfully, they were simply too adorable. The sheep couldn't be touched either. Wang Ziyan had loved small animals since childhood, enjoying playing with them. As the livestock grew up, though they weren't as cute as when they were young, Wang Ziyan's fondness for them had blossomed into love. Wang Ziyan loved their meat the most. Finally, he arrived at the section with chickens, ducks, and geese, just in time to witness a rather eye-searing sight. Big Yellow and Big Black, but to butt, engage in the grand business of propagating their lineage. Wang Ziyan admired dogs the most. Could he turn circles there? Not afraid of getting twisted off. The arrival of their master did not interrupt them. De Huang was still diligently fulfilling his mission to propagate their race. Big Yellow and Big Black had been raised at home for 5 or 6 years, ever since Wang Zian was a child. Just like family, naturally they shouldn't be put in danger either. Wang Zian finally turned his gaze toward the few chickens, ducks, and geese that had remained within the enclosure, not venturing out to forage. That little hen, the smallest of all. Wang Zian went to the storage room built on the east side, scooped out a ladle of corn, and walked to the pen, scattering it all before him. The chickens, ducks, and geese in the pen were immediately drawn over, rushing to peck at the corn. Wang Zian fixed his gaze on the target. When the little hen came close to feed, he quickly darted out and grabbed one of its wings, lifting it directly into his hand. Wang Zian casually found a thin rope, tied the little hen's legs and wings together, and carried it straight back to the living room. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zian gently pried open the hen's beak with his left hand and used his right hand to push the diluted spiritual liquid from the syringe into its mouth. Fearing the little hen might spit out the spiritual liquid, he held its head tilted upward for a good while before finally setting it down. After some thought, Wang Zian quickly placed the hen in the yard and observed from a distance. At first, the hen seemed lethargic, its head drooping from being roughly handled and tightly bound by Wang Zian. But soon, the little hen became unusually agitated. It appeared somewhat distressed, unable to fly or run with its body bound. It began rolling back and forth uncontrollably. After a while, it started spinning again, moving so fast Wang Zian felt dizzy watching it, like a spinning top. Wang Zian was horrified. Luckily, he had experimented on the chicken first. If he'd drunk it himself, it might have killed him. After about half an hour, the little hen finally calmed down. He seemed completely dazed, sprawled in the yard with his eyes shut, unsure if he was alive or dead. After waiting a while longer, Wang Zian found a long wooden stick in the yard. Even from a distance, he could smell the foul stench coming from the chicken. Covering his nose and mouth, he cautiously poked the chicken's head with the stick. Suddenly, the little hen straightened its neck, fixing Wang Zian with a fierce stare from its beady eyes. The next instant, the chicken's beak struck swiftly at the wooden stick. Crack! A chunk of the thumb-thick wooden stick was actually pecked clean off. Wang Zian gasped in shock and quickly dodged to the side. Is the diluted spiritual liquid really this potent? The little hen's beak transformed into an eagle's beak. It seems I didn't add enough water. The spirit liquid needs further dilution. But since the hen didn't die and humans are much larger than chickens, drinking it should be fine. The Taoist priest and previous masters only mentioned that both animals and plants could consume the diluted spirit liquid. Yet none specified the exact dilution ratio. Click, click. At this moment, the little hen actually started spinning in circles again, though it wasn't from the medicine failing to take effect. It seemed more like she was trying to break free from her restraints. Wang Zian, fearing he might get pecked, didn't dare approach to untie her. Leaving the hen to her own devices, he returned to the kitchen, shut the door tight, and stared with fluctuating moods at the large basin of water, momentarily unable to make up his mind. Drink! The word abruptly escaped Wang Zian's lips. If the chicken drank it without issue, surely a human would be fine too. With no mortal danger in sight, there was nothing left to fear. Grabbing a bowl from the cupboard, he scooped out a tiny amount of water from the basin. Steeling himself, he brought it straight to his lips and threw his head back as he downed it in one gulp. After setting down the bowl, he hurried back to the western room. Soon, Wang Zian felt a warm current surge from his dantian, spreading through all the meridians in his body. An indescribable pleasure made him feel lightheaded, as if every pore in his body had opened wide. It seemed as though something was draining from his body, yet an increasingly comfortable numbness spread through him. Wang Zian couldn't help but groan strangely for a long time. This warm current finally subsided. Suddenly, another surge of impulse rose through his body, making his entire frame hot and feverish, desperately craving violent release. He could no longer lie still on the heated brick bed. Wang Zian stripped off all his clothes, jumped down from the Kong and started wildly swinging his fist around the room like a headless turtle until sweat poured down his body. After about a few minutes, Wang Ziyan suddenly went limp and collapsed onto the ground, closing his eyes to savor the lingering euphoria. After a while, Wang Ziyan's eyes suddenly snapped open. Standing up, he suddenly caught a foul stench emanating from his body. Looking down, he saw his entire skin covered in a layer of dark, greasy grime. Could this be the legendary marrow cleansing and hair refinement? Chapter 7: Animal Mutation. Unable to stand the foul odor emanating from his body for another moment, Wang Ziyan burst through the door in a frantic dash outside. He found a large wooden basin for bathing and a bar of soap, then hurried to the hand pump well in the courtyard. This hand pump worked exceptionally well. There was no need to prime it. After Wang Ziyan pumped it a few times, clear water quickly filled the wooden basin. Wang Ziyan poured a basin of water over his head, and a liquid that flowed to the ground instantly turned black. He refilled the basin with water, rubbed soap between his hands, and began scrubbing away the grime from his body. After washing thoroughly 5 full times, Wang Ziyan finally got his body cleansed. Wang Ziyan raised his head, stretched his limbs, and suddenly felt the entire world had transformed before his eyes. A freshness and clarity never experienced before. All sensory abilities, vision, hearing, and physical perception, have intensified countless times over. At this moment, Wang Ziyan not only felt mentally invigorated, but also possessed heightened reflexes. Clenching his fists, he sensed boundless power coursing through his body. He could tangibly feel that his body had undergone earth-shaking transformations. Noticing some red bricks piled in the corner of the yard, Wang Ziyan stacked 5 of them together, crouched down, and delivered a powerful punch with his right fist. With a thunderous boom, the 5 red bricks were instantly shattered into fragments. Holy shit! A surge of heroic pride swelled within Wang Ziyan as he stood up. Gazing at the old ox grazing in the pen, he could now proudly declare, "Damn, I could knock you out with one punch." Back inside, I found a fresh set of clothes and changed. Standing before the mirror, I noticed my facial skin had become remarkably smooth and flawless. It seemed even more radiant than Sister Wanfang's complexion. I'd truly become a pretty boy now. At this moment, Wang Ziyan suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to wash away the dirt from his head after being hit last night. He hurriedly looked down at the mirror and saw not a single trace of injury on his head. It had miraculously healed. Now Wang Ziyan realized he had truly stumbled upon extraordinary luck. The jade gourd was indeed a treasure. And this was just from drinking diluted spiritual liquid. What changes would his body undergo after reaching the first layer of qi refinement? Wang Ziyan's heart brimmed with anticipation. Moreover, he had gained a tremendous advantage. Many experiences from the past 4 years had come flooding back to his memory. Wang Ziyan entered the living room and gazed at the large basin of diluted spiritual liquid. After a moment's thought, he took out a small bowl, placed it on the stove, and filled it with the diluted liquid. Then, carrying the large basin, he returned to the Kong bed, entered the jade gourd, and came out empty-handed. In the future, if he succeeded in cultivating to the first level of qi refining, he would be able to retrieve or store items within the jade gourd with just a thought, without needing to physically enter it. For now, however, Wang Ziyan had to physically enter to handle the items. Wang Ziyan entered the courtyard and noticed the little hen still stubbornly struggling to free itself from the rope. He had initially intended to kill it for meat, eager to taste chicken nourished by spiritual liquid. But upon second thought, since the rooster had served him well, he decided to spare its life. Having made up his mind, Wang Ziyan crouched down in front of the little hen. The little hen was wary, eyeing Wang Ziyan's outstretched hand before pecking at it with lightning speed. Had he not drunk the spirit liquid before, Wang Ziyan might not have been able to dodge, but now he would never let a little hen bully him. The little hen moved swiftly, but in Wang Ziyan's eyes, its movements were slow. With his right hand, he grabbed its head even faster. The little hen struggled, but with a slight squeeze from Wang Ziyan, its eyes shut tight. Wang Zian swiftly untied the rope with his left hand, then flung the little hen into the yard, setting it free. Then something unexpected happened. The little hen actually flapped its wings and effortlessly soared over the 3-meter-high courtyard wall like a wild pheasant, flying higher and higher while cackling as it flew westward toward the mountains. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from sight. The little hen could fly. Holy shit! Wang Zian was dumbfounded. His chickens. He had originally planned to give the diluted spiritual liquid to the other chickens, ducks, and geese, but now he didn't dare. If they all flew away, his losses would be great. At this moment, Big Yellow ran to Wang Zian's side, rubbing against his pants leg and wagging its tail around him. Wang Zian thought it over. Big Yellow should be fine if it drank some. The notes seemed to mention that spirit liquid could make animals more intelligent. Moreover, dogs are the most loyal to their masters, staying by their side through poverty and wealth without wavering in their devotion. As for the little hen, since it refused to remain a proper domestic fowl and instead chose to degenerate into its wild ancestral form, then so be it. Let go its own way. Next time I see it on the mountain, I'll make sure to kill it. Wang Zian returned to the living room and shut the big yellow dog outside the door. Looking back at the diluted spiritual liquid in the small bowl on the stove, he picked up a larger bowl and drew half a syringe of the elixir solution. This amount was about 4 or 5 times what the little hen had just consumed. Since the dog was much bigger than the hen, it should be enough. Finally, he scooped a full ladle of water from the jar and poured it into the large bowl for further dilution. In the chicken, duck, and goose pen, Da Huang was being affectionate with Da He when it seemed to catch the scent of the elixir water. It couldn't contain its excitement and bounded over to Wang Zian, hopping eagerly. Wang Zian kicked it aside and poured the spiritual liquid water from the bowl into the stone trough in front of Big Black. The 2 dogs began frantically running to drink from the stone trough. Slurp, slurp, slurp. The 2 dogs drank with such urgency that Wang Zian, hearing these indescribable sounds, chuckled and turned to walk back inside. After Wang Zian had put down the empty bowl, outside came the sounds of woof woo and woof woo from Big Yellow and Big Black, carrying an indescribable joy and comfort within. Soon, the clamor of chickens fluttering and dogs scurrying arose inside, though the noise quickly settled down. Only a few startled geese continued to quack incessantly. Wang Zian felt that the time was about right and walked into the courtyard. Suddenly, Da He leaped out of the pen, his limbs propelling him like an arrow shot from a bow. With a whoosh, he lunged straight at Wang Zian, the foul stench already detectable from afar. Truly, the stink arrived before the dog did. Stop! Seeing how filthy Da Huang was, Wang Zian feared the dirt would transfer to his clothes, forcing him to change again. He quickly called the dog to a halt. The obedient Da Huang slid to a stop on all fours, his bright eyes fixed on his master as he wagged his tail eagerly. Wang Zian scrutinized Da He closely, but found no obvious changes aside from the dirt on his fur. However, the 2 canine eyes met their master's gaze, seeming to carry something almost human in their depth. Big Yellow, stay away from me. Wang Zian raised his voice again. The smell was unbearable, even more pungent than an old village woman's foot-binding cloth. The large yellow dog whimpered softly with a wronged expression before crouching on the ground, visibly dejected. Wang Zian found a wooden bucket, drew 3 buckets of water from the well pump, poured them into the iron pot, and lit firewood to heat it. Then he went to undo the iron chain from the black dog's collar, setting it free. The big black dog, once released, dashed around the courtyard in wild delight. Wang Zian found an old large iron basin and placed it in the courtyard. Returning to the living room, he filled the wooden bucket with hot water from the pot, then went inside to fetch a brush and soap. Big Yellow and Big Black seemed to understand what Wang Zian intended to do. Obediently, they ran over and lay down on either side of the large iron basin. The first rinse water was completely black with impurities. Wang Zian endured the foul smell and changed the water 3 times before the 2 dogs were finally clean. He waved the 2 dogs aside and began tidying up the mess himself. No, too late. Wang Zian suddenly cried out in terror. Big Yellow and Big Black stood up, their bodies beginning to shake uncontrollably of their own accord. In an instant, dog fur and water droplets splattered everywhere, leaving Wang Zian drenched from head to toe. Big Yellow, Big Black. Wang Zian gritted his teeth furiously. Those two damned mutts had repaid kindness with enmity. De Huang and De He, seeing their master's disheveled state, realized their grave mistake. Whimpering pitifully, they tucked their tails between their legs and scurried back to their kennel in the pen. With no time to scold the pair, Wang Zian had no choice but to boil another pot of water, change out of his soiled clothes, and scrub himself clean once more. By now, evening had already fallen. Looking at the sky, Wang Zian remembered there was an important matter to attend to tomorrow. That was to personally pay respects at his grandfather's grave. Chapter 8. Killing the Chicken. Having been mentally absent for 4 years, now that Wang Zian had recovered, it was only natural he should personally inform his dearest grandfather. And when Grandpa passed away, he left filled with regrets towards his young grandson, reluctant to go and worried about him. You naturally shouldn't go to pay respects empty-handed. Coincidentally, it was just about time to go feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. Wang Zian went to the granary and filled a large bucket with corn and wheat. It was nearly dark. All the chickens, ducks, and geese had returned home. Wang Zian roughly counted them. There were 6 geese, 5 ducks, and over 30 chickens in total. To Wang Zian's surprise, the fledgling hen had actually returned and was currently pecking incessantly at the corn with its head lowered. At that moment, a large rooster with a bright red comb approached the little hen with majestic strides. Suddenly, it pecked at the hen's comb, jumped onto her back, and attempted to forcefully mate with her. The big red rooster didn't realize the little hen was no longer what she used to be. With one mighty leap, over a meter high, while carrying the rooster on her back, the hen effortlessly flung the big rooster off. As both birds landed, before the rooster could even regain its bearings, the hen swiftly darted in front of the rooster, leaped up, and began fiercely pecking at its head with her sharp beak. The big rooster was momentarily pecked into submission. Moreover, the little hen was incredibly fast and leaped astonishingly high. The big rooster stood utterly defenseless against her onslaught. Wang Zian watched the little hen's assault, his vision nearly blurred by its dizzying speed. The big rooster suddenly fought back and pecked the little hen. This was like poking a hornet's nest. The little hen's sharp beak went straight for the big rooster's eyes. Eyes are always an animal's weak spot. The big rooster was thoroughly defeated and turned to flee in disgrace. Its escape path happened to lead straight toward Wang Zian. Wang Zian effortlessly caught it as it ran by. He noticed the little hen still following behind, persistently trying to peck at the rooster. Wang Zian raised his foot to feign a kick, and the little hen finally scurried away, clucking to continue pecking at the corn. Wang Zian looked at the defeated rooster in his hands and smirked with mischief. Of the 3 roosters, this big red one was the fiercest. Whenever the 2 younger roosters tried to court the hens, it would peck them mercilessly. At last, it ended up dominating over 30 hens all by itself. Today, it was defeated by the smallest hen, right before the eyes of the entire flock. This means he's completely lost his future mating rights. That big red rooster is officially done for. Wang Zian had originally planned to catch just any rooster. Now he didn't even need to choose. Holding the big red rooster, Wang Zian watched the little hen's next move. In the past, the smallest one was often bullied by the other chickens, ducks, and geese, but today it finally had its moment of triumph. A large goose tried to steal its food by pecking at it, but the little hen repeated its earlier trick, continuously jumping up to fiercely peck at the goose's eyes with its sharp beak. Now the goose also retreated shamefully to the side, not daring to approach again. Wang Zian had been enjoying the show, but now he sensed something was wrong. If the little hen keeps this up, won't she eventually peck all the ducks and geese? In just this short while, the little hen has already chased away all the nearby ducks and geese by pecking at them, claiming a large area all to herself. The little hen has become the fighting cock among chickens. This won't do. Wang Xin pondered for a moment. It seemed he'd have to feed the diluted spiritual liquid to all the chickens, ducks, and geese. If the young hen didn't fly away, then neither would the other chickens, ducks, and geese. No sooner thought than done. Wang Xin carried the rooster back to the living room, fetched a small bowl of diluted spiritual liquid, and poured a little into the water trough. Perhaps he smelled something unusual. All the chickens, ducks, and geese rushed over frantically to drink water, especially the little hen, charging fiercely at the front. Wang Xin picked up his bowl and headed back to the sheep pen and cattle shed. He poured a small amount of spiritual liquid water into each trough. Fairness matters, since the chickens, ducks, and geese have drunk, the cattle and sheep shouldn't be left out. Wang Xin returned to the living room, fetched a kitchen knife and a bowl, then carried the rooster to the eaves at the easternmost corner of the yard. Placing the bowl on the ground, Wang Xin held the chicken in his left hand and the knife in his right. The big rooster seemed to sense its impending fate and began struggling violently. Wang Xin gripped the rooster's head, exposing its long neck. Instead of immediately using the knife, he began reciting the chicken-slaying transmigration incantation. Little chicken, don't hold a grudge. You're but a dish upon this earthly feast. This year you go without delay. Next year you'll come the earliest day. After chanting the spell with serene conviction, a forceful slash of the blade unleashed crimson blood gurgling into the waiting bowl. Next, Wang Xin busied himself with boiling water to remove the fur. Outside, strange cries came from the cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese kept in the western courtyard. Wang Xin didn't bother checking further. The dose of spiritual water he gave the livestock was very small. If the chickens and dogs were fine, then the cows and sheep would be too. Sure enough, it didn't take long before the cattle and sheep all calmed down. After cleaning the rooster, Wang Xin brought it to the large pot in the east side of the living room. Once water was added, he could start a fire to boil it plainly. Mountain-raised free-range chickens need no seasoning. When simmered until tender, they naturally release a fresh, fragrant aroma. After boiling the chicken, it had already grown dark outside. Wang Xin turned on the courtyard light and went to check on the pen, where the cattle and sheep were quietly grazing. After adding some extra feed for the night, Wang Xin washed his hands and started preparing dinner. First, he placed the whole chicken along with its blood and giblets into a clean basin. This is prepared for tomorrow's memorial ceremony, all dishes Grandpa loved when he was alive. Wang Xin went to fetch 2 pounds of dried noodles, then after some thought, grabbed another 2 pounds. When the noodles were half-cooked, he cracked in several duck and chicken eggs, and soon a pot of chicken soup noodles was ready. First, scoop out half of the noodles into a large bowl, then pour in most of the chicken broth and add a few poached eggs. This was to replenish the nutrition for Da Huang and Da Hei. The couple had worked too hard today. He went to feed Da Huang and Da Hei first. Wang Xin set up the dining table in the living room, took a big bowl to scoop some noodles, and began eating heartily. After eating nearly 2 pounds of noodles and 7 or 8 poached eggs, he still didn't feel full. He then drank all the chicken soup in the pot before finally feeling satisfied. Before going to bed at night, Wang Xin took out a cultivation notebook from the jade gourd, lying on the Kong as he read attentively while lost in thought. At this moment, suddenly noticing the large Chinese character Fu, fortune, on the opposite wall, he immediately climbed off the heated brick bed, put on his shoes, and fetched a tall chair from the eastern room. After placing the chair down, Wang Xin stood atop it and peeled away the Fu character. What remained was a patch of wall-colored backing, but when Wang Xin gently prodded it with his finger, a ragged hole appeared. It turns out this spot was covered with paper, its surface disguised with lime, making it completely undetectable from the outside. Tearing off the entire sheet of paper revealed a large hole in the wall. Wang Xin reached in with both hands and pulled out an antiquated wooden chest, secured with a lock. Wang Xin jumped down from the chair and placed the large wooden chest atop it. Find a key to unlock the lock. Inside the wooden box were nothing but old books, mostly written in traditional characters. These were the medical texts and prescriptions left by Grandpa, mostly containing folk remedies for matters like male and female fertility and men's health ailments. My grandfather was a renowned traditional Chinese physician, with even many urban residents coming from the city seeking his medical consultation. Flipping through the items below, I uncovered two small red booklets in 32 mo size. These are the property ownership certificates. Beneath them were several mountain forest contracting agreements, and at the very bottom lay several stacks of 100 yuan bills. These must have been exactly what my uncle had been searching for. After the funeral arrangements for grandfather were completed, eldest uncle immediately harbored ill intentions, taking advantage of Wang Xian's illness to try locating those items and claiming them for himself. Fortunately, Wang Xian had always obeyed grandfather's words most faithfully. Grandfather had forbidden eldest uncle from coming to the mountain house before his passing. Although Wang Xian couldn't remember others' words, his grandfather's teachings remained etched in his heart. Once when his paternal uncle came up the mountain, he tried to deceive Wang Xian. Before he could even speak, he was driven away by Wang Xian. Thus, his uncle's scheme was thwarted. Grandfather had once said that his uncle had always been crooked at heart. While practicing medicine, his uncle had falsified prescriptions just to earn more, something grandfather had always despised. Wang Xian knew full well that given his uncle's temperament, he would never give up so easily. The Wang family members all possessed an indomitable tenacity. It's just that uncle didn't use his talents properly. He became completely money-obsessed, leaving no room for family affection whatsoever. Wang Xian reminisced about the events that had occurred during the 4 years since his head injury. Was sigh in the heart. Chapter 9. Offerings. Wang Xian carefully counted out his money. A total of 73,600 yuan. Part of this money was earned by Grandpa through his medical practice. The other portion was Wang Xian's hard-earned income from herding cattle and sheep on the mountain over the past 4 years. It included money from selling mountain chestnuts, and there should also be leftover earnings from ginseng sales. This truly amounted to a small fortune. After reviewing everything once more, Wang Xian returned all the items to the wooden chest and brought it into the jade gourd. That was the safest place. Now no one could ever find it again. The next day, at 3 in the morning, Wang Xian woke up without any trace of sleepiness. He had slept for just over 3 hours, yet the quality of his rest was remarkably good. Finding the pull cord and switching on the light, Wang Xian rose energetically to dress and wash up. Standing in the center of the courtyard, he looked up at the starry sky. The moon's silver glow bathed the yard, yet Wang Xian, clad only in a thin robe, felt no trace of spring's chill. Instead, a warm, comforting sensation surged from his chest and spread through his entire body. After a long while, Wang Xian returned indoors. Retrieving a book from the jade gourd, he lay on a heated brick bed and began to read intently. At dawn, Wang Xian returned the book and began making preparations. There were still 5 or 6 steamed buns left for what Sister Wanfong brought over yesterday. He threw last night's boiled rooster and the buns into the pot, then added 7 or 8 eggs. After heating up the meal, he ate 2 buns and 7 or 8 eggs himself, then gave the rest to the Huang and the He. After finishing his meal, Wang Xian found a wine pot and 2 small cups, filled the pot with homemade rice wine, and placed it in a pot of hot water to gently warm it up. Hearing the calls of the cattle and sheep, Wang Xian added more fodder and warm water for them. 7 in the morning. Carrying a bamboo basket and accompanied by the big yellow dog, Wang Xian left the courtyard, locked the big iron gate behind him, and strode westward. His grandfather was buried in the ancestral graves. The path led westward along a mountain trail from home, then turned directly south for about 3 or 4 li until reaching the site. Wang Xian walked along the mountain path, starting from his courtyard on the mountainside and extending westward. Hundreds of acres of woodland had originally been contracted by his grandfather. In the forest, apart from the Chinese pine and black locust trees, the only cash crop is the chestnut tree. Pine wood was particularly favored for cooking and heating in winter because both its timber and needles contained resin, making them highly combustible. Once dried, they could also be sold for money. Though somewhat slow-witted these past few years, Wang Zian hadn't been idle. Apart from tending to sheep and cattle, he also chopped wood for daily use, with most of it being sold for money. Besides treating patients, Grandpa always took Wang Zian along to work. This was to ensure that Wang Zian wouldn't lose his ability to survive after Grandpa's passing. Lost in thought as he walked, Wang Zian noticed something unusual. De Huang, who would normally have scampered off to wander by now, was sticking closely behind him today. After walking westward for over 2 li, a fork in the road appeared ahead. Wang Zian turned southwest, and within about 10 minutes, a reservoir came into view. This was dug decades ago by the collective labor of the entire village. Originally, a stream flowed here, but after the reservoir was built, channels were constructed to irrigate more than 1,000 mu of farmland downstream on both sides. Wang Zian's family's 3 mu of rationed farmland lay not far from the reservoir's lower reaches. Phoenix Village is mostly mountainous, yielding little grain from its fields. These irrigated lands produce more than double what the mountain fields can, making them the rare fertile plots of the village. After passing the reservoir, grave markers and burial mounds finally came into faint view in the distance about 10 minutes later. Wang Zian hurried toward them, his vision blurred by unbidden tears as a pang of sorrow wrenched his heart. This is the ancestral burial ground of the Wang family, where generations of ancestors have been laid to rest. He walked up to one of the gravestones, the shared resting place of his grandfather and grandmother. Wang Zian immediately dropped to his knees, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. "Grandfather, it's Zian. I'm sorry I came so late. My illness, it's all healed now, grandfather." After weeping for some time, Wang Zian wiped his tears away. He pulled the bamboo basket closer and carefully laid out the still warm cooked chicken and yellow rice wine from within. These 2 items were grandfather's favorite snacks. Wang Zian stared blankly at the tombstone, his eyes hollow with sorrow, taking a long moment to regain his composure before solemnly kowtowing 3 times. Upon standing up, his gaze turned toward the burial mound on the right, his expression inexplicably complicated. Buried, there was Wang Zian's father, Wang Yufan. Wang Zian had no memory of his father or mother since he could remember. As a child, seeing that everyone else had parents, he would run to ask his grandfather where they had gone. Each time, his usually steadfast grandfather would burst into tears, choked with sobs. After a few such occasions, the sensible Wang Zian never asked again. He could only catch fragments of the story from other villagers' conversations. It wasn't until he was admitted to high school that his grandfather finally revealed all the events from that year to him. Back then, Wang Yufan grew up into a tall, strapping young man, a rare standout among the village youths. At that time, a group of educated youths from the big cities had arrived in the village. Wang Yufan took an immediate liking to a girl with an extraordinarily graceful and refined appearance. That girl came from a wealthy family. Despite his grandfather's vehement opposition, Wang Yufan was determined to marry her. After several years of stalemate, the grandfather, unable to withstand his beloved youngest son's persistence, finally consented to the marriage. This beautiful girl was none other than Wang Zian's mother. A year later, Wang Zian was born. This way, the family of 3 could have lived happily ever after. But good times didn't last long. Another year passed, and these educated youths started returning to big cities one after another. Since Prince Sin's mother was married, she had to stay behind. One day, Mother suddenly received a family letter from the Demon City, Shanghai, and from then on she became absent-minded. Soon after, she heartlessly abandoned Wang Zian without a word of farewell. Upon learning this, Father was naturally overwhelmed with grief. A month later, he left Wang Zian under his grandfather's care and set off alone for the demon capital to search for his wife. There was no word from him afterward until over half a year later, when his father returned to the village with disheveled hair and a dirty face. Grandfather asked him where his daughter-in-law was. After a long silence, his father replied in despair, "She's dead." From then on, my father's spirit collapsed, and he fell seriously ill. It was a sickness of the heart, beyond the cure of medicine. Grandfather had always hoped that Wang Zian would get admitted to a university in a Magic City asterisk, so he could find his mother's ashes and reunite her with his son in burial, thus fulfilling his youngest son's dying wish. Asterisk note: Magic City is a nickname for Shanghai, often used in Chinese fiction. Wang Zian ultimately missed the event due to his head injury. After kneeling farewell to his grandfather, Wang Zian walked home carrying the empty bamboo basket, knowing he'd be an orphan from then on. Everything would depend on himself now. Chapter 10. The Capture. Wang Zian's heart was heavy as he arrived at the reservoir embankment. With nothing pressing to return home to, he thought he might as well check on their family's grain field. 3 acres of winter wheat were planted there last year. About 10 minutes later, Wang Zian reached his family's plot of land. He was about to go in and take a look. Suddenly, a wild rabbit darted out from the wheat field and fled south along the path. Before Wang Zian could react, the big yellow dog behind him kicked off with all 4 legs, chasing after it like lightning. The rabbit was fast, but Big Yellow was faster. Just as it was about to catch up, the hare used its signature move, sudden turn. In the past, Big Yellow would have undoubtedly failed to break in time, resulting in the literal dog eats dirt tumble. But the spirit liquid-enhanced Big Yellow naturally wouldn't be tricked so easily. The hare slowed down slightly as it turned. This was the moment. De Huang pounced directly, pinning the hare to the ground. De Huang! No! Wang Zian saw De Huang baring his fangs and was about to kill the wild rabbit, so he hurriedly shouted to stop him while running. De Huang, gripping the rabbit by its neck, swiftly ran back to reunite with Wang Zian. At the sight of Wang Zian, it immediately released the wild rabbit at his feet. Wang Zian thought the rabbit was already dead, but upon closer inspection, he saw no wound on its neck. The rabbit was merely terrified, lying paralyzed on the ground, trembling so violently it didn't even attempt to flee. De Huang circled Wang Zian, wagging its tail cheerfully as if urging its master to praise it quickly. Big Yellow, you're amazing, so obedient, truly the best dog. Wang Zian vigorously rubbed De Huang's head, praising nonstop. Wang Zian stroked De Huang. Suddenly, a small clump of dull yellow dog hair fell out, revealing shiny new fur beneath that seemed to glow. Was it shedding? Wang Zian rubbed the dog's back vigorously again, causing more fur to fall away. The newly grown fur appeared to shimmer with a golden radiance. This spirit liquid is truly extraordinary. Wang Zian brushed the dog hair, clinging off his hands, and called out to Big Yellow as they headed toward the wheat field. As for the wild hare, he naturally set it free. It's early spring now, when rabbits aren't only at their leanest, but also in their breeding season, making it forbidden to take any lives. Wang Zian stood on the ridge of the field, gazing at the lush green wheat seedlings, his mood considerably lifted. Suddenly, his gaze froze, as if he had spotted something within. He dashed swiftly inside and stopped in the middle of the wheat field, but the sight before him made his blood boil with fury. Unlike the lush wheat fields on either side, about half an acre in the middle was left with nothing but stubble, as if some animal had grazed it clean. Such a large wheat field couldn't have been eaten by wild rabbits. Even if the mountains were teeming with them, they wouldn't concentrate their feeding on one specific spot. Wang Zian soon found the clue: several piles of cow dung scattered throughout. Someone had deliberately brought cattle here to graze. That bastard is clearly taking advantage of Wang Zian losing his grandfather and his current mental state to pull off such a despicable act. That son of a bitch. Wang Zian clenched his teeth, his heart burning with rage. He was already in a foul mood, and now this happened. It made his blood boil. Wang Zian bent down to carefully examine several patches of cow dung. Judging by their freshness, the wheat seedlings hadn't been eaten in a single day. Noticing one particularly moist patty, it must have been dropped last night. Clear hoof prints dotted the wheat field, some large, others small, indicating at least 2 cattle had been here. Straightening up, he began mentally reviewing which villagers in the area kept cattle. But there were too many cattle owners in the village, and Wang Zian couldn't immediately pinpoint any leads. Besides, to catch a thief, you need the stolen goods as evidence. Without catching someone red-handed, you can't jump to conclusions. Wang Zian already had a plan in mind. He'd come to catch the culprit that very night. Such despicable deeds wouldn't be dared in broad daylight. They could only happen when no one was around at midnight. Wang Zian couldn't bear to stay any longer. The longer he looked, the angrier he grew. Moreover, if by chance that person spotted him there and became wary enough to stop coming, he'd never have another chance to catch him. Wang Zian retraced his steps back to the reservoir dam and headed straight toward his family's forested hills. It wasn't yet noon. After the incident in the wheat field, Wang Zian decided to patrol the wooded hills just in case someone else might be up to wrongdoing. Soon they arrived at his family's mountain forest. Wang Zian walked leisurely with De Huang, stopping now and then to look around. The mountain was sparsely populated, with winter jasmine trees bursting with tiny yellow blossoms. The sight lifted Wang Zian's spirits as he hiked along. Since the mountain forest had been contracted to individuals, outsiders were generally not permitted to go up the mountain. Some people would secretly come to chop firewood or graze cattle, which ended up damaging the chestnut trees in the forest. Because besides the existing chestnut trees on the mountain, Grandpa planted many more with Wang Zian after contracting the land. The old trees produced too small chestnuts due to poor varieties, so Grandpa specially had good grafting branches brought from other regions. Chestnut trees are usually grafted after April since they sprout late. These grafted chestnut trees not only produce larger chestnuts, but also mature early, ripening before the Mid-Autumn Festival. While ordinary chestnuts sell for just 1 yuan per gene, the early maturing variety can fetch 2 yuan or even more. The hundreds of acres of mountain forest contain 3,000 to 4,000 chestnut trees of various sizes, yielding 3,000 to 4,000 gene annually. This alone brings Wang Zian an income of 5,000 yuan. However, after grafting, it takes another 3 to 4 years for the chestnut tree to blossom and bear fruit again. Wang Zian's chestnut tree had only been grafted 6 or 7 years ago at most. Otherwise, the income would have been greater. And yet, Wang Zian's chickens, ducks, and geese, roaming free on the mountain, often laid their eggs amidst the grassy thickets or beneath the pine trees. Many villagers would thoughtlessly go up the mountain just to collect the eggs. Calling it gathering eggs was no different from outright stealing them. To prevent such incidents, Grandfather firmly forbade outsiders from coming up the mountain. When he got home, it was already midnight. As soon as Wang Zian opened the door, Dahe rushed over, followed immediately by De Huang. The two dogs frisked about affectionately, roughhousing with each other. However, they were in the middle of shedding season, and after chasing each other, dog fur immediately filled the air. Wang Zian promptly led them out of the courtyard, herded them into the pond outside to wash off the loose fur before coming back in. After a busy morning, Wang Zian felt slightly hungry, but had no appetite today. He simply stir-fried some cabbage and eggs, then boiled 3 kilograms of dried noodles. When Da Huang and Dahe came back, they shared the food together. That afternoon, Wang Zian didn't go out, as the livestock pens at home hadn't been cleaned for 2 days and had accumulated quite a bit of dung. As soon as he entered the cattle pen, a pungent odor assaulted his nostrils. Wang Zian stepped forward to carefully observe the 4 oxen's condition, noticing that aside from being in excellent spirits, they showed no signs of shedding fur. It seemed the amount of spirit liquid fed to them had been insufficient. The smell from the cows was too strong, so he led them all out and drove them into the pond, letting the 4 cattle wash themselves thoroughly. Taking advantage of the empty pen, Wang Zian immediately began cleaning up the dung. Once finished, he went to tidy the sheepfold as well. By the time all the work was done, it was already past 5 o'clock. Wang Zian felt no trace of exhaustion. Instead, he was thoroughly enjoying the work. Once, Wang Zian had dreamed only of passing the college entrance exam to escape his rural roots. But now, with the jade gourd in his grasp, his ambitions had shifted. Cultivation and mortal life, Wang Zian naturally chose the former. In the evening, after finishing his meal, Wang Zian wasn't in a hurry to go out. By his estimation, that despicable fellow wouldn't leave his house until after 11 o'clock. In rural areas, there aren't many entertainment venues at night besides passionate baby making. Otherwise, people just watch TV at home early, and the streets are basically empty after 10 p.m. After 11 o'clock, Wang Zian got up, took a long wooden stick, and left the house with Big Yellow. The moonlight illuminated the path, and having been cleansed by the spiritual liquid, Wang Zian found that walking at night was no different from walking during the day. Passing by the reservoir dam, Wang Zian descended the slope and spotted several faint silhouettes in his family's wheat field from a distance. Wang Zian crept forward quietly with De Huang. From about 50 meters away, Wang Zian could clearly see the situation in the wheat field. One person and two oxen. The man squatted on the ground, facing Wang Zian at an angle. Watching the ox graze on the wheat sprouts while puffing on his pipe, the glowing ember flickered faintly in the darkness. "You damned bastard, what are you doing?" Wang Zian suddenly roared. The man jolted in alarm, instinctively glanced back, and immediately scrambled to his feet to flee. He didn't want to squat too long, fearing insufficient blood flow to the brain, but he staggered and fell to the ground. He scrambled back up quickly, only to freeze in place instantly. He could run, but his family's two oxen couldn't. Wang Zian gave the man a swift kick in the butt, sending him flying through the air like a free dirt plane ride. At the same time, from behind, the large yellow dog whooshed past, all four paws trampling directly over the man's back, causing him to let out a sharp cry of pain. The large yellow dog quickly circled back, lowering its head to bare its fangs menacingly at the man's skull. The man lifted his head and found himself staring straight into two eerie green dog eyes. The dog's fangs gleamed coldly under the moonlight, terrifying him out of his wits. At that moment, Wang Zian swiftly rushed forward, striking at its body with a wooden stick. "Ow, ow, it hurts so bad. Dear Mother in Heaven, save me. Zian, Aya. Zian, I'm your uncle from your father's side. Mercy. Oh, merciful heavens, it's killing me. Spare me. Ow, ow, Mother above." The man being beaten could endure no more and began crying out his familial ties. Wang Zian had long recognized the brute for who he was, and his blows fell even more mercilessly. Chapter 11. Fury. Wang Zian had long recognized that beast as his uncle, Wang Yugue. This only fueled the fire of his anger. Wang Yugue was the village doctor who, due to the old adage that two of a trade never agree, had always been at odds with Wang Zian's family. Grandpa used to say that Wang Yugue was just like his uncle, sneaking around using fake medicine to make extra money. The man was shrewd. He didn't use entirely fake medicine, but mixed in some genuine ingredients. This way he could keep stringing patients along, extending their treatment period to make more money. That bastard was excellent at tailoring his approach to different people. For those from powerful and influential families, he'd use nothing but authentic medicine. If you come across someone honest and easy to bully, then you'd better pray for good fortune. Precisely because of this, his upright grandfather had admonished him many times, but Wang Yue naturally wouldn't listen, instead nurturing resentment in his heart. This time, he had come for revenge against the Wang family. However, Wang Yugue and Wang Zian's uncle, Wang Yushuan, also had a bad relationship, even getting into a verbal altercation that ended with the uncle giving Wang Yugue a severe beating. From then on, Wang Yugue despised the Wang family even more. Though Wang Zian had severed ties with his uncle, when it came to such matters, he never benefited from the good, yet inevitably bore all the ill consequences. Wang Zian gave Wang Yugue a beating, but it wasn't enough to ease his anger. He had already decided beforehand how he would thoroughly take revenge on that bastard. "Get up." Wang Zian nudged the fox that was playing dead with his foot, urging it to get up and follow him. The fight looked fierce just now, but it hadn't really caused any serious damage. Wang Zian had studied traditional Chinese medicine since childhood and was well versed in human anatomy, so he didn't strike lethally. At night, the spring chill was biting. This wretched creature was bundled in a thick green cotton robe, with a padded hat pulled snugly over its head. The old bastard came prepared. Wang Yugui lay sprawled on the ground, moaning and groaning, clearly bent on making trouble. Wang Zian muttered to himself, "It seems this man is dead. I should throw him into the reservoir or burn the body to destroy the evidence. I'm not dead, I'm not dead." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Yugui scrambled to his feet, fearing that Wang Zian might truly dispose of the evidence. He never thought Wang Zian had the guts. But now that Wang Zian had lost his senses, he was capable of doing anything. "Hurry up, lead your ox, and follow me." Wang Zian kicked him again, ordering him to go fetch the ox. Wang Yugui wore a pitiful expression as he pleaded. "Zian, I'm your uncle. For the sake of our ancestors, spare me this time. I was possessed by evil spirits when I committed this foolish act." "Who is this uncle? I don't know him," Wang Zian said coldly. Wang Yugui froze, suddenly recalling that Wang Zian might be having another episode of his absent-minded affliction. This was going to be troublesome. Under the moonlight, seeing Wang Zian about to lift his leg to kick him again, he hastily said, "Zian, I'll compensate you, all right? Just name your price. Tell Uncle how much. But Uncle's family is poor. If it's too much, I can't afford it." Seeing him still pretending to be poor at this moment, Wang Zian couldn't be bothered with words. He directly raised his stick to intimidate. "Say one more word, and I'll beat you to death right here." Terrified, Wang Yugui retreated repeatedly, not daring to utter another word. He led his 2 oxen and walked out of the wheat field. Once out of the wheat field, Wang Yugui headed south, planning to turn north at the bend ahead to circle back to the village. "Go this way." Wang Zian raised his wooden stick, signaling Wang Yugui to head north. Wang Yugui didn't dare disobey, leading the ox northward. When they reached the reservoir dam along the uphill path, his body began trembling uncontrollably, his eyes darting backward intermittently. Afraid Wang Zian might strike the back of his head and toss him into the reservoir. After crossing the reservoir dam and walking north for a while, Wang Yugui grew anxious when Wang Zian insisted they keep heading north. "Zian, I beg of you, Uncle is pleading. Let's head back east to the village. I swear I'll make up for your losses properly. Just spare me this once. Get out of here now, or I'll set the Huang on you." Wang Zian felt not a shred of pity for the wretched creature, brandishing his stick to threaten it away. Hearing its master call its name, De Huang immediately dashed to Wang Yugui, its golden fur bristling all over as it bared its fangs and growled, "Woof, woof, woof." Wang Yugui trembled in terror, his legs shaking so violently he nearly toppled over again. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and press on, praying to the heavens that he might bump into a villager who could save him. It was truly a case of the wicked reaping what they sowed, coming to wreak havoc in the dead of night when no idle bystander would witness it. Wang Yugui stumbled several times along the mountain path, his heart pounding with fear throughout the journey. Fortunately, his thickly padded cotton jacket protected him from injury. Upon finally reaching Wang Zian's mountain house, Wang Yugui could endure no longer. He threw down the oxen's reins and collapsed onto the ground, sitting there breathlessly without uttering a word. Wang Zian led the 2 oxen to the southern orchard and tethered them securely. He walked over to glance at the disheveled Wang Yugui and ordered a Huang to keep a close watch on him. After opening the courtyard gate, he switched on the light and then fetched a rope. Seeing Wang Zian walk out with a rope in hand, Wang Yugui immediately realized his intention and desperately scooted backward on his buttocks. "Woof, woof, woof." Beside him, De Huang growled menacingly 3 times upon spotting his fidgeting, baring sharp fangs as it glared at him viciously. Wang Yugui, terrified of being bitten by the dog, wailed with snot and tears running down his face. "Zian, have pity on your elderly uncle. Please let me go." Without a word, Wang Zian yanked him up, dragged him to a crooked apricot tree, and tied him to it with a rope. Though Wang Yugui was despicable, Wang Zian harbored no murderous intent. He merely wanted to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. If left tied overnight, the old man might well lose his life. But tying her to this northward-leaning apricot tree was different. This apricot tree had been bent by strong summer winds and never straightened. Its trunk arched like a drawn bow. Securing Wang Yugui to it was like having her lie atop the tree, thus preventing any accidents. After all, Wang Yugui was elderly. If she were to die at Wang Zian's place, even if he were in the right originally, it would immediately put him in the wrong. Wang Yugui was tied up, wailing and pleading incessantly like a child crying for its parents. Wang Zian's temples throbbed from the noise. He went inside, grabbed a filthy cloth, and stuffed it into the man's mouth when he came back out. Big Huang, keep an eye on him tonight. Wang Zian was afraid wild animals might attack at night, so he had Huang keep watch over Wang Yugui outside. Afraid it might feel lonely, he let out the big black dog tied in the pen to keep it company. To the north, west, and south of Phoenix Village stretched continuous mountain ranges spanning over 100 kilometers in all directions. In previous years, villagers often encountered wild wolves and black bears when going up the mountains. Although such encounters have become less frequent in recent years, it's still necessary to guard against any potential danger. At night, lying on the Kong, Wang Zian read for an hour before going to sleep. At dawn the next day, Wang Zian opened the gate and walked to the front yard to check. Wang Yugui was still hanging his head in sleep, but upon closer inspection, Zian was shocked again. The guy's trouser legs were soaked. Had he wet himself? Wang Zian was utterly speechless. If you needed to use the bathroom, you should have said so earlier. But seeing the filthy rags stuffed in his mouth, she realized he couldn't speak even if he wanted to. Hearing the commotion, Da Huang and Da He emerged from somewhere, wagging their tails around Wang Zian in unison. Bound as he was, Wang Yugui couldn't sleep soundly. Hearing the dog's barks through his drowsiness, he startled awake and lifted his head to see Wang Zian. His face lit up with excitement, nearly to the point of tears, as he kept making muffled MMPH noises through his gag. Wang Zian caught a whiff of something pungent coming from him and took several disgusted steps backward. At this moment, suddenly, Da Huang trotted up to Wang Yugui, lifted a hind leg, and began relieving himself all over the man's trousers. Wang Zian then realized it was all Da Huang's doing. After Da Huang finished relieving himself, Da He stepped forward somewhat coyly to take over, lifting his leg for his own sprinkling. Wang Zian was thoroughly amused, bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Serves him right. Stepping around Wang Yugui's pant legs, he moved forward to untie the rope. Wang Yugui immediately let out a yelp and plopped down onto the ground. Get up quickly. We're heading back to the village. Wang Zian sneered coldly. Chapter 12. The Village Chief. A house by the street in the southern part of the village. Village Chief Sun Jiqiang was sleeping soundly with his head covered when suddenly, the large iron gate outside was pounded with loud, frantic knocking. Then, the visitor began shouting "Chief! Chief!" at the top of their voice. A lazy, languid hum sounded from beside him, followed by a leg stretching out to deliver a firm kick to the blanket covering Su Jiqiang. Sun Jiqiang woke up bleary-eyed to the sound of knocking and shouting outside, irritably throwing off the covers. Which damned bastard's knocking this early in the morning? He turned over, listened carefully for a moment, then turned back to urge the woman beside him, who still had her eyes closed. Manua, get up quick. Seems like that fool Wang Zian is here. The woman suddenly lost all drowsiness at these words, opening her large eyes as she sat up and lifted the curtain to peer toward the main gate. Get up and get dressed quickly, lest that fool comes in. Sun Jiqiang finished putting on his clothes and shoes but didn't rush to open the door. Instead, he waited until Gu Manua had dressed herself before hastily running outside. Wang Zian pounded on the village chief's gate until the knocking echoed like thunder. Pale-faced Wang Yugui crouched nearby, shrunken in fear, with his 2 oxen standing beside him. The commotion attracted a crowd of onlooking villagers. The villagers loved a spectacle, and since Wang Zian was somewhat of a local celebrity, the street quickly filled with several layers of onlookers. With a creak, the gate finally swung open. Sun Jiqiang cleared his throat and strolled out leisurely with his hands behind his back, only to startle at the sight of the dense crowd surrounding him. Seeing the village chief emerge, Wang Zian immediately took a few steps back and pointed at Wang Yugui, accusing loudly, "Chief, this scoundrel led his cow to graze on my wheat field in the dead of night yesterday. What do you propose we do about it?" Sun Jiqiang suddenly noticed Wang Yugui crouching to the side, his eyes darting rapidly. Recalling how Wang Yugui had always shown filial respect during festivities, not to mention being the village's barefoot doctor. But Wang Zian had turned into a fool, and he had some old grievances with Wang Zian's grandfather as well. After weighing the pros and cons, Sun Jiqiang cleared his throat and shot a discreet glance at Wang Yugui, who was stealing glances at him, saying, "Zian, are you sure you didn't mistake what you saw? Maybe it was Wang Yugui's cow that broke free from its rope and ran off. Wang Yugui chased after it and happened to dash into your field by coincidence. That must be why you got the wrong idea." The damned village chief kept frantically winking at Wang Yugui right in front of everyone while openly shielding him. They were clearly treating Wang Zian like a fool. Wang Zian glared at the village chief, grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up effortlessly, and roared in anger. "Chief, you're siding with this bastard. You're bullying me." Sun Jiqiang, standing only 1.7 meters tall with a frail frame, looked like a child in front of the towering Wang Zian. His toes barely touched the ground as he gasped and wheezed, his gaunt face turning crimson from being choked. His disheveled appearance was clearly seen by the villagers gathered outside. Now his authority as the village chief had completely crumbled. He never expected Wang Zian to break the usual rules and actually dare to lay hands on him. What angered him even more was that with so many people watching, not a single one came forward to help. At this moment, Sun Jiqiang suddenly caught sight of several burly men squeezing through the crowd. Overjoyed, he strained to shout with difficulty, Chobo, quick! Wang Zian's gone mad, come quickly!" Chobo was the local village ruffian, a hulking 30-something-year-old who usually led a gang of men making their living by building houses for the villagers. To monopolize the construction business, whenever outside work crews dared to enter the village, he would take his gang to cause trouble for them. Moreover, this guy was fond of cutting corners, and the quality of his construction work was terrible. In their daily dealings, Chobo and Sun Jiqiang worked hand in glove, serving as the village chief's enforcers and lackeys. When Sun Jiqiang needed to deal with some shady business without showing his face, he would send Chobo to handle it, then step in afterward to mediate and play the good guy. Everyone in the village called the chief Old Schemer. Seeing the village chief at a disadvantage, Chobo naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Exchanging glances with the two men behind him, he began slowly advancing toward Wang Zian's side. Several hesitant figures emerged from the crowd, villagers who usually curried most favor with the chief. Well aware of Wang Zian's martial skills, that scoundrel Chobo didn't charge forward recklessly. Instead, he advanced with an oily smile, saying, "Zian, what's got you so angry? Tell Brother Cho about it. Let me judge this fairly. Why are you grabbing the village chief like this? Have you forgotten your grandfather told you not to hit people casually? Why aren't you listening to your grandfather?" Wang Zian's face twisted momentarily, as if persuaded, and he released his grip on the village chief's collar. Chobo made a gesture with both hands behind his back, then clenched his right fist, muscles tensing on his arm as a wicked grin spread across his face. "Zian, let me tell you, big brother." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly lunged toward Wang Zian, throwing a powerful punch aimed at his head. Meanwhile, his two companions charged forward in perfect sync, one swinging a kick toward Wang Zian's chest, while the other aimed a vicious strike at his lower legs. Chobo and his two companions were extremely wary of Wang Zian, resorting to heavy-handed tactics from the outset. In the past, Wang Zian's dull wits might have left him disadvantaged in such a situation. But now, after being tempered by the spiritual liquid, he naturally didn't consider these three ruffians worth his attention. Facing the sudden barrage of fists and kicks, Wang Zian inwardly sneered before abruptly raising his right leg, his foot sweeping across Qiu Bo's cheek in one swift motion. Qiu Bo only felt a gust of wind sweep across his left cheek. Something struck his head with such force that his body was sent flying. His face went numb with pain, and his mind instantly blanked out. Wang Zian retracted his foot with lightning speed, then lashed out again just as quickly, slamming it into the chest of the man on his left. The man was sent flying backward some 7 to 8 meters, hurtling straight toward the crowd of onlookers. As he hurtled toward them, the spectators scattered in panic to either side, causing utter chaos. Wang Zian withdrew his foot and, with one last lightning-fast motion, kicked the calf of the rear assailant just as the man raised his leg. With a howl of agony, the man collapsed to the ground, clutching his right leg and shrieking in pain. In the blink of an eye, everything happened too fast for the watching crowd to react. Before they could even see how Wang Zian had moved his feet, they only vaguely recalled a few shadowy kicks flashing by. And just like that, Qiu Bo and his two companions were sent flying to the ground. The villagers standing around were stunned, staring at Wang Zian in disbelief. Wang Zian gazed coldly at the howling Qiu Bo. This trash had dared to use his grandfather's words to tie his hands and feet. He was simply begging for a beating. Several villagers who had intended to curry favor with the village chief were so frightened by the scene that they turned tail and slunk away. At this moment, a middle-aged man among the onlookers raised his thumb and grinned at Wang Zian. "Zian, damn impressive. Your uncle respects you. That kick of yours had the same flair as when your grandpa kicked your uncle back in the day. No, it ought to be that the pupil surpasses the master. Each generation grows stronger than the last." The surroundings, which had momentarily fallen silent in shock, erupted into raucous laughter at the middle-aged man's words. The man's remark had offended many, yet far from fearing consequences, he held his head high with smug satisfaction. Wang Zian fixed his gaze and recognized the man as Qian Haijiang, a fellow villager. This guy is notorious for his sharp tongue. If it were anyone else, they'd have been taught a harsh lesson long ago. But whether it's the village chief or Qiu Bo's gang, not a single one dares to cross him. Because he's got the luck of the draw, his sister married a wealthy tycoon in the city, making him untouchable. Wang Zian knew this man was just foul-mouthed but not truly wicked at heart. He glanced at him briefly before looking away. Seeing Wang Zian no longer paying attention to Qiu Bo and his two companions, several villagers who had been secretly watching from the crowd emerged, those who worked construction under Qiu Bo. They quickly lifted the three injured men and carried them away. In truth, Wang Zian had been holding back his strength throughout the confrontation. Had he not, these three scoundrels would have been kicked to death already. Nevertheless, the kick each received was no trifling matter. It would keep them aching for at least 10 days to half a month. Village chief's son Jiqiang initially thought his savior had arrived. Having been held up by Wang Zian for so long, he had just managed to catch his breath when he saw Qiu Bo and the other two rush in swiftly, only to be sent flying out even faster, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Wang Zian turned around, fixing his gaze squarely on the village chief's eyes, and demanded loudly, "Chief, who are they? Why did you send them to attack me?" Son Jiqiang was so frightened that his hands and feet went weak. His face changed drastically, and he quickly waved his hands to distance himself from Qiu Bo and the other two. "Zian, it's a misunderstanding. I don't know those three either." At that moment, a woman's scream echoed from outside. The crowd parted to make way as a woman in her 40s or 50s rushed over. Spotting Wang Yugue crouching on the side, she shouted loudly, "Master of the house, where were you last night?" Seeing the woman coming to stir up trouble, the village head breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly explained, "Lady of the Yu family, your Wang Yuge was caught by Wang Zian last night while leading your ox to graze on Wang Zian's wheat seedlings. They're dealing with it now. Since you're here, let's discuss how to handle this." "Bullshit." The woman had high cheekbones and a gaunt face devoid of flesh, instantly marking her as having a mean and shrewish appearance. Our ox ran off, and my husband went looking for it. I don't know how it ended up in someone else's field, but you better not go blaming our Yugue for this." Wang Xian's face remained expressionless, while the village chief stole a cautious glance at him, feeling somewhat awkward inside. How could this foolish woman come up with the exact same excuse he had just fabricated for her family? He, of all people, who prided himself on being so sharp-witted. Damn, what rotten luck. Chapter 13, The Beautiful Woman. Having witnessed Wang Xian's mighty display of power, the village chief had decisively tipped the scales in Wang Xian's favor. He simply must uphold justice. Sun Jiqiang knew this woman was the village's notoriously shrewish wife and didn't want to argue with her. Glaring at Wang Yugue, who kept cowering on the ground pretending to be a coward, he snapped angrily. "Yugue, you're the one who stirred up this mess. Tell me how you plan to fix it." Wang Yugue had initially felt hopeful when Xiaobo arrived, but seeing how skilled Wang Xian was in fighting, he became thoroughly terrified. Moreover, having been tormented since last night and overwhelmed by alternating shocks and fears, his psyche was on the verge of collapse. Wang Yugue said softly, "Village chief, you decide this matter. I'll follow your lead." Seeing his cooperative attitude, Sun Jiqiang felt relieved and thought to himself about resolving this matter quickly. He said, "Good, since you admit it, then you'll compensate." Wait. When Wang Yugue's wife heard about having to pay compensation, she reacted as if being flayed alive and immediately cut in, shouting, "Village chief, what nonsense are you talking? When did our Yugue ever admit to anything? How can anyone believe the nonsense of a fool like Wang Xian? He's just making things up." Wang Xian said coldly. "You shrew, who are you calling an idiot?" Wang Yugue's wife met Wang Xian's icy gaze and shuddered, a chill creeping up from the soles of her feet as she instinctively took 2 fearful steps back. But he quickly plopped on the ground, resorting to the classic trifecta of tantrums, wailing, making a scene, and threatening to hang himself. Dear heavens above, open your eyes and see. Ancestors, come quick and witness this. Wang Xian, this little bastard, dares to curse his elders. I'm his own aunt, for pity's sake. Born of a mother, but raised without one's guidance, this wretch. Wang Xian's eyes turned icy cold at the virago's insult against his mother. She was the untouchable scale in the deepest recesses of his heart. This shrew, no longer able to contain his fury, Wang Xian swung his foot toward her face, but at the last moment, a sliver of rationality made him pivot and kick the apricot tree by the village chief's gate instead. With a thunderous crack, the tree, thicker than a grown man's arm, snapped cleanly in half at the waist. The shrew's voice seemed choked by something. No sound could escape her throat anymore. The crowd erupted in murmurs and exclamations. Once again, Wang Xian had astonished everyone today. If this were to hit a person, they'd likely be kicked to death on the spot. The villagers looked at the snapped apricot tree, its petals swirling in the wind, some fluttering onto Wang Xian and the village chief's group. All eyes turned to the village chief, waiting to see how he would handle the matter of the kicked-down apricot tree from his yard. Just a few days ago, a villager's goat took a bite of the apricot tree's bark and was forced to pay 20 yuan in compensation. Wang Xian had just kicked the tree and broken it. Village chief Sun Jiqiang's eyelids and lips twitched as he fearfully shuffled aside. Glancing at the villagers enjoying the spectacle, he cursed them inwardly. Those bastard turtles won't lift a finger to help, just lining up to watch me make a fool of myself. Sun Jiqiang forced a dry laugh. Too many apricots cause internal heat. I've been meaning to chop down this apricot tree for ages, just never found the time. This works out perfectly. I'll plant a pear tree instead. Pears clear heat and quench thirst. You can eat as many as you like without problems. The other villagers wanted to laugh, but held it in till their stomachs ached, fearing Sun Jiqiang's retaliation. Qian Haijiang, however, had no such reservations and burst into loud, mocking laughter. Village chief, the pear trees are in bloom now. If you plant them at this time, they won't survive, not to mention it's too late anyway. You won't get to eat those homegrown pears to cool your temper. Best hurry to the market and buy some pears to quench that fire. The crowd, sensing his pointed remark, could no longer hold back and burst into loud laughter. Sun Jiqiang recognized the speaker's voice immediately and silently seethed, though his face betrayed nothing. Qian Haijiang, leaning on his sister and brother-in-law's influence, had always looked down on him. Were it not for this protection, he'd have long silenced that loose tongue permanently. Sun Jiqiang pretended not to hear Qian Haijiang's jab and instead smiled obsequiously at Wang Ziyan. Ziyan, how much do you think the Wang Yugue family should compensate you? Wang Ziyan extended 2 fingers. Sun Jiqiang smiled and said, all right, currently, wheat is priced at 4 or 5 cents per pound. Your land is irrigated and can yield 500 to 600 pounds of wheat a year, so this compensation is fair. Wang Yuge, who had been pretending to be dead, muttered under his breath. My ox only ruined half an acre of wheat seedlings. Wang Ziyan glared at Wang Yuge, who immediately fell silent and lowered his head in fear. Then, turning to Sun Jiqiang with displeasure, he said, Village head, I clearly said 2,000 yuan. Who told you it was 200 yuan? Sun Jiqiang was taken aback and said cautiously, Ziyan. Wang Ziyan grabbed his wrist tightly and shouted, this bastard trampled our family's wheat. How can we settle for destroying one and compensating one? He should pay tenfold. Only then will this bastard learn his lesson. Wang Ziyan was determined to make a scene today, to show the entire village he wasn't someone to be trifled with. In the village, many disputes were settled with fists, especially in remote mountain settlements like Phoenix Village, where the emperor's authority felt distant as the heavens. Wang Ziyan wanted to establish his dominance, to make it clear that anyone who dared to bully him would pay a painful price. Another reason was that after undergoing the spiritual liquid's marrow-cleansing refinement, Wang Ziyan had finally remembered what happened 4 years ago. At that time on the mountain, his head injury from the fall wasn't an accident. Someone had pushed him. Wang Ziyan had his strongest suspicions about one particular person, except that individual had spent almost all of those 4 years away, only returning to their hometown for a few days during the spring festival. If it really was that person, knowing that Wang Ziyan had recovered from his illness, he'd surely be too afraid to return, hiding outside instead. In that case, uncovering the truth would become much harder. Ouch! Ziyan, take it easy. My hand about to break. Sun Jiqiang cried out in pain and was just about to say something when Gu Manua hurried out from inside the house. Oh dear, Ziyan, why are you gripping the village chief's hand? Gu Manua wore a snug pink knit top paired with blue jeans that accentuated her long, straight legs. Her slightly curled, shoulder-length hair was still damp, evidently freshly washed before coming out. Swaying her willow-like waist, Gu Manua swiftly closed the distance to Wang Ziyan in a few quick strides and reached out to seize the hand he had placed on the village chief's wrist. Prying Wang Ziyan's fingers open, she coaxed aloud. Ziyan, listen to your sister-in-law. Let go first. Let's talk this through properly. The villagers around couldn't help but react when Gu Manua appeared before them. The men gulped audibly with loud glug sounds, while the women inwardly cursed her as a seductive fox spirit. Gu Manua might not be the prettiest girl in 10 villages, but she's definitely the woman with the most striking figure. Some people looked enviously at village chief Sun Jiqiang. Sun Jiqiang's face flushed with urgency as he shouted hastily, Ziyan, let Wang Yugue's family compensate you with 2,000 yuan. I'll take responsibility for this decision. Now, quickly let go of me. Wang Ziyan released Sun Jiqiang upon hearing this. Sun Jiqiang quickly pulled Gu Manua behind him, feeling a surge of emotion as he thought his wife was trying to save him. Chapter 14. Scratching Your Face. Wang Yugue immediately suspected extortion when he heard they demanded 2,000 yuan in compensation. But he didn't dare to speak out either, just crouched there with his head lowered in silence, resisting wordlessly. Seeing Wang Yugue's demeanor, Sun Jiqiang stepped forward and whispered, Yugue, I'm not trying to scare you, but if you don't handle this matter properly and someone reports it to the higher-ups, you can definitely forget about continuing as a barefoot doctor. What do you want, 2,000 yuan, or to keep working as a barefoot doctor and then get beaten by Ziyan again? You figure out for yourself which option is more worthwhile. Wang Yugue finally got scared. He looked up at Sun Jiqiang, who gave him a slight nod. Wang Yugui completely wilted. A barefoot doctor easily makes over 2,000 yuan a month. Moreover, being a doctor, everyone in the village held him in high regard and dared not offend him lightly. Even the local bullies treated him kindly. If such intangible benefits were lost, he would truly be finished. Any sensible person could weigh the pros and cons and make the right choice. Wang Yugui struggled to his feet, stretching his numb legs before walking over to his wife and whispering in a low voice. Don't just sit there embarrassing yourself. Go home right now and bring back 2,000 bucks. What? Upon hearing this, the shrew immediately stood up and started cursing. Wang Yugui, you useless coward. You let people walk all over you and piss on your head, and you don't even dare let out a fart. How the hell did I end up married to such a cowardly good-for-nothing? Want money? Not a damn penny. Wang Yugui's face turned ashen with fury upon being chastised, seeing that this obstinate woman was still out of her wits even now. He exploded in exasperation, saying, I don't need you to go, I'll go myself. With that, he was about to head home, but the woman panicked and shoved Wang Yugui hard in the chest with both hands. He toppled backward and fell flat, his hat rolling off to the side. She sent her man tumbling flat on his back, yet the woman showed not an ounce of pity as she turned and fled outside. The crowd instinctively parted ways, letting the woman quickly disappear into the distance. Wang Yugui had been beaten the night before, then tied up for half the night. After all that, he made a scene first thing in the morning and was utterly exhausted, lying on the ground, unable to get up for the longest time. No one around stepped forward to help him. They were all just watching his downfall. Coincidentally, his own wife had pushed him behind their ox, and just as Wang Yugui grabbed the animal's hind legs to get up, suddenly the ox loosened its rear end. Plop, plop, plop. 3 consecutive piles of dung dropped straight onto Wang Yugui's head and body. Dead silence enveloped the surroundings. Soon, everyone burst into uproarious laughter, some even wiping tears from their eyes. Qian Haijiang's cackle was particularly jarring. Jie Gui, oh Jie Gui, how terribly unlucky you are with cow dung poured over your head. We shouldn't call you Jie Gui anymore. Let's call you Dungstick from now on. The words triggered an even louder burst of laughter. The villagers were all in high spirits, feeling happier than during New Year celebrations. That bastard Wang Yugui, who had committed so many misdeeds in the past, finally got his comeuppance today. Wang Zian was also dumbfounded. He never imagined Wang Yugui would have such rotten luck. This was truly a case of lying on shit just to find death. Now energized, Wang Yugui frantically swept the cow dung off his head with his hands, soon coating both palms in the mess. The disgusting sight made the surrounding villagers who had gathered to watch stumble back in revulsion. After a hasty attempt at cleaning up, though naturally, nothing could truly cleanse him now, Wang Yugui, too humiliated to stay another moment, shouted, "Go get the money," before scurrying away. The onlookers had already cleared a generous path for him. In less than 5 minutes, Wang Yugui trudged back dejectedly, his clothes unchanged, his hands and head still smeared with cow dung. Approaching village chief Sun Jiqiang, he uttered helplessly, "That foolish woman locked the main gate from the outside. I can't get in." Sun Jiqiang exploded in anger. "You can't even control your own wife. What kind of man are you? Go back and shout outside the door. If she doesn't open it, I'll make the decision to compensate Wang Zian with one of your family's oxen. If she still doesn't open the door, I'll make good on my word. That damn woman is something else. She wouldn't even care if her own man lived or died, all for the sake of money. But she really is stupid, forgetting that their 2 oxen are still tied up here. The smallest ox at Wang Yugui's place isn't a calf anymore. It's half-grown and could fetch over 3,000 yuan. If Wang Zian took it, their family's losses would be even greater. Wang Yugui's wife valued money more than anything else, so naturally she knew when to hold back and when to let go. Sure enough, Wang Yugui returned not long after running back home. He had taken off his cow dung-stained cotton coat, now simply wearing an earthen-colored sweater, clutching a small wad of cash in his hand. Only several long red scratches had been added to his face, clearly the handiwork of a woman's fingernails. The villagers watching Wang Yugue's miserable state burst into roaring laughter. Today's spectacle was more entertaining than any movie. Wang Yugue ran to village chief Sun Jiqiang, his face pale as he counted the money in front of him before handing it over. Seeing that Wang Yugue hadn't even washed his hands since returning home, with cow dung still clinging to the money, Sun Jiqiang immediately knew this scoundrel had done it on purpose. Furious, he yelled, "What are you giving it to me for? Hand it directly to Wang Ziyan himself." Wang Yugue once again held out the money toward Wang Ziyan. Raising his fist threateningly, Wang Ziyan said, "You dare disgust me, I'll beat you to death." Wang Yugue shrank his neck and said weakly, "Ziyan, your uncle knows he's let you down. Today I've completely lost face. If you're going to strike, just make it quick. Let this miserable life end." At this point, Wang Ziyan was truly at a loss. He could see the bastard had chosen to completely abandon all shame after this prolonged confrontation. At this moment, Gu Manuel, standing behind the village chief, spoke out. "It's nothing, Ziyan. I'll go get a small bag for you." With that, she ran home swaying with 2 large water bags and soon returned holding a small pouch. "Thank you." Wang Ziyan stepped forward to express his gratitude, then stretched the bags opening wide with both hands before coldly presenting it to Wang Yugue. "Put the money directly into the bag. Don't touch the bag itself." Wang Yugue didn't try any tricks, casting a reluctant glance at the money in his hand. Finally, gritting his teeth, he held his hand over the open bag and loosened his fingers, letting the 2,000 yuan drop straight inside. Wang Ziyan tied the bag tightly and lifted it in his right hand. The matter was settled. All right, everyone disperse and go home." Village chief Sun Jiqiang let out a long sigh and waved for the gathered villagers to leave. Suddenly Gu Manuel cried out. She had been focusing her attention on Wang Ziyan and only now noticed that the apricot tree by her doorstep had been snapped in half. This was no ordinary apricot tree. The apricot trees in Phoenix Village are mostly the yellow variety, ripening at wheat harvest time, which is why the villagers call them wheat apricots. These apricots are a bit sour. Eating too many can upset your stomach and easily cause internal heat. This particular apricot tree had been grafted to produce water apricots, which ripened later than yellow apricots, but bore fruit that was large, round, and bursting with sweet juice. Gu Manuel loved eating the apricots from this tree the most, never dreaming that someone would actually chop it down today. Gu Manuel's face darkened with fury as she turned to glare at the surrounding villagers, roaring, "Which damn bastard chopped down my apricot tree? Come out right now, you little wretch, or I'll scratch your face to shreds." The villagers stifled their laughter, their gazes turning in unison toward Wang Ziyan. Chapter 15. Persuasion Through Etiquette. Sun Jiqiang was startled when he heard Gu Manuel cursing. If this were to anger Wang Ziyan, his frail frame wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. He stepped forward to stop Gu Manuel from continuing her outburst and gave her a meaningful glance in Wang Ziyan's direction. At this moment, Qian Haijiang laughed loudly and said, "Manuel, since you came out late, you didn't see it. Your apricot tree wasn't chopped down by someone. It was kicked down by Wang Ziyan with a single strike. He's standing right in front of you. If you've got the guts, go settle the score with him." After saying this, he crossed his arms, ready to enjoy the show. Sun Jiqiang glared at the blabbermouth Qian Haijiang. This troublemaker was clearly itching to stir up chaos. Sun had wanted to gloss things over. After all, with Wang Ziyan being such a formidable fighter, he was scared too. Gu Manuel exclaimed in disbelief. Was this thick tree really kicked down by Ziyan? She looked at Wang Ziyan's rather slender arms and legs, finding it hard to believe for a moment. Wang Ziyan said apologetically, "I'll compensate you for breaking your apricot tree." Wang Ziyan's impression of Gu Manuel was quite favorable since she had just helped him by fetching a bag. And yet, Grandpa had always taught him that when others show you an inch of respect, you should return a foot in kind. Moreover, he was different from Sun Jiqiang. Gu Manuel had a good reputation in the village and never bullied others just because she was the village chief's woman. Qian Haijiang thought she was intimidated by Wang Ziyan, so he laughed loudly and mocked. "Manuel, what's wrong? The scoundrel you just mentioned is Wang Ziyan. Hurry up and grab a knife to chop him down. Could it be there are knives in your eyes? You only care about grabbing that pretty boy's fair skin without spending a single coin. The onlookers among the villagers assumed Gu Manuel was afraid and burst into laughter in agreement. Wang Ziyan felt deeply uncomfortable being called a pretty boy. No wonder Grandpa didn't like Qian Haijiang back then. The man talks too much and never lets anything slide. Sooner or later, it'll land him in serious trouble. Gu Manuel snapped back to attention, pointing at Qian Haijiang and cursing. Qian Haijiang, you bastard, stop exaggerating and stirring up trouble. I was mad earlier, but now that I think about it, eating too many apricots does cause internal heat. Planting a pear tree this time would be just right. Those are much better to eat anyway. Upon hearing this, Qian Haijiang doubled over laughing, clutching his stomach. Ah, dang it, like truly attracts like birds of a feather flock together. You sound exactly like the village chief. You two are quite the pair, nearly killed us with laughter. Village chief's son, Jiqiang, stepped forward with a stern face, looking at Qian Haijiang as he said, Haijiang, do you have any objections to how I handle things today? Speak up if you have any objections. As the village chief, my standard for handling disputes among villagers has always been fairness. I side with whoever has justice on their side. The villagers who had gathered to watch felt such intense disgust at these high-sounding words that they nearly vomited. You, son Jiqiang, settle disputes by relying on the word li, but not the principle of righteousness. It's the gift of bribery. Whoever gives you more gifts, you favor them. Truly conquering people with gifts. Qian Haijiang sneered coldly and said, Who said I have objections? When Wang Yugui's cow ate Wang Ziyan's wheat seedlings, compensation is only right and proper. Son Jiqiang said angrily. Then why are you spouting nonsense with that mouth of yours? Qian Haijiang curled his lip and said, I just don't agree with how the village chief runs things. What are you dissatisfied about? Speak up. Everyone's here today. Let's hash this out together. Son Jiqiang felt that today he had stuck to justice exceptionally well and feared nothing. Village chief Wang Ziyan claims he caught Wang Yugui leading his ox to graze on his wheat fields at night, and Wang Yugui himself admitted this was true. But chief, shouldn't you investigate at the scene before making a judgment? You can't just make a decision based on one side of the story, can you? After slowly finishing speaking, Qian Haijiang pointed at the villagers watching the commotion and said, Wang Ziyan's wheat field is right next to many others' fields. I think we should take this opportunity today to go have a look around. If Wang Yugui has damaged more than just one family's wheat field, we can all demand compensation together. What do you think, village chief? Right, Haijiang makes a good point. The onlookers immediately chimed in loudly. Everyone knew where Wang Ziyan's wheat field was. The surrounding area was all farmland belonging to the villagers. Since there was a reservoir upstream, water could be channeled to irrigate the fields where most villagers grew wheat. This time, Wang Ziyan received 2,000 yuan in compensation, which ignited envy in many. Prompted by Qian Haijiang's remarks, many snapped back to attention, their eyes lighting up as they clamored to go inspect the wheat fields together. The only one who was visibly upset was Wang Yugui. The villagers watched him eagerly, as if he were a fattened sheep ready for slaughter. He truly was a fat sheep, having made plenty of ill-gotten money over all these years. Having barely managed to settle this matter, how could he afford further complications? He hastily shouted, Qian Haijiang, you're talking nonsense. I only led the ox to Wang Ziyan's wheat field, never set foot in anyone else's. Don't wrongly accuse good people, everyone. Don't believe a word he says. Good people. Qian Haijiang curled his lips in disdain. Village chief's son Jiqiang felt a headache coming on. He too wanted to quickly resolve this matter. Today's commotion had, he felt, somewhat undermined his authority in the village. All right, everyone listen to me. After shouting down the villagers' clamor, son Jiqiang spoke. I was planning to eat breakfast first before heading to Wang Ziyan's wheat field. But since everyone's eager to check it out, let's all go together. That way no one can come complaining after the fact. As he spoke, he glanced around at the gathered villagers, who all nodded in agreement. Son Jiqiang turned his gaze to Gu Manuel and instructed, Go home, and prepare the meal first. I'll come back to eat later." At that moment, Wang Yugui's wife stormed over with a livid expression. After the villagers made way for her, the shrew didn't say a word, but simply led her family's ox out. Sun Jiqiang then said to Wang Yugui, "Yugui, let's go. The sooner we settle this, the sooner you can have some peace." Wang Yugui sighed, realizing there was no stopping him, and said no more. It's just as well to go and get this matter cleared up. This was to prevent someone from forging evidence later on, deliberately damaging their own wheat fields to claim compensation money from him. If that happened, he would truly be the biggest sucker around. Moreover, once he made a mistake, people would no longer trust him easily. At that thought, he even felt it would be good to go take a look. Next, led by village chief Sun Jiqiang and Wang Yugui, the villagers followed boisterously as they headed south. Wang Zian shook his head. As the person involved, he naturally had to go too. But it might be good for the villagers to see the evil deeds Wang Yugui had committed, so they wouldn't think he was just making false accusations. Chapter 16. God damn it, stop talking already. The villagers moved in a long procession, chatting in small groups, their eyes occasionally darting glances at Wang Zian's direction. Wang Zian glanced back, only to see everyone quickly avert their gazes. The group first walked south for a distance, then turned westward at a street intersection. After about 10 minutes, vast wheat fields began appearing on both sides of the road. At this point, many villagers scattered to check on their respective wheat fields. Village chief Sun Jiqiang led Wang Yugui and several other villagers along the ridge of the field, heading towards Wang Zian's wheat plot. Wang Zian lagged behind, strolling at a leisurely pace. Sun Jiqiang glared at Wang Yugui furiously as he took in the sight of over half a mu of wheat field completely devoured. His anger wasn't actually directed at Wang Yugui for letting cattle graze on Wang Zian's wheat seedlings. It was all because that idiot Wang Yugui was too stupid in handling things. And to think I actually believed this guy was shrewd. When fleecing sheep, who in their right mind would keep shearing the same one repeatedly? Doesn't he even understand such a basic principle? Anyone can see your cattle have grazed the wheat field bare. Several villagers stared at Wang Yugui in disbelief. They thought only a small portion had been eaten, but never imagined Wang Yugui could be so ruthless, completely stripping the field of its wheat sprouts. What kind of deep grudge does he hold against Wang Zian's family? How vicious! In previous years, it wasn't unheard of for villagers to secretly lead their cattle into others' fields to graze on wheat seedlings. But none let the cattle linger and gorge. Instead, they allowed them to nibble while moving about, so the damage wouldn't be obvious afterward. Wang Yugui was clearly taking advantage of Wang Zian's loss. His grandfather gone, he directly bullied the boy, and not the slightest attempt to conceal it. A villager couldn't help but ask as Wang Zian approached, "Zian, how did you discover the wheat seedlings were eaten by the cows?" Wang Zian said with a calm expression, "I missed Grandpa in the evening, so I want to talk to him. As we talked, I fell asleep leaning against his tombstone. Then Grandpa came out and told me that some wicked creatures were eating our wheat seedlings. I rushed over immediately and saw this bastard leading his ox to graze in our wheat field. In broad daylight, the villagers suddenly felt an eerie chill sweep through the air. A chill ran through his body, making him shiver uncontrollably. Village chief Sun Jiqiang also felt a sudden coldness and hunched his shoulders slightly. Forcing a smile, he said, "Zian, aren't you afraid of ghosts going to the ancestral graves at this late hour?" Wang Zian replied indifferently, "What's there to fear about ghosts? They don't harm people." He pointed at Wang Yugui and said, "Yet this scum looks human, but does inhuman things, specializing in harming others." The group fell silent. The words rang so true they couldn't be refuted. Meanwhile, villagers who had inspected their wheat fields began gathering at the field edges to talk, some with evident disappointment on their faces. It seemed none had found signs of cattle grazing in their wheat fields. Wang Zian cast a sidelong glance at Wang Yugui, his irritation growing even more intense. That bastard Wang Yugui was really targeting him alone. It seems I went too easy on him last night. Qian Haijiang walked along the ridge of the field. When he saw the state of the wheat field, he cursed. Damn it, Wang Yugui, you motherfucker went too far. No matter how deep the conflict between your families runs, you can't stoop to such wicked deeds. Wang Yugui remained silent under the scolding, when suddenly he spotted something in the wheat field ahead. He ran over and picked it up. It was the tobacco pouch he dropped last night. Sun Jiqiang could tell from the villagers' expressions that no other family's wheat fields had been damaged, so he shouted loudly, "All right, that's enough. Let's all disperse now." The villagers, seeing there was no more spectacle to watch, began heading back. Wang Yugui took his tobacco pouch and walked out silently, while Wang Zian made no move to stop him, letting him leave as he pleased. The village chief lingered behind, noticing that Wang Zian seemed different from before today, and decided to sound him out. Sun Jiqiang looked at Wang Zian and asked, "Zian, did you not recognize your uncle last night?" Wang Zian pretended to be clueless and said, "Who is my uncle?" "It's exactly the person you just called trash." Wang Zian howled in response. "Village chief, turns out he really is my uncle. No wonder he seemed familiar. I met him a few times before, though he never seemed to like me much, wouldn't even greet me when we crossed paths. When he told me last night he was my uncle, I actually thought he was lying. That doesn't make sense." Sun Jiqiang looked skeptical and asked, "How did you come to think of seeking me out to plead your case? Who told you about me? Have you recovered from your illness?" Wang Zian said with a displeased expression, "Village head, you're the one who has a problem. My grandpa told me that you're the most important person in the village, and I should remember where your house is located. If anything comes up in the future, I'll come straight to you for help." "Did your grandfather tell you that?" Sun Jiqiang still seemed somewhat skeptical. "Zian, what else did your grandfather tell you?" Wang Zian replied, "My grandfather also told me that if the village chief wouldn't help me, I should use force to make him comply, beat the chief until he agrees to help. My grandpa also said if anyone bullies me, it's the village head's responsibility, and I should just come straight to you." Sun Jiqiang, "My grandpa also said, shut the hell up about your grandpa." Sun Jiqiang was thoroughly frustrated. That old bastard had beaten him when he was just a kid. Now that the old man was dead, to think he still wanted his grandson to settle the score against him. This is too much. Wang Zian clenched his fists, glaring at Sun Jiqiang as he said, "Village chief, what did you say? How dare you insult my grandfather?" No, Zian, you've misunderstood the village chief. Why are you so quick-tempered now? I haven't even finished speaking yet." Seeing Wang Zian about to lose his temper, Sun Jiqiang immediately backed down and hurriedly explained, "I mean, you don't need your grandfather to say it. If you have any issues, the village chief will take care of them for you proactively. It's his duty and responsibility." Wang Zian finally unclenched his fist, looking embarrassed as he said, "Chief, I misunderstood you. You really are a good person. But then why do some people still call you an old sly fox?" Sun Jiqiang's face froze before he angrily asked the next second, "Zian, hurry up and tell the village chief. Who was the bastard that cursed me?" Wang Zian pointed at the villagers who had already walked some distance and said, "It was the one who let his cattle graze on my wheat sprouts who said it." Sun Jiqiang froze for a moment, then glanced at Wang Yugui walking alone in the distance with his head down. His expression turned peculiar as he asked, "Are you referring to Wang Yugui?" Wang Zian nodded in response. "Yes, him. Last night, I caught him and was bringing him to the village head for arbitration. But he frightened me by saying that, village head, you're a sly old fox, not a good man, and that you'd already accepted his bribes, so you wouldn't help me." Sun Jiqiang looked at Wang Zian suspiciously, somewhat doubtful of his words. He usually got along well with Wang Yugui. Wang Yugui would give him gifts during holidays, but he had also been protecting Wang Yugui in the village all along, so there was no reason for Wang Yugui to scold him. Wang Zian knew Sun Jiqiang wouldn't fully believe him, but once the seed of suspicion was planted between people, mutual distrust would arise, and their relationship could never be restored. Because they were heading in different directions, they parted ways at a small path. Wang Zian said, "Village chief, my grandfather always said one should be magnanimous. Since you've secured compensation for me, I'll forgive that bastard. Don't be angry about him cursing you either. I know you're a good person at heart. Sun Jiqiang. Sun Jiqiang watched Wang Zian walking toward the reservoir dam, wondering to himself, is this kid really that naive, or is he just pretending? In previous years, Wang Zian's illness would come and go. Sometimes he seemed perfectly normal, but when an episode struck, he would lapse back in a blank stupor. But no matter what, Wang Zian's performance today made him realize that this guy truly shouldn't be provoked. Sun Jiqiang stared at the bruise on his left wrist where he'd been gripped, his expression turning grim. Today was utterly humiliating. Wang Zian's moves were too fierce. He looked downright savage. Definitely not someone to mess with. But Wang Zian had utterly humiliated him today, and letting it slide simply wasn't in his nature. Chapter 17, Scenic Mountain Views. Wang Zian walked north along the dam. He didn't head straight home. He went about his usual routine of patrolling the family's contracted forest land. After stirring up quite a scene in the village, Wang Zian had vented his anger. Yet he also felt somewhat impatient. The world is full of malice, and wherever there are people, there will be conflicts. Perhaps it was because he had grown up on the mountain with his grandfather. His temperament mirrored his grandfather's, fond of peace and nature. Wang Zian's favorite reading materials during his studies were Tao Yuanming's The Peach Blossom Spring and the poem Drinking Wine by the Master of Five Willows. That recluse lifestyle filled him with deep yearning. I built my hut amid the world of men, yet no sound of carriage or horse disturbs me. You ask how this is possible? When the heart is detached, the place becomes secluded. Picking chrysanthemums by the eastern hedge, I leisurely gaze upon the southern mountains. The mountain air is fresh day and night, as birds fly homeward in pairs. Herein lies truth profound, yet words to tell it slip away unsound. Only when I grew up did I realize that I had been living this kind of life since childhood. How can one know the face of Lu Mountain when he is right inside the mountain itself? Wang Zian had grown up in the mountains, and this idyllic life was what he truly loved in his heart. A carefree, tranquil existence was what he yearned for most deeply. Previously, he had wanted to venture out into the world, to make a name for himself and make his grandfather proud. But now his thoughts had changed. With the jade gourd in hand, what profession in this world could be more promising than cultivating immortality? The Taoist priest traveled across all fabled mountains and great rivers of the realm before finally choosing to settle in Phoenix Village. This place possessed the most ideal environment for cultivating qi. Only by staying here could Wang Zian properly pursue his cultivation. After patrolling the entire route, they found no outsiders had entered the mountain. Wang Zian was convinced that, after what happened this morning, no one would dare cause trouble on the mountain again. They might not even dare to enter the mountain casually. As he walked on, Wang Zian suddenly heard voices coming from a dense pine forest. So soon? How ironic. Wang Zian tiptoed forward and indeed heard voices inside. There were a man and a woman. Hurry up, it's too cold on the mountain. What's the rush? We barely get out here. I'll spread the army coat on the ground. Then it won't be cold. After hearing a few sentences, Wang Zian immediately realized it was a pair of illicit lovers secretly meeting on the mountain. From the voices, he recognized them as the village's lecherous fellow, Sun Daong and Tian Lijuan, the wife of Yang Fakue. Sun Daong was a clansman of village chief Sun Jiqiang, and by family hierarchy, actually his nephew. He made a living by buying and selling livestock, and was prone to violence in daily life. Backed by village chief Sun Jiqiang's influence, he bullied men and harassed women in the village, showing no regard for reason. Village chief Sun Jiqiang was a particularly sinister man. For matters he couldn't handle personally, he had no choice but to leave them to Chiu Bo and his gang. Then again, there was setting Sun Daong loose like a rabid dog to bite others. In Phoenix Village, many male laborers went out for work, leaving numerous women behind at home. Sun Daong, that scoundrel, relying on his silver tongue, would flirt with and seduce these women, earning himself an awful reputation. Tian Lijuan's husband, Yang Fakue, was working at a construction site in a city hundreds of miles away. Unable to endure the loneliness, Tian Lijuan ended up getting involved with Sun Daong. He didn't want Wang Ziyan to catch sight of him. If it had been anyone else, Wang Ziyan would have pretended not to see. After all, these matters involved mutual consent. He wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs. But Sun Daong couldn't just ignore the situation. On the surface, Sun Daong traded livestock, but secretly engaged in shady dealings that required no capital. During the day, the guy would use livestock purchases as a front, going door to door in villages to ask about prices. Then he'd deliberately set absurdly low prices. The deal naturally fell through. In reality, he was scouting suitable homes as potential targets. A few days later, Sun Daong and his accomplices would sneak in at midnight to steal the livestock they'd previously surveyed. Last time, he'd been ambushed by several masked men outside the compound. Wang Ziyan immediately suspected Sun Daong's involvement. The masked intruders didn't match Sun Daong's stature. Otherwise, Wang Ziyan would have settled scores with him long ago. Yet Wang Ziyan had a gut feeling that Sun Daong was somehow connected to this affair. Wang Ziyan suddenly coughed and bellowed into the distance. "Who's there? Show yourself." As the words fell, two startled exclamations came from the pine forest. "Oh no, it's that fool Wang Ziyan coming. What do we do?" "It's too late. You run. My legs have gone weak." "Don't let him see both of us." "All right, I'm running." "Damn it, that idiot's ruined our fun." Wang Ziyan walked forward leisurely, giving the person inside ample time to get dressed. Better not risk seeing something nasty and getting a sty in the eye. A moment later, when Wang Ziyan approached, the man had already vanished without a trace. Only the woman remained sitting on the military coat, pretending to be composed as she adjusted her clothes. Behind her stood a large bamboo basket and a wooden-handled rake, with a woman's cotton-padded jacket inside the basket. Wang Ziyan looked closely at her face. It was Tian Lijuan, wife of Yang Fakue from the village. Tian Lijuan was no more than 22 or 23 years old, wearing a gray sweater on top and black trousers below. Her round face was fair and delicate, with slender eyebrows, and her forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. "Who are you? What are you doing in our family's woodland? And who was that person running away just now?" As Wang Ziyan fired off question after question, Tian Lijuan felt her limbs grow weak. She looked up with an anxious, ingratiating smile and said, "Ziyan dear, I'm your sister-in-law Lijuan. Don't you remember? I used to visit your home to have your grandfather treat my illness." Wang Ziyan replied, "I don't remember. I don't know you. And who was that man just now?" Tian Lijuan anxiously waved her hands upon hearing this and forced a smile. "There's no man here. I was just gathering fallen pine needles with a wooden rake up in the mountains to use as kindling. Got tired from walking, so I stopped here to rest." After hearing her nonsense, Wang Ziyan curled his lip and said, "I'm not blind. Don't you dare come back to this mountain again. Get out of here now." Before leaving, Tian Lijuan threatened, "Ziyan, if you dare spread word about today's affair, I'll accuse you of assaulting me." Wang Ziyan didn't want to waste words and declared loudly, "Get lost. Don't ever come back to this mountain again, or I'll set the dogs on you." Tian Lijuan gritted her silver teeth, but Wang Ziyan's clear, focused eyes held no hidden meaning when he looked at her, making her instantly deflate. This is the greatest insult a woman can endure. However, after all this time, Tian Lijuan had already composed herself. She stood up, reached for the cotton-padded coat in the bamboo basket behind her, and put it on. Then she haphazardly folded the overcoat on the ground and placed it in the basket. Gripping the rake in her hands, Tian Lijuan looked up to see Wang Ziyan impatiently waving her off. Resentment welled up in her heart, mingled with an even stronger sense of defiance. "I'll make sure you pay for your blindness sooner or later." Fuming, she slung the bamboo basket over her arm, gripped the rake in her right hand, and turned to walk down the mountain. Chapter 18 Comparison. Tian Lijuan stormed toward her home, nearly descending the mountain when, suddenly, a figure darted out from the pine grove beside the path, startling her so badly she nearly screamed. The person quickly rushed forward to cover her mouth. Don't shout, it's me. Tian Lijuan saw that the person approaching was Sun Daong, who had apparently fled earlier, and only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Sun Daong released his grip and asked with concern, "Li Juan, did that blockhead Wang Zian do anything to you?" Remembering what had just happened, Tian Li Juan's chest tightened with frustration. She pointed at Sun Daong's nose, her face twisted in anger, and scolded. "You bastard! You abandoned me just now and ran off by yourself. Why are you coming back for me?" Sun Daong fawned with an awkward smile. "Li Wan, didn't you tell me to run first? If I told you to run, you ran? Well, now I'm telling you to die. Why aren't you dead yet?" Sun Daong was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had gotten into this woman. She was perfectly fine just moments ago. Why is she throwing such an inexplicable tantrum now? Was he being bullied? Tian Li Juan looked at Sun Daong's dark, pancake-flat face and suddenly felt a wave of nausea rising in her throat. How could I have ever been bewitched by this scoundrel's sweet talk and let this wretched man take advantage of me? I must have been utterly bewitched before. Even a mangy mud is better than this Sun Daong. Tian Li Juan pulled out the overcoat from the bamboo basket, disdainfully flung it at Sun Daong, and said with a frosty expression, "Don't come looking for me again. From now on, we're through." Sun Daong grew anxious at once, though he still had a few sweethearts in the village. But Tian Li Juan was the youngest and most charming. There was no way he could let her go. Li Juan, listen to me." Sun Daong hurriedly reached out to grab Tian Li Juan's hand. Tian Li Juan flung her hand away with great force and shouted loudly, "If you keep bothering me, I'll scream, 'Pervert,' and let your wife find out. See how you'll end up then." This instantly scared Sun Daong. His wife back home was a Real tiger. Not that it mattered much. No matter how fiercely she threw a tantrum, she still couldn't beat him in a fight. He was most terrified of his 6 wolfish brothers-in-law. Sun Daong had once struck his wife, and the woman had run back to her family to complain. That very night, the 6 brothers-in-law came to Phoenix Village, barged in, and immediately pinned Sun Daong to the floor and beat him. If the villagers hadn't rushed over upon hearing the commotion and intervened, Sun Daong could have been beaten to death. From that day onward, it was as if a new dynasty had ascended in Sun Daong's household. Sun Daong never dared provoke his wife again. Seeing how a single sentence from her could terrify him into submission, Tian Li Juan felt even more convinced she'd been blind to have ever fancied such a worthless man. Watching Tian Li Juan's retreating figure vanish, Sun Daong fumed. "You little wretch, let's see how long your stubborn mouth lasts. I'll deal with you properly in a few days." As Tian Li Juan entered the courtyard gate, her mother-in-law emerged from the house. Seeing the bamboo basket completely empty, she eyed Li Juan suspiciously and asked, "Li Juan, what have you been doing all this time? Not a single pine needle in the basket. Have you been sneaking around doing something shameful?" "Mom, you're wronging me again." Tian Li Juan's face showed no blush, her heartbeat undisturbed, as she spoke with an aggrieved expression. "Just my rotten luck. I ran into Wang Zian as soon as I went up the mountain. He saw me gathering pine needles on the mountain and immediately told me to leave, even threatening to set dogs on me. I got scared, so I dumped the pine needle from the bamboo basket and hurried back." The old woman didn't press further, instead asking with concern, "Did Wang Zian hit you? Are you okay? Were you scared?" Tian Li Juan shook her head. The old woman let out a relieved sigh, her wrinkled face lighting up with excitement as she spoke. "Li Juan, we left the house too late today and missed quite a spectacle. Wang Zian beat up Wang Yugue last night for leading cattle into his wheat field, then went to the village chief's house first thing this morning to demand justice. You're well aware the village chief is close with Wang Yugue, so naturally he wouldn't side with Wang Zian." Enraged, Wang Zian lifted the village chief with one hand as easily as hoisting a chick. When Xiao Bo saw this with 2 other men, they rushed to attack Wang Zian. But Wang Zian sent them flying with a single kick. Word has it they had to be carried home and couldn't move for half a month. Wang Yugue's wife went to curse Wang Zian for being motherless again. Furious, Wang Zian kicked and snapped the apricot tree as thick as this at the village chief's doorstep, scaring Wang Yugue's wife into stunned silence. Tian Li Juan couldn't help but chuckle when she saw her mother-in-law gesturing a diameter thicker than a water bucket. She had seen that apricot tree in front of the village chief's house. While not as exaggerated as her mother-in-law had described, it was indeed thicker than an adult's thigh. For Wang Zian to kick it down with 1 foot, what incredible divine strength! Li Juan, what are you daydreaming about? What's on your mind? Seeing Tian Li Juan staring blankly, her mother-in-law stepped forward, tugged at her arm, and snapped her out of it. Tian Li Juan tucked a non-existent strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes darting with feigned ease as she deflected. Thank heavens, I ran fast in the mountains. If that Wang Zian had tried to rough me up, his kick would have snapped my skinny frame in half. That shouldn't be an issue. Wang Zian may be a bit slow-witted, but he hasn't lost his senses. The old woman smiled and said. Wang Yugui's wife scolded Wang Zian for being raised without a mother's guidance. He only kicked and broke the apricot tree to intimidate her, but didn't lift a hand against a woman. Later, the village chief's wife came out to mediate. Only for Gumanyue's sake did Wang Zian let the chief off. Otherwise, the chief would have suffered badly today. Then, glancing toward the front gate, he lowered his voice and said, Li Juan, you should have seen it. They say the village chief was nearly scared out of his wits. His face kept alternating between green and pale, and his legs wouldn't stop shaking. Tian Li Juan looked at her mother-in-law and deliberately pretended to be annoyed. Oh dear, if I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have dumped those pine needles. What a shame after working so hard all morning. Her mother-in-law said, What's done is done. Just don't go up the mountain alone anymore. What would you do if a woman like you encountered bad people? Don't worry, mother. From now on, I'll just stay at the foot of the mountain and won't go deeper inside. It's safe there. The old woman didn't say anything more after that. Chapter 19. The most delicious thing in the world. Wang Zian stood atop a large bluish-gray stone, watching as Tian Li Juan walked away into the distance. Seeing that it was still early, he unexpectedly felt the urge to visit the Taoist priest's former temple. Ever since the Taoist priest disappeared, it's been Grandpa who's been taking care of managing everything. However, it still takes over an hour's trek through mountain paths to get from the village up to the Taoist temple. The priest had even gone so far as to build the temple on a steep cliff in an utterly remote location. Going up and down the mountain was extremely difficult. Grandfather's age was advancing, and his health was deteriorating. Seeing that the Taoist priest was beyond recovery, his strength failed him, and he too gradually passed away. Wang Zian strode briskly forward, traversing the rugged mountain path as effortlessly as someone walking on level ground. Over half an hour later, Wang Zian caught sight of the Taoist temple's silhouette. After walking for a while longer, he stood before the Taoist temple. The gate lay collapsed on the ground, and several large holes gaped in the roof, which looked ready to cave in at any moment. Wang Zian surveyed the interior, already utterly ravaged by mountain wildlife. Gazing at the desolate scene before him, Wang Zian felt a pang of sadness in his heart. With a complicated expression on his face, he gazed for a moment longer before turning and descending the mountain. It was already noon when I returned home. He left in a hurry in the morning without having breakfast, so not only was Wang Zian hungry, but the 2 dogs and the livestock hadn't eaten anything either. The livestock were fine. There was leftover fodder in their trough from yesterday. Dahe and Da Huang were truly starving. Wang Zian started preparing a meal. With nothing else in the house, he had to cook several pounds of noodles and cracked a few chicken, duck, and goose eggs into them. After sharing some with Da Huang and Dahe, Wang Zian quickly finished his own portion. After eating, he realized eating noodles all day wasn't sustainable. Next time he'd cook rice, and since there was still flour at home, he could make steamed buns. With this thought, Wang Zian headed to a room on the east side. He brought out the flour ground from his own wheat, prepared warm water and yeast powder, kneaded the dough, and waited for it to rise before steaming the buns. After kneading the dough, Wang Zian went to clean the livestock pens again, filling the troughs with fresh fodder and warm water. He went to the southern pen again and brought home all the eggs laid by the chickens, ducks, and geese over the past few days. The eggs laid by these chickens, ducks, and geese that drank the spiritual liquid water were noticeably larger than before, though he wasn't sure about the taste. He'd cook a few tonight to try them. In the afternoon, Wang Zian didn't go anywhere else. Under the fruit tree in front of the house stood a stone table with several stone stools, and Wang Zian sat there reading a book. The fragrance of flowers wafted through the air, and as the gentle breeze passed, petals drifted down one after another. Wang Zian stood amidst it all, his heart filled with an unparalleled serenity and delight. Half an afternoon slipped quietly by. Wang Zian closed the book and shut his eyes to recollect, feeling increasingly that what he had learned before was far too little. Although the principles within qi refining were profound and esoteric, appearing abstruse and difficult to comprehend at first reading. Yet, after cross-referencing his notes and reading through several more times, the content inside seemed increasingly marvelous and exquisite. One couldn't help but become deeply immersed in it. Wang Zian had never dared to claim he could recite after one reading or remember everything at a glance before. After being tempered by the spiritual liquid, both his memory and comprehension abilities were significantly enhanced. But at first, he still found it difficult to read. After reading the books from the shelf for a few days now, I gradually began to grasp some profound nuances contained within the incantation for the first level of qi refining. At this moment, Wang Zian grew increasingly hesitant to rashly begin his cultivation practice. The more he read, the more he realized how little he truly knew. Fortunately, he was still young with plenty of time ahead of him. Wang Zian returned to the house, lifted the lid to find the dough fully fermented. After washing his hands, he took out the kneading board and began shaping the steamed buns. A few minutes later, more than 20 fist-sized steamed buns were ready. Wang Zian thought to himself that if he went out to work now, with his current strength, he could earn a fortune even doing manual labor. He poured water into the pot and placed a circular iron grate inside. To prevent the steamed buns from sticking to the pan, he added a few more drops of oil, spreading it evenly before placing the buns one by one inside. After covering the pan with a lid, he began gathering firewood to light the fire. 20 minutes later, the tantalizing aroma of steamed buns wafted from the pan. The buns, made from flour ground from their own wheat, were far sweeter and more springy than those made from store-bought flour. Apart from being slightly yellow in color, the homemade steamed buns don't appear as white as store-bought flour ones, but otherwise, they have all the advantages. He went down to the cellar again and fetched a head of cabbage and a piece of cured meat. He turned on the gas cylinder and simply stir-fried some cabbage with cured pork. Then he took 7 or 8 eggs from chickens, ducks, and geese, cracking them into a large bowl. The egg liquid emitted a refreshing aroma. It was sure to be delicious. Once the oil is hot, pour all the beaten eggs into the pan. At the very moment the oil and eggs blend together, a strange, captivating aroma rushes into your nose. Thump! Wang Zian couldn't help but swallow hard. This taste was absolutely divine. Big Yellow and Big Black also caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma, pacing and yelping eagerly outside, yet still refusing to dash into the living room despite their impatience. This was because Wang Zian, fearing his qi cultivation might be disturbed, had already instructed them not to enter the house. Wang Zian divided the scrambled eggs into 2 portions, lifted the pot lid to grab 2 steamed buns, then carried the eggs and buns outside to feed to Huang and to He first. When he returned with some stir-fried cabbage moments later, the scrambled eggs and buns in the dog bowls had already been completely devoured. After pouring the cabbage into the feeding trough, Wang Zian had barely taken a few steps when a squeak of the front gate's latch being turned whispered through the yard. "Zian, Zian, open up quickly." "Brother Zian, Mom and I have come to see you." Wang Zian recognized Zhao Wanfang's voice calling at the door and hurried to open it. When the door opened, there stood Sister Wanfang. Beside her was a slender, delicate-looking young girl. "Aunt Wanfang, Chang'e, what brings you here so late?" It was nearly dark now, and climbing the mountain wasn't very safe for the mother and daughter pair. Aunt Wanfang handed him the bamboo basket she was carrying with a smile. I made some more buns last night. Keep these for yourself to eat. Wang Zian hurriedly ushered the mother and daughter into the courtyard, then turned to close the main gate with a smile as he said, Aunt Wanfang, Chang'er, come inside and rest. Have you already eaten? Not yet. I'll eat when I get home later. Wang Chang'er gazed at Wang Zian with sparkling eyes and said with a smile, Brother Zian, you haven't seen me for so long. Did you miss me? Wang Zian glanced back at Sister Wanfang with a smile before turning to Wang Chang and saying, Of course, brother, Mrs. Little Chang. Huh. The little girl wrinkled her nose, made a funny face, and said displeasedly, You claim to miss me, yet you never come down to see me. Wang Zian chuckled and said, I've been so busy lately. At this moment, Sister Wanfang sniffed the air and exclaimed in surprise, Zian, what delicious dish are you cooking at home? It smells absolutely wonderful. Wang Chang also took an exaggerated sniff with her adorable little nose and cried out, Hurry inside, all three of us can eat together. The three entered the living room where the aroma grew even richer. Wang Chang rushed to the large bowl of fried eggs on the stove, took a deep breath of the fragrance, closed her eyes in delight, then quickly opened them with excitement. Wow, Mom, come smell this. What kind of eggs are these? I've never tasted anything like it before. Sister Wanfang stepped forward, bent down to sniff it, then turned back in astonishment and asked, Zian, what kind of eggs are these? Wang Zian pointed to the gas stove in the northeast corner where the empty eggshells were still stacked together and replied with a smile, They're just ordinary chicken, duck, and goose eggs. Wanfang and Chang'er still found it hard to believe. Chang'er ran over and fetched the eggshell. The mother and daughter examined it carefully, eager to spot any differences. Aunt Wanfang examined the eggshells and asked, Zian, what have you been feeding the chickens, ducks, and geese recently? The eggs from the mountains used to be fragrant, but never this fragrant before. Wang Zian pretended to be ignorant. Sister Wanfang, I've just been feeding them regular corn and wheat like before, nothing different. Though still doubtful, Sister Wanfang didn't press further. Seeing this, Wang Zian secretly sighed in relief. Since Sister Wanfang and Chang'er hadn't eaten, Wang Zian naturally couldn't let them go back without a meal. With 2 additional mouths to feed, the dishes became somewhat insufficient. Wang Zian noticed Chang'er staring at the scrambled eggs with drool dripping and chuckled. He went back to fetch another 7 or 8 eggs, some from chickens, some from ducks, and some from geese. Turn the gas back on and stir fry until done. Sister Wanfang opened the pot lid. Wang Zian feared he might burn her, so he hastily washed his hands and began taking out the steamed buns one by one. Zian, the dough you kneaded today looks perfect. The texture is just right. Wang Zian set the dining table, while Sister Wanfang placed the stir-fried cabbage and scrambled eggs on it. She then brought over a plate with several steamed buns. Chang'er brought over the stools, while Wang Zian handed them the chopsticks. The 3 of them sat down and began to eat. So fragrant, so delicious. Absolutely divine. No sooner had they sat down than all 3 extended their chopsticks toward the scrambled eggs in their respective bowls. Upon placing the eggs in their mouths, their taste buds instantly erupted with flavor. The 3 of them finished the scrambled eggs in their bowls, scraping the bottoms clean. They still looked unsatisfied, almost tempted to lick the bowls clean with their tongues. After savoring the delicious scrambled eggs, the steamed buns, and stir-fried cabbage no longer held any appeal for the 3 of them. Brother Zian, Chang'er called out somewhat shyly. Wang Zian immediately understood. He wasn't satisfied yet and glanced at Sister Wanfang, who licked her lips shyly saying, Zian, your eggs truly have a special fragrance. Wang Zian went to fetch 15 or 16 more eggs from chickens, ducks, and geese. This time, Sister Wanfang personally fried them, and the 3 quickly devoured them all again. Sister Wanfang and Chang'er had smaller appetites and were already full. Wang Zian wasn't full yet, so he ate 3 more large steamed buns and finished all the stir-fried preserved pork with cabbage. Chang'er patted her little belly, narrowing her eyes contentedly as she said, So there really are such delicious things in this world. Wang Zian and Sister Wanfang burst into laughter. After clearing the dinner table, Sister Wanfang sent Chang'er to watch TV in the East Room, while she and Wang Zian went to talk in the West Room. Wang Zian knew news of the day's events must have already reached Sister Wanfang's ears. Chapter 20. The Big Sister in the Dream. Wang Zian and Sister Wanfang went to the West Room, turned on the light, and sat together on the Kong to talk. Sister Wanfang said with a grave expression, "Zian, I heard that early this morning you went and beat up Wang Yugue, the village chief, and Qiu Bo. All of them? Phoenix Village had nearly 500 households and several thousand inhabitants. The village was quite large, with Sister Wanfang living at the northernmost end while the village chief resided in the center. Thus, she only learned of the matter from others after arriving at the hat factory." Wang Zian recounted the whole story from beginning to end. Sister Wanfang sighed and said, "That Wang Yugue and Qiu Bo truly deserved a beating, but you've offended so many people at once. What if they come after you for revenge?" Wang Zian raised his fist with a laugh and said, "Anyone who dares bully me will get these fists hammered right through them." Zhao Wanfang still wore a worried expression as she cautioned, "Those scoundrels couldn't beat you face to face, so I fear they might gang up and scheme against you behind your back. Zian, you must be careful from now on." Wang Zian laughed and said, "Don't worry, Sister Wanfang, I'll be fine too." Zhao Wanfang laughed and said, "You little rascal, spouting nonsense again." Wang Zian's feelings towards Zhao Wanfang were quite complicated. He had lost his parents since childhood and was always taken care of by his grandfather. But after all, his grandfather was a man who needed to travel around treating patients, and his aunt disliked Wang Zian, using the excuse of needing to look after her own child to simply ignore him. His grandfather could only hire someone to watch over Wang Zian when he was little. By the age of 5 or 6, he no longer needed hired help to watch over him. It was around this time that his uncle and aunt conceived the wicked scheme to sell him off. After that, Grandpa cut ties with his elder son. But since Wang Zian was still young, and to prevent his eldest son from harboring evil intentions again, Grandpa went to find Zhao Wanfang to look after him. Zhao Wanfang was an unfortunate woman. At 13, her family had sent her to Phoenix Village with a dowry of 300 yuan to marry Wang Weifeng, the neighbor of Grandpa's old house. Although Wang Weifeng shared the surname Wang with Grandpa, the two families had long been beyond the 5 degrees of mourning. However, being neighbors, they had always maintained a good relationship. When Grandpa explained the situation, Wang Weifeng agreed immediately. To be honest, Wang Weifeng rushed to marry because his father was critically ill, hoping that a wedding might bring good fortune to cure him. That's how Zhao Wanfang ended up married off in her teens. Not long after, Wang Weifeng's father passed away from illness, proving the wedding had clearly failed to serve its intended purpose. Yet Wang Weifeng didn't blame Zhao Wanfang. Instead, because she was still young, he slept separately from her, intending to wait until she turned 18 before consummating the marriage. From then on, Zhao Wanfang took charge of caring for Wang Zian. To make it easier for Zhao Wanfang to take care of her grandson, the grandfather moved back from the mountains to live in the village below. When Wang Zian was a child, he adored Zhao Wanfang deeply and clung to her side all day long. Zhao Wanfang looked at the clever and adorable Wang Zian, her heart aching with pity. Back then, they were practically inseparable, spending every moment together. The two even ate and slept together, until Wang Zian turned 8 years old, when the appearance of a baby girl changed everything. Wang Zian remembered clearly that in the months before the baby girl appeared, Sister Wanfang's belly suddenly grew bigger, and soon after, it grew even larger. The Sister Wanfang, who used to play wildly with him, no longer fooled around as before. One day, Wang Zian noticed a corner of fabric protruding from beneath Zhao Wanfang's clothes. He gave it a hard tug, only to discover it was a cotton stuffed pillow. Sister Wanfang, seeing that her secret had been discovered, hurriedly warned Wang Zian to keep it confidential, or else she would never play with him again. Naturally, Wang Zian promised and didn't reveal it to anyone. After that, Sister Wanfang stuffed more and more cotton into her pillow, making her belly appear increasingly large. 5 months later, Sister Wanfang suddenly missed her family, so she had her husband escort her home with her big belly in tow. Wang Zian didn't see Sister Wanfang again until 5 days later. He heard that Sister Wanfang had gone into premature labor while visiting her parents' home, giving birth to a baby girl. When Wang Zian first saw the baby girl, he intensely disliked her. Because from then on, Sister Wanfang devoted all her attention to the newborn, naturally neglecting him as a result. Until one day, when he went to see the baby girl, she smiled innocently at him, even cutely blowing little bubbles with her tiny mouth. That adorable sight instantly touched Wang Zian's heart. After that, Wang Zian actively helped Sister Wanfang take care of the baby girl. But the good times didn't last long. 7 years later, Wang Weifeng, the husband of Sister Wanfang, went to the large reservoir southeast of the village in the dead of winter to break an ice hole for fishing. He accidentally fell in and was rescued, but by then, he had already frozen stiff. From then on, Sister Wanfang became a widow. She had no choice but to raise the baby girl named Chang'er on her own. It wasn't that no one urged her to remarry, but Sister Wanfang declined every offer. And Wang Zian knew a big secret. Weifeng's uncle had a chronic illness that made it impossible for him to share a bed with Wanfang aunt. Just then, the door of the east room creaked open as Chang'er entered, her lips pursed in a pout. "I'm scared being left alone while you all hide here talking." Chang'er entered and complained indignantly. Then, she suddenly noticed Zhao Wanfang's face and asked curiously, "Mom, what's wrong? What are you doing? Why is your face so red?" Sister Wanfang hastily replied, "Is that so? I wouldn't know. It must be too warm in this room." Wang Zian laughed and said, "Chang'er, I was just talking with Sister Wanfang. The weekend is in a couple of days, and since you'll be off that day, come help me gather chicken, duck, and goose eggs up in the mountains." Really? As soon as Chang'er heard about gathering chicken, duck, and goose eggs, her attention was immediately diverted. She clapped her hands in delight, utterly thrilled. Wang Zian's chickens, ducks, and geese were all free range on the mountain. Although he had built nesting spots for them in the pen, some would inevitably lay their eggs up in the hills. So every few days, he had to go up the mountain to search, otherwise the eggs would spoil. Collecting eggs was truly addictive, and Wang Zian had loved hunting for them in the mountains since childhood. Picking up eggs one by one and placing them gently into the bamboo basket. That deep-seated joy and satisfaction in the heart simply cannot be expressed in words. Chapter 21. Grafting. Chang'er, the little girl, also delighted in the satisfaction of collecting eggs. Especially after tasting the delicious scrambled eggs tonight, her little face flushed crimson with excitement. Wang Zian deliberately pointed to the mirror on the western wall and said, "Chang'er, come take a look." Just the mention of egg collecting made your face flush with excitement. Earlier when I told your mom we're going egg collecting, her face lit up like a child's too. Truly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Chang'er immediately ran to the mirror upon hearing this, and sure enough, her little face in the reflection was flushed red. Wang Zian watched as Chang'er admired herself in front of the mirror. He secretly shot Wanfang a smug glance. Youngsters are so easy to fool. Chang'er was still admiring herself in the mirror when Sister Wanfang stood up and said, "Chang'er, let's head down the mountain and go home. It's getting too late." Chang'er turned her head back and protested unhappily. "Mom, let's stay a little longer. I haven't had enough playtime with Brother Zian yet." Wang Zian laughed and said, "Sister Wanfang, if it gets too late, you and Chang'er could always stay the night in the mountains." Before he could finish, Sister Wanfang shot him a reproachful glance, making Wang Zian immediately clamp his mouth shut. He knew well enough that such a thing was out of the question. Sister Wanfang, fearing Wang Zian might overthink it, explained, "Chang'er hasn't finished her homework yet, and she has school tomorrow. I'll bring her along when we go egg collecting in a couple of days." At the mention of homework, Chang'er immediately became docile. Wang Zian placed 20-odd chicken, duck, and goose eggs in a bamboo basket, all freshly gathered that day. Sister Wanfang didn't bother with false modesty. Tonight's scrambled eggs were simply too delicious to refuse. Wang Zian held a flashlight as he escorted Sister Wanfang and her daughter home. When Wanfang's sister-in-law arrived, she carried a flashlight. Chang'e led the way in front with the flashlight illuminating the path. She would often run up to Wang Ziyan, chirping away nonstop. Wang Ziyan, holding another flashlight, lagged behind with Sister Wanfang. They soon arrived at the row of houses in the village where Wang Ziyan lived. The 4 large tiled houses in the middle were ancestral homes. The 4 houses to the west were left to Wang Ziyan by his parents. The 4 to the east belonged to Sister Wanfang. Wang Ziyan didn't enter his own house, but followed Sister Wanfang into hers instead. Opening the gate, there was a doghouse built in the eastern corner of the yard. A large yellow dog barked twice, recognized its owner and Wang Ziyan, then quickly ran back to its doghouse. Wang Ziyan wasn't in any hurry to leave. Instead, he turned on the courtyard light and carefully inspected the area. After confirming nothing unusual, he bid farewell to Sister Wanfang. Chang'e was busy with homework, so Sister Wanfang saw Wang Ziyan out. As they parted at the doorstep, Sister Wanfang glanced around and extended her right hand. Wang Ziyan felt Sister Wanfang slip something into his palm. "Ziyan, I couldn't bear to eat the chicken, duck, and goose eggs you gave me last time, so I had someone sell them for me. Here's the money, you take it." Wang Ziyan lowered his voice. "Wanfang's sister-in-law. Those are meant to nourish you and Chang'e." "How could you?" Zhao Wanfang replied in a soft, gentle voice. "Ziyan, you've given us too much. Chang'e and I can't eat this much. Now that you're living alone, everything costs money. You should be more frugal." Wang Ziyan remained silent. Thinking he might be upset, Zhao Wanfang laughed and said, "But I won't be selling those eggs you gave us tonight. Your sister-in-law has never tasted such delicious scrambled eggs before. Chang'e and I will keep them to enjoy slowly," Wang Ziyan said in a low voice. "Don't worry, Sister Wanfang. Eat to your heart's content. If it's not enough, I'll bring more for both of you later." Zhao Wanfang shook her head and said, "No, keep it for selling. You'll need money for many things in the future." After speaking, she glanced around the alley and whispered, "All right, let's not talk about this late at night. It wouldn't be good if others see us. You should hurry up and head back home to the mountain." Wang Ziyan said reluctantly, "All right, Sister Wanfang, you go ahead into the courtyard and close the gate first, then I'll leave." Zhao Wanfang gave a soft in acknowledgement before turning and walking into the courtyard. He turned back and half covered the iron gate, then leaned out to admonish, "Take to heart what your sister-in-law told you tonight." Wang Ziyan nodded heavily as Sister Wanfang closed the gate. Only when he saw the tungsten lamp in the courtyard turn off did Wang Ziyan finally turn and leave. Tonight's moon was rather dim, and Wang Ziyan didn't bother turning on his flashlight. Now his vision was exceptionally sharp. Even at night, without any light, he could clearly see objects within 5 or 6 meters. With this discovery, Wang Ziyan's first thought was that he could save on electricity from now on. Yet in reality, he didn't. He still preferred reading under the lamplight. Perhaps it was simply a matter of habit becoming second nature, just as he'd always had a soft spot for Sister Wanfang since childhood. He was destined to become an immortal. If I succeed in the future, maybe I'll have a chance to cultivate together with Sister Wanfang. The next day, after Wang Ziyan got up to wash his face and brush his teeth, he returned to the Kong bed to read until 6 o'clock. After getting up and having breakfast, Wang Ziyan planned to go graft the chestnut trees in the morning. Grafting the old trees on the mountain was too troublesome because the trunks were too thick. The chestnut tree Wang Ziyan grafted was planted by his grandfather 3 or 4 years ago. It was only about 2 centimeters thick. Grandpa had planned to finish the grafting this year, but alas, the unpredictability of life. Wang Ziyan fetched a saw, a knife, and some plastic sheeting. He took the scissors again and cut some branches from the grafted tree. He then trimmed the upper parts of the branches into segments. After working continuously for 2 days, he had grafted all of the over 1,000 chestnut trees. In the past, this would have been a week's worth of work for him. Early on the 3rd morning, Wang Ziyan finished his breakfast. He was just about to head down the mountain to pick up Chang'e. Wanfang had already brought Chang'e up beforehand. Chapter 22. Once on shore, one prays no more. As soon as Chang'e saw Wang Ziyan, she skipped cheerfully over to him. "Brother Ziyan, I've come to gather eggs with you." Wang Ziyan gently patted her little head and turned to Sister Wanfong with a smile. I was just about to go down the mountain to fetch Chang'er when you arrived so early. Aunt Wanfong looked at Chang'er with a smile. This girl has been thinking about this matter for the past 2 days. Early this morning, she didn't even sleep in. As soon as she got up, she dragged me straight here. Wang Ziyan hurriedly asked, "Have you eaten breakfast yet?" Yes, we had steamed buns and boiled eggs. Seeing them engaged in endless conversation, Chang'er tugged at Wang Ziyan's hand impatiently and urged, "Brother Ziyan, let's hurry up and go." "Okay." Wang Ziyan turned around and handed each person a stick and a plastic bucket, then brought out Da Huang and Da He. Today, whether they can find all the scattered chicken, duck, and goose eggs depends entirely on their keen sense of smell. Scientific research has found that a dog's nose is 100 million times more sensitive than humans, and its ability to detect odors ranges from 1 million to 10 million times greater than a person's. And its ability to distinguish scents surpasses that of humans by more than 10 million times. Now, Da Huang and Da He's sense of smell must be even sharper than before. The three of them walked out of the courtyard and headed west. Not far away, there was a man-made ditch leading down to the fields, along with 3 ponds where several ducks and geese were paddling about. Pine trees abound on the mountain, where chickens, ducks, and geese typically lay their eggs, either amidst the grass or beneath the pine trees. Although I used to go egg hunting often, I never managed to gather all of them. Sometimes while walking, you'd hear a crack as you accidentally step on and break an egg. What's even more interesting is that during spring and summer, when hens, ducks, and geese start brooding to hatch eggs, you never know when some of them might return home leading a trail of newly hatched chicks, ducklings, or goslings. It brings great delight. When gathering eggs in the mountains, chicken and duck eggs are comparatively the easiest to find because they lay them directly in their nests. Usually you can spot them near grass clumps or by lifting up pine branches. Compared to the goose egg, it was the hardest to find. The goose is also the most cunning. Because geese retain ancestral instincts, after laying eggs, they cover their nests and eggs completely with grass to prevent them from being discovered by predators. Sometimes what's right in front of you remains unseen. After ascending the mountain, Chang'er dashed ahead, clutching a plastic bucket and wooden stick, darting away in a flash. Sister Wanfong, fearing she might trip or bump into something, hurried after her. Wang Ziyan remained unhurried, calling Da Huang and Da He before him. He took out last night's leftover eggshells from the basket, letting them sniff the scent, then pointed up the mountain and commanded, "Go on, find the eggs, and I'll cook them for lunch as a treat." Big Yellow and Big Black seemed to understand their master's words. After barking twice, they dashed up the mountain. Wang Ziyan breathed in the fresh air, savoring the scent of wildflowers as he leisurely carried his bucket and followed behind. Before long, the sound of dogs barking came from a distance. Wang Ziyan followed the sound in that direction. Midway, Da Huang and Da He darted out, gave 2 loud woofs at him, then turned and led the way. Wang Ziyan quickened his pace to follow them. After passing through several pine trees, Da Huang and Da He stopped on a grassy patch between 2 pines. Seeing their master approach, they immediately began barking wildly at the undergrowth. Wang Ziyan walked over, crouched down, and reached into the grass where his hands touched several oval objects. Brushing aside the grass, he discovered a nest containing 7 or 8 large goose eggs. "Well done." Wang Ziyan patted Big Yellow and Big Black on their heads, verbally praising them and encouraging them to keep up the good work. After placing all the goose eggs into the bucket, Wang Ziyan stood up and waved his hand grandly, sending Big Yellow and Big Black darting off again. Wang Ziyan was overjoyed. With Da Huang and Da He by his side, he would never have to worry about losing eggs again. Humans are sometimes easily content. Not far away, Big Yellow and Big Black barked a few more times. Following the sounds, Wang Ziyan searched around again. With the 2 dogs leading the way back, he found another nest of over 30 eggs beneath a pine tree. However, perhaps due to lying there too long, many eggs had discolored shells. Wang Ziyan picked one up and shook it by his ear. A sloshing sound indicated the yolk had broken. One by one, Wang Ziyan shook each egg by his ear, placing the good ones in the bucket while discarding the spoiled ones. With Big Yellow and Big Black's assistance, Wang Zian soon gathered eggs from 5 or 6 more nests. Seeing Wanfang and Qiang'er ahead, Wang Zian called out a greeting and walked toward them. Qiang'er was noisily loading eggs into a bucket, refusing Wanfang's offers to help as she carefully placed each egg in one by one. Wang Zian went over to take a look. Aunt Wanfang's bucket was completely empty, while Qiang'er's bucket held over 20 eggs. Qiang'er gathered all the eggs into her bucket, stood up proudly, and said to Wang Zian, "Brother Zian, look how many eggs I found all by myself. Incredible." Wang Zian leaned forward to take a peek, then gave her a thumbs up. Zian, you've collected so many eggs, and so many goose eggs as well." Wanfang stood nearby, noticing that Wang Zian had hidden a plastic bucket behind him, already more than half filled. Let me take a look." Qiang'er came over to look, and the smile on her face instantly faded. In comparison, she and her mother together didn't even have 1/3 of what Wang Zian had collected. Moreover, Wang Zian's basket still contained quite a few goose eggs and duck eggs. "Brother Zian, how did you manage to find goose eggs? You're truly amazing." The goose eggs looked the most presentable, something Qiang'er had always wanted to find but never could. Seeing how Wang Zian had managed to gather so many now, she couldn't help admiring him a little. Knowing that children have strong competitive streaks, Wang Zian didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. He quickly pointed to De Huang and De He, both wagging their tails, and explained, "It was all De Huang and De He who led me to them. Otherwise, how could it have been so easy?" Qiang'er's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Wang Zian, her look full of pleading. Wang Zian had watched her grow up and had always doted on her since she was little. Understanding her implication, he smiled and said, "Wait a moment, I'll have Da He help you." Qiang'er instantly regained her cheerful smile, put down the bucket, and ran up to Da He, reaching out to stroke its head. "Good Da He, sweet Da He, help me find goose eggs, and I'll give you tasty treats when we get back. Come on, let's go." Da He continued wagging its tail, but remained rooted to the spot, until Wu pointed at Qiang'er and said with a laugh, "Big Black, go with Qiang'er later to find goose eggs." Only then did Big Black bark twice before following Qiang'er away. Zian, how is Da He so obedient? It seems to understand what you're saying." Sister Wanfang noticed something unusual. Although Big Yellow and Big Black had always been quite clever for dogs, they'd never been this astute before. Upon closer inspection today, she immediately realized they were markedly different from usual. Wang Zian played dumb and said, "I don't know either. Maybe they've always been like this." "Is that so?" "Absolutely. Sister Wanfang, let's hurry and catch up with Qiang'er before she runs too far." Wang Zian quickly changed the subject. Sister Wanfang stopped asking then. The two walked toward Qiang'er together when Sister Wanfang suddenly said, "Zian, I wasn't planning to come today, but there's something I must tell you." Seeing her serious expression, Wang Zian quickly asked, "What is it? Tell me." Sister Wanfang lowered her voice. "I heard from Accountant Wang's wife in the village that your uncle went to see the village chief again, trying to have your grandfather's inheritance redistributed." Wang Zian's eyes turned icy as he asked, "Aunt Wanfang, what did that bastard village head say?" "The distribution of property among villagers must go through the village head. Otherwise, Uncle doesn't stand a chance." Wang Zian wondered whether son Jiqiang would dare provoke him again after the big scene he caused last time. Aunt Wanfang replied, "I heard the village chief was being ambiguous, neither agreeing nor opposing. Seems to me he just wants to squeeze more money out of your uncle. Once he's got enough benefits, there's nothing he wouldn't do. Bastard. It seems I didn't make enough of a scene last time. That damn village chief is already baring his teeth again just days later. Did he forget so quickly that I deliberately bruised the village chief's wrist last time? Scars healed, pains forgotten. This time I'll make an even bigger scene and show these scumbags what's what." Chapter 23, The Scapegoat. Country folk may appear simple and honest, but the actual situation is quite complex, with no shortage of scheming and plotting. It's just that when resolving conflicts, they're more direct than city folks. Most issues end up being settled with fists. The one with the harder fist gets the advantage. Wang Xian was now determined to cultivate immortality in Phoenix Village and wanted to avoid trouble. But even if you don't stir up trouble, trouble always finds you. If you retreat a foot, others will surely think you weak and advance a full yard. The kind-hearted get bullied. The tame horse gets ridden. Wang Xian had known this truth since childhood. Sister Wanfang continued, I heard your uncle is demanding an exorbitant amount this time, saying he handled all the funeral arrangements for your grandfather and holds all the records of social obligations, which he'll need to repay one by one in the future. So he wants the 8 large tiled houses in your village, and all the medical knowledge and secret recipes left by your grandfather must be handed over to him. Uncle is really greedy. Not only did they covet Grandpa's old house, they even set their sights on Wang Xian's property at the foot of the mountain. But what was truly excessive was their desire to seize the medical knowledge and secret formulas Grandpa had left behind. Grandpa used to say that Uncle had wicked intentions, and he'd rather burn all the medical knowledge than let Uncle misuse it to harm people. Wang Xian naturally wouldn't go against his grandfather's dying wish. Uncle kept telling everyone outside that Grandpa favored his youngest grandson, but in truth, these were all lies. Grandpa had severed ties with Uncle and left all the houses and property to Wang Xian, yet he never mistreated Uncle's 3 children at all. During their schooling years, Grandpa would give money to my cousins every year, especially for my elder female cousin and younger cousin. Back then, their father, my uncle, was reluctant to spend the money and wanted them to attend vocational school instead of high school. It was Grandpa who stepped in and funded their education all the way through college. A few years ago, after my elder male cousin graduated from university and started working, Grandpa secretly gave him 20,000 yuan. Although Grandpa left all his remaining money to Wang Xian, he still had quite a few inherited gold and silver jewelry. These were old pieces that could fetch a considerable sum. Most of these things Grandpa gave to my cousin Wang Zihao, while the remaining few went to my elder cousin Wang Ziqing and younger cousin Wang Ziyu. Altogether, Uncle's 3 children received more from Grandpa than Wang Xian did. Moreover, since Uncle's children have escaped rural life and would never return to the village, it's only natural that Grandpa left the house to Wang Xian. But Uncle is far too greedy. It seems I'll have to teach him a proper lesson to stop him from constantly eyeing what's mine. Wang Xian pondered silently. Sister Wanfang suddenly asked, Xian, I've noticed you seem much more spirited these past few days. Have you recovered from your illness? No matter how Wang Xian tried to conceal it, he was fundamentally different now. And since Sister Wanfang interacted with him most frequently, she would inevitably detect the change. Frowning, Wang Xian replied, Sister Wanfang, my memories of the past still remain hazy. It's just that my mind has cleared up recently, and I don't forget things as easily. That's wonderful. Sister Wanfang nearly jumped for joy, stepping forward to tightly grasp Xian's left hand, tears welling up in her eyes. Xian, this is a sign of your recovery. I'm overjoyed. Wang Xian looked at Sister Wanfang, moved by her tears of happiness. Only after experiencing hardship can one truly recognize who genuinely cares for them. As distance tests a horse's strength, time reveals a person's heart. With Big Black's help, Chang'er quickly found several nests of eggs, filling up her little plastic bucket. Wang Xian didn't bother having Big Yellow search for eggs anymore. He stayed close to Sister Wanfang the whole time. When he saw Chang'er's bucket was full, he carried it for her. Egg gathering was truly addictive, especially for children. Chang'er, drenched in sweat and covered in grass clippings, kept eagerly urging Big Yellow and Big Black to continue their search without a care. By noon, Chang'er had finally filled the large bucket fetched by Sister Wanfang, then collapsed exhausted onto a large blue stone to rest. Wang Xian hadn't expected to collect so many eggs. But considering he hadn't been out gathering eggs since Grandfather passed away, this was perfectly normal. Wang Xian first transferred the eggs from Chang'er's small plastic bucket into the 2 large buckets, carrying both big buckets himself while Sister Wanfang held the small one. The 3 of them happily descended the mountain together. After returning home from the mountain, Chang'er's initial excitement faded, leaving her rather listless. Sister Wanfang went to heat up the steam buns and scrambled some eggs. After the 3 of them had a simple meal and since they needed to go to the hat factory in the afternoon, Sister Wanfong took Chang'er down the mountain. Wang Zian filled a small plastic bucket with some eggs and asked Wanfong Saw and Chang'er to take them home to eat. These eggs were all laid by the chickens, ducks, and geese in the past couple of days. After drinking the spirit liquid water, their eggs have become quite different from before and are now easily distinguishable. After Sister Wanfong took Chang'er down the mountain, Wang Zian began to think about how to teach his uncle and village chief's son, Jiqiang, a lesson. However, he needed a scapegoat to settle the score with them. Otherwise, since someone must have seen Sister Wanfong bringing Chang'er up the mountain, if he rushed to confront them immediately, the village chief and his uncle would surely suspect Sister Wanfong had spilled the secret. Sister Wanfong had shown him genuine kindness, and Wang Zian couldn't bear to bring harm upon her. Wang Zian was meticulous by nature, and his grandfather had taught him since childhood to think twice before acting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape from human traffickers at such a young age. After pondering for a while, Wang Zian finally formulated a preliminary plan. He already had a scapegoat in mind, an unlucky fellow who would take the blame. With a scheme in place, Wang Zian didn't rush down the mountain. Instead, he waited another day, leaving De Huang and De He to guard the house before leisurely making his descent. After descending the mountain, Wang Zian wandered aimlessly through the village, where villagers he encountered along the way all came over to greet him. Wang Zian's recent behavior had made the villagers no longer dare to ignore him. A villager approached with an ingratiating smile and asked, "Zian, you've come down from the mountain?" Wuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Before his head injury, the villagers used to greet him warmly, but in the years since he was hurt, as they saw Wang Zian become dull and vacant, many began to take pleasure in his misfortune, mocking him relentlessly behind his back. This villager was the biggest gossip, and Wang Zian remembered him well. However, Wang Zian had beaten Xiu Bo and his gang, then forced the village chief and Wang Yugue to compensate for his losses. After that, no one dared to underestimate him again. 4 years later, facing the villagers' somewhat ingratiating smiles again, especially those who had mocked him behind his back all these years, Wang Zian didn't excitedly shout, "I'm back," just like Yuhan-san. He barely managed superficial politeness on his face while cursing them vehemently in his heart. These people are fucking mercenary. Seeing that Wang Zian still appeared somewhat unresponsive, the villagers immediately toned down their ingratiating smiles. Wang Zian ignored them and continued walking aimlessly without pause. After wandering through various alleyways in the village, he finally spotted a familiar figure in the distance down one narrow lane. Wang Yuge walked along the street with his head lowered, carrying his medicine chest, when suddenly his vision darkened. Raising his head, he was so startled that he nearly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 24. Dog Bites Dog. Wang Yugue stared at Wang Zian, who had appeared abruptly before him, his heart pounding with panic. He instinctively took a few small steps back, his lips trembling. "Zetian, I already gave you the money." Wang Yugue had been beaten up by Wang Zian a few days ago and publicly humiliated, falling ill from sheer rage. Originally, he wanted to stay in bed longer, partly to recover from his illness, and partly because, having suffered such a loss of face, he needed to hide at home for a few more days before showing himself in public again. Unfortunately, that foolish wife of his kept scolding him endlessly about the missing 2,000 yuan, demanding he go out immediately to earn money by seeing patients. Staying at home was worse than going out for Wang Yugue, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and drag himself out to tend to patients. He would rather stay outside than go home and suffer. "I just managed to calm my temper these past few days, never expecting to run into that troublemaker Wang Zian again." Wang Zian saw that Wang Yugue was terrified and said directly, "I'm not here to pick a fight. I came to tell you we're even now. Grandpa taught me to be magnanimous, so I forgive you." Really? Seeing that Wang Zian showed no intention of making a move, Wang Yugue heaved a sigh of relief and quickly chimed in. "Zian, your grandfather is right. You must listen to what your grandfather says." "I must naturally listen to grandfather," Wang Zian replied. "I heard them say you're my uncle on my father's side." Yes, You remembered, Zian. I'm your uncle from your father's side. To be precise, we're still within the 5 morning grades of kinship as uncle and nephew. I still can't remember anything from before, but I haven't forgotten what happened these past few days. It's good to forget. What uncle means is you'll gradually remember things later. Hee. Wang Yugui secretly wished that Wang Zian would never recall his past. Wang Zian noticed villagers peering at them from around the corner behind Wang Yugui, realizing the timing was right, and asked, I just heard some villagers mention my uncle. What happened to him? He deliberately raised his voice for the last sentence. Wang Yugui blinked his eyes, harboring a mischievous idea in his heart, and whispered, Zian, let your uncle share something with you, but you must never tell anyone that it was me who told you. Wang Zian nodded. Don't worry, I definitely won't say a word. Zian, let me ask you, how important is money to you? Of course, I'm not stupid. Grandpa said I must save money carefully, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you for 2,000 bucks just the other day. The mention of those 2,000 yuan made Wang Yugui's heart twist sharply. The pain hit him so hard he gasped several times before catching his breath. Wang Zian secretly smirked, deciding to rub salt in the wound. Feigning concern, he deliberately asked, Are you okay? You look terrible. Are you sick or something? Wang Yugui clutched his chest with a forced smile and said, It's nothing. Your uncle is getting old, and this old ailment has acted up again. Wang Yugui's hatred burned so fiercely in his heart that he wished he could strangle the little bastard before him. Yet he had enough self-awareness to know there was absolutely no way he could defeat Wang Zian. Qiubo and the other two were still lying miserably on the heated brick bed, nursing their injuries. Having witnessed the consequences those three faced, Wang Yugui naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to walk into the line of fire. But if brute force wouldn't work, then he'd try a softer approach. Seeing that Wang Zian still hadn't regained his memories, wicked ideas began swirling in his mind. He took a step closer and continued whispering the unfinished words in an even lower voice. Zian, don't you know your uncle's 2,000 yuan is mere pocket change? Your eldest uncle is actually holding over 10,000 yuan that belongs to you. Your grandfather had long severed ties with your uncle. What right does he have to take your money? If your grandfather knew about this, it would surely send him to his grave. Wang Zian clenched his fists and shouted loudly, What gives my uncle the right to take my money? I'm going to get it back. Damn it. Wang Yugui was startled and quickly reached out to stop him, saying, Zian, I beg you to keep your voice down. If anyone hears, I'm done for. Wang Zian knew that the two people eavesdropping nearby had definitely overheard their conversation. His mission of finding a scapegoat was now complete. So it's true? Uncle really took my money. It's absolutely true. Others wouldn't tell you, but I hate to see you being mistreated. That's why I'm telling you. Wang Zian turned away in a fury. I'm going to demand the money back from Uncle right now. Wang Yugui hurried after him and cautioned, Zian, my uncle treats you well, but you must never tell him it was me who said so. Don't worry. Since you've been good to me, I'll absolutely never reveal it was you who told me. Wang Yugui stopped in his tracks, watching Wang Zian disappear around the alley corner, then cursed under his breath. Huh, son of a bitch. Let uncle and nephew fight like dogs biting each other. Wang Zian made him lose all face in the village. Wang Yushuan was no good either, bullying him and even beating him publicly on the street, all because he was stronger. That uncle and nephew pair were both wretched men. He casually picked a few words and goaded Wang Zian into settling scores with Wang Yushuan. No matter who won, he'd get his petty revenge. Thinking of this, Wang Yugui felt the tightness in his chest ease considerably. Shouldering his medicine chest, he continued on his way to tend to patients. On the other side, Wang Zian turned the corner, his angry expression vanishing as he cast a sidelong glance backward and snorted coldly. Sure enough, he hadn't misjudged. As soon as he brought up his uncle's affair, that filthy bastard started stirring up trouble. There was nothing strange about it. This was precisely Wang Yugui's specialty. Isn't it precisely to make Wang Zian and Wang Yushuan fight like dogs? He himself wanted to see who would end up fighting like dogs in the end. Wang Ziyan didn't head straight to his uncle's house. Since he intended to make a big scene, it wouldn't do without the other main character, village chief Sun Jiqiang. He turned around the alley, walked westward for a stretch, and arrived at the village chief's doorstep. The apricot tree that had been kicked down that day had long disappeared without a trace, leaving only a lonely half-meter-high stump. Apparently, the village chief never got around to planting that pear tree. The gate wasn't locked. Knowing someone was home, Wang Ziyan pushed it open and entered, then closed it behind him. Village chief, village chief. Wang Ziyan called out twice and walked straight into the living room, where he nearly bumped into the village chief's wife, Gu Manue. Hearing Wang Ziyan's voice, Gu Manue came running out of the west room in slippers, and the two nearly collided in the living room. Gu Manue hurriedly stopped in her tracks and said with a chuckle, "The village chief went to buy fish and will be back soon." Chapter 25, Village Chief, someone is bullying me. Village chief's son Jiqiang happily pushed open the living room door while holding a fertilizer bag, calling out, full moon, look what I brought home, a turtle. Tonight, I'll let you taste." Holy shit, Wang Ziyan, what are you doing in my house? Wang Ziyan and Gu Manue sat facing each other on the living room sofa, both looking up at the startled Sun Jiqiang. Gu Manue stood and walked over, taking the bag from Sun Jiqiang's hands. She weighed it in her palm and laughed. "Guess what? Ziyan came here specifically to see you about something. My wife is too beautiful." Sun Jiqiang quickly checked both their expressions and, finding nothing unusual, finally relaxed. Wang Ziyan stood up and glared. "Village chief, what do you mean by that? Don't want to see me?" Sun Jiqiang hurriedly forced a smile. "Ziyan, you're overthinking again. Do you know how happy I am that you've come to visit? It's just that you haven't been around for so long, so I was curious why." Only then did Wang Ziyan let him go, saying, "Village chief, I need your help. Someone's been bullying me, and you've got to stand up for me." "Who would dare bully you?" Sun Jiqiang asked curiously. Who in the village would dare bully Wang Ziyan when he can kick a grown man flying with one foot? If anything, he's the one bullying others. "How could that be?" Wang Ziyan shouted loudly. "I heard Wang Yushin won't give me back the 10,000 yuan he owes me. That's my money, and he's holding onto it without paying me back. Isn't this just bullying me? Did Wang Yushin take your money?" Sun Jiqiang pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized and said, "Ziyan, are you talking about the money for funeral courtesy exchanges when your grandfather passed?" "Ziyan, this matter is quite complicated. Let's sit down, and I'll explain it to you slowly as the village chief." "What's so complicated about it, village chief? Are you siding with Wang Yushin?" Before village chief Sun Jiqiang could answer, Wang Ziyan strode forward, grabbing his right hand tightly as he loudly demanded, "Village chief, I thought you were a good person. I never expected you'd gang up with others to bully me. Oh my heavens, Ziyan, let go, you'll break my hand." Sun Jiqiang's face contorted in pain. Wang Ziyan, furious that he hadn't learned his lesson and still dared to conspire with his uncle, clenched his hand with tremendous force. Ziyan, let's talk this through peacefully. Don't resort to violence. If your uncle has done you wrong, I'll apologize on his behalf." Gu Manue hurried forward to pull the two men apart. The village chief's face turned ashen green, his eyes brimming with tears of pain. "Ziyan, the bruise you left on Uncle's hand last time hasn't healed yet. Could you let go first? I promise to stand up for you," the uncle pleaded. Wang Ziyan noticed Sun Jiqiang's face contort in pain and inwardly cursed. "You bastard, if you dare pull any more sneaky tricks behind my back next time, I won't just make your face turn green, I'll give your head a new color too." Wang Ziyan released his grip, prompting the village chief to hurriedly take cover behind Gu Manue. Sun Jiqiang rolled up his sleeve, staring at the bruised and swollen wrist as tears welled up helplessly in his eyes. He kept sucking in sharp breaths between his teeth and whimpered pitifully. "Ziyan, you must speak properly in the future and refrain from physical altercations. These old bones of mine can't endure your repeated roughhousing." Wang Ziyan's face showed no sign of remorse as he replied casually, "Village chief, when I lose my temper, I can't control myself. As long as you don't provoke me in the future, there won't be any trouble." Gu Manue quickly stepped in to mediate. "All right, All right, Xian has his reasons too. You should forgive him. Not to mention Wang Yushuan severed ties with Xian's grandfather long ago. Many villagers witnessed it back then. Now that he's clinging to the funeral expense records, it's truly unreasonable. Sun Jiqiang naturally knew about this incident. It had caused quite a stir back when Xian's grandfather brought the matter to the village authorities, with several cadres serving as witnesses, himself among them. It's just that Wang Xian later had memory troubles, and Wang Yushuan always brought him gifts during holidays. The man certainly knew how to navigate interpersonal relationships. Wang Xian's refusal to part with a single penny made it seem perfectly natural that Sun Jiqiang would side with Wang Yushuan in his eyes. But now, it was a case of a scholar coming face to face with bandits. No reasoning could prevail. When encountering someone like Wang Xian who immediately resorts to violence without a word, Sun Jiqiang found his usual array of tricks utterly useless. Sun Jiqiang felt the pain in his wrist growing worse and whined pitifully to Gu Manhua. Quick, bring me the medicinal wine we bought last time. My hand hurts terribly. Moments later, Gu Manhua brought the medicinal wine. Sun Jiqiang took it and sat on the sofa, dabbing some onto his wrist before softly massaging the area with gentle hisses of pain. Wang Xian sat across from him, silently staring. Sun Jiqiang grew uncomfortable under his gaze and asked, Xian, who told you that Wang Yushuan took 10,000 yuan from you? Previously, Wang Xian hadn't come looking into this matter. His sudden appearance today must mean someone said something to him. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before replying with difficulty. Well, I can't tell you. That person made me promise not to say. Sun Jiqiang said unwillingly. Xian, don't worry. Uncle will definitely get the money back for you this time, but you must tell me who informed you about this. Gu Manhua stood by, her eyes shimmering, when she suddenly asked, Xian, tell your sister-in-law what you want before you leave, and she'll give you a turtle as a farewell gift. He gestured toward the fertilizer bag by the door, where the soft-shelled turtle inside was still squirming and making faint sounds. Sun Jiqiang opened his mouth to protest, but the lingering pain in his wrist made him shut it again. Wang Xian glanced at the turtle in the bag and laughed. Thanks, sis-in-law. Turtle's my favorite. And the person who told me? None other than the guy who led his ox to graze on our wheat seedlings that day. You mean Wang Yugui, that bastard? Damn it. Sun Jiqiang gritted his teeth and said. Wang Xian nodded and said, Village chief, it's him. I was just strolling through the village early this morning when I ran into him, and he actually seemed afraid of me. I went up and told him, You've paid me 2,000 yuan. So let's consider our feud settled. Grandpa always taught me to be tolerant and generous. I forgive you. He told me that compensating me 2,000 yuan meant nothing, that a man named Wang Yushuan had taken 10,000 yuan from me and refused to return it. When I heard that, I came straight to the village chief to seek justice. If it had been anyone else, Sun Jiqiang might not have believed it, but given Wang Yugui's temperament, this was exactly the kind of thing he would do. Wang Yushuan and Wang Yugui had a feud, and after what happened that day, Wang Yugui must have harbored deep hatred for Wang Xian. Stirring up conflict between two enemies was a tactic Wang Yugui had employed many times before. Sun Jiqiang believed Wang Xian's words and couldn't help but feel intense resentment toward Wang Yugui. Unable to do anything to Wang Xian, he could only direct his anger toward the mastermind behind it all. Wang Xian watched as Sun Jiqiang applied the medicated wine for a while, then stood up and urged impatiently. Village chief, it's getting late. Let's hurry up and go. Where to? Sun Jiqiang was rubbing medicinal wine on himself when he instinctively replied without thinking. But when he looked up and saw Wang Xian's cold expression, he immediately stood up and said, Yes, go to Wang Yusin's house and demand money for you, said the village chief. With that, he walked ahead while Wang Xian followed, casually picking up the fertilizer bag containing the turtles by the door. Sun Jiqiang turned around and saw this, quickly stopping him. Xian, your sister-in-law just promised you one turtle, but there are two in there. Put the bag down first. After we finish the important business, you can take one home later. Listen to the village chief. You're still young. Eating too much of this isn't good for you. It can easily make you impulsive and lead to mistakes, making it hard to control yourself. Gu Manuel behind him added, "Forget it. Zian doesn't come often, and he's taken a liking to this turtle. So just let him take it all." Seeing Wang Zian approach him, Sun Jiqiang could only turn away helplessly, silently cursing his wasteful wife in his heart. He could see clearly now, whenever Wang Zian was involved, misfortune followed. Last time it was the apricot tree by his gate that got kicked down, and today he lost 2 turtles and had both wrists bruised. Never since becoming village head had he suffered such a loss. Remembering his wrists, Sun Jiqiang hastily rolled down his sleeves to cover the bruises, lest outsiders see them and shame him. Chapter 26. I'm late. Village Chief Sun Jiqiang and Wang Zian were walking down the street. They quickly caught the villagers' attention. A few days ago, they had put on quite a show for everyone. Now, seeing them together again, he immediately set down his work and followed behind in high spirits. They hadn't gotten their fill of the last theatrical performance. Neither Sun Jiqiang nor Wang Zian spoke as they crossed the street and walked eastward for a stretch. Then turning north into an alley, they finally halted before a household with large tile-roofed houses. The villagers behind grew even more excited. They were heading to Wang Yushuan's house, and there was bound to be quite a spectacle. Sun Jiqiang's face darkened as the whispers of the villagers behind him grew louder. Without hesitation, he pushed open the large gate and strode inside, with Wang Zian following closely on his heels. "Yushun, is Yushun home?" "Yushun." Sun Jiqiang called out for his uncle as soon as he stepped into the courtyard. "Oh dear, the village chief is here. I was wondering why the magpie kept chirping nonstop on my roof today. Turns out we have an esteemed guest visiting." A 50-year-old man came rushing out from the living room, his face brimming with obsequious smiles as he shamelessly flattered the village chief. But when he noticed Wang Zian standing behind, his smile vanished instantly. This was Wang Zian's uncle, Wang Yushuan. Wang Yushuan was tall and robust, his appearance utterly belying his nearly 50 years of age. "What business brings you to my home?" Wang Yushuan pointed at Wang Zian and asked coldly. At that moment, suddenly noticing the village chief before him was incessantly winking and giving him meaningful looks. Assuming he'd understood something, his face lit up with sudden realization. Wang Yushuan shot Sun Jiqiang a grateful glance. When turning back to Wang Zian, his face had become all smiles as he addressed the young man with gentle warmth. "Zian, my dear nephew, you never come visit your uncle. Seeing you makes me so happy, I can't even think straight. Hee hee." Wang Shaoan was genuinely impressed by his uncle's performance. The man had changed his expression 3 times in half a minute. Even a chameleon couldn't shift colors that fast. Just then, Wang Yushuan suddenly noticed the bag in Wang Zian's hand, and his smile grew even wider. He walked up to Wang Zian and reached out to take it. "Zian, why are you being so polite at your uncle's house? You didn't need to bring anything. You're treating us like strangers." Just as he was about to touch the bag, Wang Zian swiftly pulled back his right hand holding the bag, causing Wang Yu to grasp at empty air. Village Chief Sun Jiqiang realized he'd misunderstood and, fearing he might say something imprudent, quickly interjected. "Yushuan, that's enough. Zian's possessions aren't for you. We came to discuss official matters with you. Bring out the funeral expense records from when your father passed away and hand them over to Wang Zian." "All right, Chief. Chief, what did you just say?" Uncle mechanically agreed before suddenly grasping the impropriety of the request. He stared at Sun Jiqiang with disbelief, trying to verify whether he had misheard. He had thought the village chief brought Wang Zian to sign the documents, transferring the ownership of the village house to him. Just moments ago, he had felt immensely grateful to Sun Jiqiang. Though the gifts he'd sent a few days earlier weren't particularly lavish, he never expected Sun Jiqiang would take the initiative to bring Wang Zian and handle this matter for him. "Tonight, I must prepare a generous gift for Sun Jiqiang to express my gratitude. It seems I had misunderstood the situation." Sun Jiqiang cleared his throat and repeated, "Yushun, Zian is asking for the accounts from when his grandfather passed away. Go retrieve them for him." After saying these words, he began to stealthily retreat. Having said these words, It was no longer his business. He left the uncle and nephew to sort it out between themselves. Wang Yusen pointed at Wang Xian's face, his eyes flaming with fury, his face twisted in rage as he roared. "You little bastard, damn your mother. Get the hell out of here right now." Wang Xian's eyes turned cold as he swiftly delivered a flying kick to Wang Yushuan's chest. With a scream of pain, Wang Yushuan was sent flying backward before crashing heavily to the ground, letting out another agonized cry. "Husband, how could you?" Just then, the living room door flew open. A plump woman rushed in upon seeing the scene and hurriedly helped Wang Yushuan up. Wang Yushuan had practiced martial arts since childhood. Though advanced in years, his ability to withstand blows remained formidable. An ordinary person would have been completely immobilized, yet he struggled to his feet with great effort. The village entrance had already crowded with curious onlookers. Listening to the murmurs outside, Wang Yushuan felt a sudden rush of blood to his head, completely losing his rationality. "You bastard! I'll fight you to the death." Wang Yuxing shoved aside his wife and charged at Wang Xian with clenched fists. He aimed a fierce punch straight at Wang Xiaoan's face, that hated visage that filled him with loathing. Wang Xian watched calmly as Wang Yuxin came rushing toward him. As he swung his fist, his right foot simultaneously kicked toward the man's chest. With another agonized scream, Wang Yushuan was sent flying backward. This time he collided precisely with a hefty woman standing behind him. Wang Yushuan directly knocked his own wife to the ground and landed on top of her. Both mouths let out screams and groans. The villagers watching the commotion outside the gate gasped in shock, even scrambling among themselves to get a better view of the spectacle inside. Village chief's son, Jiqiang, immediately retreated to hide in the northwest corner. Seeing Wang Xian's merciless demeanor, his legs went weak with fear, barely daring to draw breath. Fearing that Wang Xian might come over and kick him flying out as well. Wang Xian's eyes showed no emotional fluctuation. Ever since Wang Yushuan and his wife sold him to human traffickers, there had long been no trace of familial affection between them. Just now, Wang Yushuan even dared to spew vulgar insults. For a child who grew up without a mother, there are always untouchable sore spots. Wang Xian glared coldly at the motionless bodies of Wang Yushuan and his wife on the ground, his voice devoid of warmth as he said, "Last time I asked, will you hand over the accounts or not?" Wang Yushuan still wanted to talk tough, but his plump wife was thoroughly frightened. Struggling to her feet, she sobbed, I'll give you everything, all right?" With that, he clutched his bruised chest with an ow and stumbled into the room. Wang Yushuan steadied himself against the wall as he stood up, making no move to stop his wife. His gaze fixed on Wang Xian with a venomous intensity, eyes gleaming like a serpent's, oozing threads of resentment and malice. After a while, the plump woman stumbled out and handed Wang Xian a thick account book. Wang Xian casually flipped through the first few pages before turning to the final page showing the total expenditures and remaining balance. "Where's the money?" This woman actually dared to play tricks, truly thinking he was a fool who could be fobbed off with just an account book. The plump woman let out a scream and turned to flee back into the house. A moment later, she returned clutching a stack of cash, wailing as if her flesh were being cut, wearing an expression as mournful as if bereaved of both parents. No. When grandfather passed away that day, this couple hadn't shown the slightest grief. Instead, they couldn't contain their secret delight. The couple took advantage of Wang Xian's mental condition, shamelessly revealing their vile hearts right before his eyes. Such heartless cruelty is worse than beasts. The plump woman counted the money as she walked, and after finishing, worried she might have made a mistake. Once outside, she stood by the door, mumbling to herself as she recounted the money. After counting the money 3 times in a row, the plump woman finally handed the money to Wang Xian with tears in her eyes. Wang Xian took it without counting again. He had already seen every note clearly when the woman was counting earlier. Having obtained both the ledger and the money, Wang Xian had achieved his goal. Smiling at son Jiqiang, who had retreated to a corner, he said, Village chief, thank you for helping me collect the debt. You're truly a good man. Son Jiqiang straightened up, puffing out his chest as he chuckled awkwardly and waved his hand. Zian, no need for thanks. This is just what a village head should do. Wang Zian lifted the bag in his hand again and said, Village head, then I'll go home and cook the turtle you gave me. I love eating turtle best. Son Jiqiang couldn't wait for Wang Zian to leave now and hastily said, Zian, it's getting late. Hurry home to prepare lunch. You like eating turtle. After your meal, come get some from the village chief's house. As soon as these thoughtless words left his mouth, Son Jiqiang wanted to slap himself hard. This was simply digging his own grave. God damn this loose tongue of mine. Sure enough, Wang Zian didn't know the meaning of politeness. All right, village chief, I'll come to your place to pick them up in a few days. Before leaving, he didn't forget to shout one last thing. You're truly a great man, village chief. Son Jiqiang gave an awkward laugh and didn't dare speak further. The villagers outside the gate burst into thunderous laughter. Wang Zian walked toward the exit, and the villagers crowding the doorway quickly parted to make way, their eyes following him as he left. Just as he turned the corner of the alley, villager Qian Haijiang came running toward him in great haste, his face dripping with sweat. Seeing Wang Zian stop to catch his breath, he asked, Zian, have you left your uncle's house? Wang Zian glanced at him and nodded. I'm too late. Qian Haijiang stomped his foot in frustration, his face full of regret as he said, If only I hadn't gone to the market today. I missed such a great show. Wang Zian rolled his eyes. So they've been treating his serious business as entertainment. He scurried around Qian Haijiang and headed north. Zian, don't leave yet. Did you fight with your uncle? Did you kill your uncle? Zian. Seeing that Wang Zian wasn't responding, Qian Haijiang hastily turned back into the alley. Noticing the crowd of onlookers still gathered at Wang Yushuan's doorway and hearing the stream of curses from inside the courtyard, he pushed his way through. Chapter 27. The 1st and 15th of the month. After Wang Zian left, a while later, the plump woman suddenly plopped down on the ground and began wailing. You thunderstruck little beast, you vile bastard who disowns your own kin, beating his own uncle and aunt. Heaven above, open your eyes. This goddamn Wang Zian is bullying our whole family. That wicked little turtle spawn. He's already been punished into becoming a fool. Why won't heaven just take him already? The fat woman wailed and cursed with dramatic cadence, amusing the surrounding villagers to the point of dizziness. Qian Haijiang squeezed through the crowd to the front and entered the courtyard, his eyes scanning the area. He saw Wang Yushuan standing with a grim expression, head lowered in unknown contemplation. He hunched over silently, one hand bracing against the wall while the other clutched his chest. Clearly, Wang Zian had dealt him a heavy blow. Spotting village chief's son Jiqiang hiding awkwardly by the western wall, he deliberately called out loudly, Chief, I'm late. What exactly happened here? Son Jiqiang heard Qian Haijiang asking him, and for the first time felt this guy actually had a silver tongue. It was the perfect excuse he'd been looking for to leave. Wang Zian had beaten someone right in front of him, yet he didn't dare utter a word of protest. As the village chief, this was a direct slap to his face. Son Jiqiang walked toward the exit and shouted at the gathered villagers. All right, this is just a family dispute. Everyone disperse now. Go home for lunch. The villagers still feared Son Jiqiang somewhat, making way for him. Son Jiqiang left without looking back. At that moment, Wang Yushuan finally caught his breath and walked toward the gate. Qian Haijiang wanted to say more, but when he looked up and saw the menace in Wang's eyes, a sudden chill ran down his spine. He quickly turned and left the yard. Wang Yushuan shut the gate without a word, ignoring his plump wife who continued to wail on the ground, and headed straight into the house. The fat woman cursed her heart out until her throat went dry. Seeing that no one in the yard was listening to her rant anymore, she quickly scrambled to her feet, dusted off the dirt from her backside, and stormed into the living room in a fury. Wang Yushuan sat on the leather sofa in the living room, his mouth agape as he dabbed medicinal liquor onto the bruises on his chest. Wang Yushuan, are you just going to let that little bastard barge into our home assault us, and rob us blind? Are you made of wood? Shut your damn mouth." Wang Yuxuan let out a furious roar, perhaps straining himself too hard in the process. He tugged at the pain in his chest, and the muscles on his face twisted in agony. The fat woman was so frightened she didn't dare make a sound. After a while, he started cursing Wang Shaoan again. That little bastard. His mother was a jinx from the start, and the brat she gave birth to is just as much of a curse. Are you done yet? Wang Yuxuan felt his head throb from the woman's shrill voice and irritably cut her off. At that moment, the plump woman seemed to recall something abruptly, shedding her fear of Wang Yuxuan entirely as she pointed at him and shouted loudly. "What's wrong? Does it pain you to hear me speak of that vixen?" Wang Yuxuan abruptly slammed the bottle of medicinal liquor onto the coffee table, furious. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The plump woman sprayed spit as she accused him. "Don't you dare say you weren't taken with that vixen back then. You're a married man, yet you're sneaking around peeping at others. How could you forget such things? I remember them clearly. That vixen took a fancy to your younger brother, that ill-fated lad. On your wedding night, you were dead drunk, crying out her name. Did you think I'd forget?" Wang Yuxuan suddenly leapt to his feet, raising his hand to deal her a stinging slap across the face. "Hit me, go ahead and hit me." The plump woman was no longer afraid now. Instead, she rushed forward, wailing loudly. "Hit me, go ahead and beat me to death. I want to find my son. I need to call Zaheo. Damn you, both you bastard and that little beast are bullying me, Wu." You. Hearing his son's name, Bai Yusin could no longer bring himself to strike, though he felt his lungs would burst from rage. He shoved the approaching woman onto the sofa and strode out of the room. "I can't stay in this house another minute. That treacherous little bastard Wang Zian might not have been beaten to death, but he'd surely be driven to his grave by this shrew." The plump woman saw Wang Yuxuan about to leave, so she sat up from the couch and shouted loudly. "Wang Yusin, where are you going?" "Looking for a fox spirit. You bastard, don't you dare come back once you leave." Wang Yusin walked out without looking back, leaving the gate wide open behind him. Son Jiqiang walked briskly back home and plopped down onto the fabric sofa in the living room as soon as he entered. Gu Manuel was watching TV in the main room when she heard the noise and came over, asking, "Back? So did they fight or not?" Son Jiqiang took a long breath and sighed, saying, "Anyone in the village knows Wang Yuxuan's temper. Do you really think he'd hand over the accounts and money without a fuss?" Gu Manuel anxiously asked, "Who won in the end?" "Who else could it be but that fool Wang Zian? You should have seen it. Wang Yuxuan, who always struts around like some big shot that nobody dares provoke, got sent flying with just one kick from Wang Zian. That Wang Zian is ruthless. He didn't hold back at all when going after his uncle. Even I was scared watching from the sidelines." Gu Manuel said with a smile. Wang Zian's mind isn't sharp, so naturally his hands lack restraint. Son Jiqiang suddenly remembered the turtle incident and asked angrily, "I still have questions for you. How could you give all the turtles to that fool? My money, my rules. What good would it do you? Such a waste." Gu Manuel sneered. Son Jiqiang's enthusiasm instantly deflated upon hearing this. Chapter 28. Had I known, I wouldn't have pretended. Son Jiqiang hastily changed the subject. Looking at Gu Manuel, he instructed, "Honey, quickly bring out those gifts Wang Yusin sent us the other day." Gu Manuel impatiently said, "He's already sent it over. Does he still want it back?" Son Jiqiang laughed. "I didn't get things done for him, so returning it is only right. Wang Yuxuan should be coming over soon." "How do you know?" "Today it was me who took Wang Zian back home. After suffering such a big loss, Wang Yuxuan, given his temper, would definitely come to demand an explanation." Gu Manuel agreed. In a moment, he returned carrying several boxes of cigarettes and alcohol, which he placed in the living room. As soon as he set them down, the sound of the front door opening echoed from outside. Wang Yusin's angry voice came through. Village chief, village chief. Speak of the devil." Gu Manuel gave Son Jiqiang a strange look. Son Jiqiang took that look as admiration and smugly smiled. As soon as Wang Yuxuan entered the living room, he exclaimed loudly, "Village chief, how come you? Yuxuan, you're here. Come take a seat." Before he could finish speaking, Son Jiqiang raised his hand to cut him off. Wang Yushuan watched as Son Jiqiang sat calmly on the sofa, as if nothing had happened. He angrily sat down opposite him. Full moon, make some tea for Jade Shan. Son Jiqiang called out to Gu Manue, who had gone back to the main room to watch TV. Gu Manue carried over a teapot and teacup. He bent down to pour tea from the teapot into the teacup. He handed it to Wang Yushuan. Wang Yusin had arrived in a towering rage. As a result, Gu Manue bent down, leaving him gaping in stunned amazement. Gu Manue took one look at his drooling, lovesick expression, her eyes filled with disgust. He quickly put down the teacup without uttering a single pleasantry. Disgusted, he went back to the main room to continue watching TV. Son Jiqiang took everything in with his eyes. Not angry at all. He was actually quite proud of it. He was about the same age as Wang Yushuan. Wang Yushuan's wife was fat and ugly. His wife was young and beautiful. Her figure was the envy of every man in the village. Whenever the village men couldn't help but secretly drool while staring at Gu Manue, Son Jiqiang felt utterly delighted. Just let them watch but not reach, torture them to death. Son Jiqiang noticed Wang Yusin spacing out and lightly tapped the coffee table, saying, "Yushuan, have some tea." Wang Yusin snapped back to reality, his fingers brushing against the scalding teacup. Remembering the earlier incident at home, he asked angrily again, "Village chief, wasn't it agreed that you'd help me secure those 2 houses? Why did you bring that little bastard to my house again today to stir up trouble?" Son Jiqiang remained silent. He rolled up his right sleeve without hesitation, revealing a bruised wrist. Now it appeared somewhat purplish black. "Village chief, is this the doing of that little bastard?" Son Jiqiang lowered his sleeve and said with a bitter smile, "It couldn't have been anyone but your precious nephew. This morning, Wang Zian suddenly came to me, saying you took his money and demanding I settle the matter for him. Given our long-standing friendship, I'm definitely on your side. I just said a few words on your behalf, and he went berserk, grabbed my wrist, and tried to hit me. If it weren't for Manue being present at the time, speaking kindly on my behalf and even giving him the freshly bought turtle, I might have been beaten to death by him today." Wang Yushuan no longer blamed Son Jiqiang for standing idly by today. He also knew that in today's situation, even Son Jiqiang going up wouldn't make a difference. He was sent flying by 2 kicks from Wang Zian. Son Jiqiang could be kicked to death directly. That little bastard, one day I'll make him pay. Remembering how Wang Yushuan had been utterly powerless against Wang Zian, Son Jiqiang couldn't help but ask, "Yushuan, you've practiced martial arts since childhood. How come today you couldn't even beat your own nephew?" "That damn brat is no nephew of mine," Wang Yushuan cursed, then continued resentfully, "Village chief, there are things I've never told outsiders, but today I'll tell you. My old fool of a father was biased. Since childhood, he not only wasted precious medicinal baths on that little bastard. I passed down all the family's martial arts to that little bastard. I only learned a smattering myself. You know me well. Do you think I did all this just to covet those few houses? I just can't stand that stubborn old fool playing favorites. Why should all the good things go to that little bastard while I get nothing? I just can't suppress my anger." Son Jiqiang comforted him by saying, "Let bygones be bygones, Yushuan. Don't take it to heart with Zian. He's simple-minded. Bullying him would make us the talk of the town." Wang Yushuan clutched his aching chest and fumed. "No way. That little bastard and I are sworn enemies." Son Jiqiang cut straight to the chase and asked, "Then can you beat him? I won't let him get away with this. Can you defeat him? Just you wait. One day I'll make him pay. Can you beat him?" Wang Yushuan, the village chief, is scratching where it doesn't itch. If he could beat that little beast, he wouldn't be standing here spouting nonsense. Just ask around and you'll find out. In the past, whenever Wang Yusin had conflicts with villagers, he wouldn't waste words but would directly start fighting. That's what you call ruthless with few words. Wang Yusin's face turned ugly, thinking Son Jiqiang was mocking him, and asked, "Village chief, what do you mean by that?" Son Jiqiang pinched the space between his eyebrows and said, Yushuan, I can't help you with this matter. I'm genuinely a bit afraid of your eldest nephew. After speaking, he lifted his injured wrist to emphasize his point. Wang Yushuan fell silent. Sun Jiqiang lifted the tea bowl with his left hand, took a sip of the hot tea, frowned, and said, Yushuan, as long as you don't provoke Wang Ziyan from now on, I believe he won't cause trouble for you without reason. Don't stoop to the level of someone who's not right in the head. Wang Yushuan swore. That little bastard's got a screw loose. I think he's faking it. Sun Jiqiang shook his head and said, Wang Ziyan had such a bright future ahead. If not for his injured brain, he would have surely passed the college entrance exam and leaped from peasant roots into the Dragon's Gate of Opportunity. Now he's all alone up in the mountains. What good would it do him even if he weren't stuck there? Could there really be gold and silver treasures on the mountain? Wang Yusin knew Sun Jiqiang made a valid point, yet he still asked skeptically. He wouldn't be truly foolish if he knew to ask me for the ledger and money. Didn't I tell you as soon as you walked in? Someone informed him you took his money. That's why he came to settle accounts with you. Wang Yushuan's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he gritted his teeth and asked, Village chief, tell me who it is. Is it that young widow Zhao Wanfang? No, someone you'd never guess. Sun Jiqiang took another sip of tea before leisurely saying, A few days ago, who was Wang Ziyan arguing with outside my house? Village head, you? Sun Jiqiang's face stiffened as he retorted irritably. You're talking nonsense. Sorry, that slipped out. Could be Qiu Bo then. Qiu Bo's still recuperating at home. Sun Jiqiang felt that what Wang Ziyan had struck today wasn't Wang Yushuan's chest. It's the mind. Wang Yushuan chuckled awkwardly. A name suddenly flashed through his mind, and he abruptly stood up. Clenching his fists tightly, he drew out each word through gritted teeth with palpable hatred. Wang Yugue. But he stood up too quickly and too forcefully, his thick legs bumping against the edge of the coffee table. The impact sent the coffee table sliding straight towards Sun Jiqiang. Sun Jiqiang's legs throbbed with pain. Then the teapot and teacup tipped over, pouring hot tea all over him. That's better now. The tea in the bowl was still warm. The teapot contained scalding hot tea. The searing liquid made Sun Jiqiang howl in agony as he clutched his groin. He tried to move his body, only to find himself firmly wedged against the coffee table. Sun Jiqiang was on the verge of tears. If only he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have tried to show off. It would have been better to tell Wang Yushuan straight out that it was Wang Yugue who said it. Why the hell am I trying to act all mysterious? Chapter 29. Being a village chief isn't easy. What's wrong? What's wrong? Sun Jiqiang's scream was too agonizing. It startled Gu Manuel, who was watching TV, thinking the two had come to blows. Wang Yushuan had gone mad and started beating him. Gu Manuel knew that with Sun Jiqiang's physique, he was absolutely no match for Wang Yusin. He hurried over to try and break up the fight. When he reached the living room and looked, the situation was not as he had imagined. Wang Yusin had already moved the coffee table aside, all the while murmuring apologies. I'm sorry, village chief, are you alright? I really didn't mean to. Sun Jiqiang knew he hadn't done it on purpose. Fortunately, the pants blocked most of the impact, so there shouldn't be any serious damage down there. Otherwise, my future prospects would have been completely ruined. It's fine, I'm okay. He then explained to Gu Manuel. Brother Yushuan accidentally bumped into the coffee table when he stood up just now, but no harm done. Wang Yushuan stared at Gu Manuel with brazen boldness, chuckling with a sly grin. Village chief, are you really all right down there? Should I take a look for you? If something's wrong, Manuel would never forgive me. Gu Manuel noticed that even now, Wang Yushuan's eyes were still darting around shiftily. That lecherous gaze truly made her want to vomit. Seeing that Sun Jiqiang wasn't in serious trouble, she turned back to continue watching TV. Wang Yushuan watched Gu Manuel depart, then turned to Sun Jiqiang and asked, Village chief, was it really Wang Yugue who told that little bastard about this? Sun Jiqiang's face showed impatience as he grew tired of beating around the bush. There's no doubt about it. When I came back, a villager told me, just go out and ask around if you don't believe me. Someone happened to overhear it at the time. Wang Yusin said bitterly. That bastard Wang Yugue, I'll make sure he pays for this. All right, my pants are all wet. I need to change them. You should leave quickly if you're fine. Sun Jiqiang pointed to the cigarettes and alcohol in the corner again and said, I failed to accomplish what you asked me to do, so you should take these things back. Having already given these items away, Wang Yuxuan naturally couldn't take them back. Otherwise, he would offend Sun Jiqiang. How could he possibly seek his help again in the future? Village chief, how could I possibly have the face to take these things back? I'm someone who doesn't accept rewards without merit. Chief, you're too kind. Since I accidentally burned you earlier, consider these items as my apology. Sun Jiqiang fell silent. Wang Yuxuan still had matters to attend to, so he took his leave and said, Village chief, you carry on with your work. I'll come see you another day. Gu Manue heard the sound of the living room door opening. Through the window, he saw Wang Yuxuan open the gate and leave. He walked into the living room, saw the cigarettes and alcohol still sitting there, and said to Sun Jiqiang, who had taken off his pants, I told you he shouldn't take it back, yet you insisted I bring it out. Sun Jiqiang snorted and said, You womenfolk wouldn't understand. I know he couldn't possibly have taken it, but we've got to at least go through the motions. Gu Manue sneered coldly. You was taking off your pants to fart, utterly unnecessary. All right, hurry up and find me a new pair of pants and underwear to change into. Gu Manue found a new pair of pants and underwear, then flung them straight at Sun Jiqiang. Gu Manue asked casually, I just saw Wang Yuxuan storming off in the window. What did you say to him? Sun Jiqiang pulled up his pants and said with a grin, I told him about Wang Yugue setting fire to Wang Zian. He's definitely going to settle scores with Wang Yugue now, isn't he? Is that so? Honey, I bet you Lu Yuxin is going to beat up Yugue right in the street. Gu Manue asked curiously. How do you know? Sun Jiqiang smiled and said, Today Wang Zian kicked him out of the house in front of everyone. The villagers who saw it made a big spectacle, and Lu Yuxin was utterly humiliated. Wang Yuxin publicly beat Wang Yuge, both to settle old scores and to show the villagers he's not someone to be trifled with. If he can't take on Wang Zian, bullying others is still child's play for him. It's also meant to intimidate the rest. I've long since figured out Wang Yuxuan's temperament. Gu Manue said helplessly, All day long you're brooding over this, pondering that. Honestly, aren't you exhausted? Sun Jiqiang said dismissively. Do you think I want things to be this way? Do you think being village chief is easy for me? Our village has 400 to 500 households, with a population of several thousand. Many people covet the position of village chief. If I weren't cunning enough, I'd have been ousted long ago. Take a look at Wang Yuxin, Wang Yuge, Qiu Bo, and the like. Which one of them is easy to deal with? If I don't study their temperaments carefully, how could I easily keep them under control? Gu Manue's eyes sparkled with amusement as she chuckled and said, How come you can't handle Wang Zian? Sun Jiqiang felt a stifling lump in his chest, unbearably uncomfortable, and said angrily, You're feigning ignorance. Wang Zian's mind went blank. It was like a scholar trying to reason with soldiers, utterly futile. I was about to fight him, but Qiu Bo and the other two were knocked down in the blink of an eye. I tried to reason with him, but that bastard went straight for violence. Look what he did to my hand. Damn it, if I can't handle him, can't I at least avoid him? I already made it clear to Wang Yuxuan. From now on, I'm staying out of that uncle and nephew's ridiculous mess. Gu Manue chuckled. There you go. You should keep your nose out of their business from now on. Wang Yuxuan was ogling me with those shifty eyes earlier. What a despicable man. Why didn't he just get kicked to death today? Sun Jiqiang didn't mind at all. Instead, he laughed triumphantly. Who told you to be so good-looking, making people itch with desire just by looking at you? I just saw it. Wang Yuxuan's eyeballs were practically popping out his head. Gu Manue spat out in disgust. You damned idiot, you're actually happy about others peeking at your wife. Sun Jiqiang smiled and said, So what if they look? You're pretty. It's not like you're losing flesh. What do I care? Gu Manue couldn't be bothered to argue with him anymore. Sun Jiqiang was absolutely sick in the head. Sun Jiqiang fastened his pants and said to Gu Manue, I'm going to the West Room to rest for a while. If anyone comes looking for me, tell them I'm out on business. What were you doing in the West Room? Who was looking for you again? How could you be so brainless? When Wang Yuxin beats up Wang Yugue later, do you think their wives won't come looking for me to settle the matter and demand justice? Then tell me, who should I turn to? Do I have any other choice but to hide first? All right, I got it. Go ahead and be a coward then. Sun Jiqiang. Wang Yugui carried a medicine chest on his back. A smile never left his face the entire way. The gloom of recent days was completely swept away. Just thinking about how he'd stirred things up with a few well-chosen words. Wang Ziyan went and beat up Wang Yushuan. He couldn't help feeling secretly delighted inside. The only regret was hearing that Wang Yushuan hadn't been able to fight back at all against Wang Ziyan's beating. What he truly wished for most was seeing those two bastards bloody each other's noses in mutual combat. Uncle and nephew both injured. That would truly be satisfying. Who'd have thought the usually arrogant Wang Yushuan would be so utterly useless? Where was that skill he'd shown when beating me publicly back then? As Wang Yugui walked on, darkness suddenly descended before his eyes. He looked up. The smile on his face instantly vanished. Wang Yusin suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. His eyes were fixed on him with a fierce, icy glare. Jade Shun, what are you doing? Wang Yugui's eyes darted about in panic as he shuffled backward on trembling legs, even forgetting to turn and run. Son of a bitch, what are you doing? I'll beat you to a pulp. Wang Yushuan roared and charged forward in one swift dash. He threw a punch straight at Wang Yugui's right eye with a blinding strike. Then, taking quick steps forward, he launched a flying kick that landed on Wang Yugui's chest just as he was about to topple backwards. Wang Yugui initially felt a sharp pain in his right eye. His head spun, and his vision blurred instantly. As he was about to hit the ground, another wave of excruciating pain erupted in his chest. His body was sent flying 3 or 4 meters away. Wang Yusin punched and kicked, but even that wasn't enough to vent his anger. He rushed forward again, kicking and punching the fallen Wang Yugui. His ferocious demeanor scared the surrounding villagers so badly that none dared to step forward to intervene. Wang Yugui was utterly dazed by the beating, unable to fight back at all. He kept screaming pitifully, begging for mercy. Yet Wang Yushuan still didn't stop. After a minute or two, Wang Yushuan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and immediately stopped his attack. Gasping for breath, he clutched at his chest. The muscles in his face twisted in agony. In the heat of the moment, he'd forgotten that Prince Ziyan had also wounded him during their fight. Just now, I put too much force into hitting someone, and the pain in my chest is growing worse. The thought that his injuries were all thanks to Wang Yugui made his anger flare up again. Staring at the huddled figure of Wang Yugui, clutching his head, he angrily cursed. "You wretched bastard, daring to egg on that little bastard Wang Ziyan to cause trouble at my house. Just wait till I beat you to death today." With that said, Wang Yushuan didn't step forward to strike again. He only meant to teach Wang Yugui a lesson, not to beat him to death. Now that he'd publicly thrashed Wang Yugui, he'd not only vented his anger. The face he'd lost today at Wang Ziyan's hands, he'd now reclaimed through Wang Yugui. Noticing the frightened villagers in the distance, it was just to let them know they couldn't defeat that little bastard Wang Ziyan. Beating others was still a piece of cake. Wang Yushuan stopped his movements, feeling the pain in his chest growing worse. In a hurry to get home and apply medicine, he spat a mouthful of saliva at Wang Yugui lying on the ground with a loud tui. Then he turned and walked away, under the fearful gazes of the onlooking villagers. Despite the excruciating pain in his chest, Wang Yusin still clenched his teeth and walked away with his head held high. As soon as Wang Yusin left, the kind-hearted villagers finally dared to come forward and help Wang Yugui up. Check his injuries. Wang Yugui was helped up, now looking utterly miserable to the extreme. His face was bruised and black-eyed, covered in dust, but fortunately, nothing was broken. Wang Yugui was carried home. After a while, his foolish wife began shouting as she ran toward village chief Sun Jiqiang's house. Chapter 30. Fresh flowers on a dung heap. Wang Ziyan only learned about this matter in the evening from Sister Wanfang. Wang Yugui got beaten up by Wang Yushuan right on the street. What a splendid outcome. Neither of them is any good. Since Wang Yugui dared scheme against him, he'd simply turn the tables, letting them tear into each other like rabid dogs. This also kept sister Wan Fong out of harm's way, sparing her from Wang Yushuan's retaliation. In the following days, Wang Zian didn't venture down the mountain again, devoting himself entirely to the books and journals on the shelves. After what happened last time, judging from Sister Wanfang's words, both Wang Yushuan and Wang Yugue had quieted down, particularly Wang Yushuan, who never went to the brigade courtyard to confront the village chief and accountant again. Wang Zian was content with a newfound peace. Apart from tending to the livestock, he immersed himself in reading and preparing for cultivation. More than half a month passed like this until the haystack for feeding the goats ran out, forcing Wang Zian to take them up the mountain to graze. Luckily, with De Huang and De Hei's help, Wang Zian didn't have to worry about a thing. Big Yellow and Big Black, having drunk the spiritual liquid water, had now grown a full size larger than before and could understand Wang Zian's commands, helping him herd the sheep. All Wang Zian had to do was hold a book and watch from a distance. In fact, it wasn't just Big Yellow and Big Black. The cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese had all grown noticeably larger. Aside from the 2 dogs becoming smarter, the 4 oxen seemed to have gained a touch of human-like understanding. Every time the 4 oxen saw Wang Zian, they would come up to lick his hands, their eyes now carrying a hint of human emotion. As for the 20-plus sheep, there were indeed changes, but compared to the sum, they still fell short. That morning, the weather was pleasant, sunny and bright, with the fragrance of flowers and the songs of birds filling the mountain air. Wang Zian was still sitting on a large blue stone, absorbed in his book, while Big Yellow and Big Black tirelessly ran back and forth in the distance. Suddenly, Wang Zian's ears twitched. It seemed someone was speaking to the south. Wang Zian frowned and tilted his head to listen. His hearing had become remarkably keen nowadays, allowing him to catch the intermittent voices despite the considerable distance. After causing disturbances during his 2 previous descents from the mountain, the villagers no longer dared to come up. For over 10 days, not a single soul had appeared here, yet Wang Zian had grown accustomed to the solitude. Little did he expect visitors again today. Who dares to be so bold? From the sound of it, it's a young couple. Wang Zian recalled the affair between Er Xie, Sun Daong, and Tian Li Juan, the wife of Yang Fakue, who had sneaked up the mountain for a tryst the last time. Could it be? But judging by the voices, this time it wasn't Sun Daong and Tian Li Juan. Wang Zian closed the book and tucked it carefully into his robe. Grasping a wooden staff, he stood up and began walking southward. The closer he got, the clearer the voices became in his ears. Xiao, don't be afraid. There's nobody on the mountain. Chintang, let's just go home. You can do whatever you want back at home. It's fine, Wang Zian, that idiot is up on the mountain right now. No one else dares go up there. Hurry. Oh dear, I'd better not. I'm really scared. Xiao, it's really fine. Better not. My good Xiao, there's truly no one here. Wang Zian heard everything clearly and realized this wasn't just some random passionate couple, but rather a young married pair who couldn't resist seeking excitement on the mountain. Moreover, the man named Chun Tang was someone Wang Zian knew quite well. They had even been classmates. Elementary and middle school classmates. However, unlike Wang Zian, who attended school all the way through high school, Chun Tang didn't perform well academically and dropped out after finishing middle school. Instead, he followed his father around on bicycles to remote mountain villages, collecting duck down, goose down, chicken feathers, sheepskin, and rabbit pelts. Don't underestimate these seemingly insignificant peddlers. They earned over 10,000 yuan annually, whereas villagers relying solely on farming made no more than 2,000 or 3,000 yuan a year. Chun Tang quickly made a fortune with his father and opened a small grocery store on the village street, selling daily necessities. Back in school, this kid was a poor student who fooled around all day, giving his teachers headaches, literally making their stomachs ache from frustration. As the class monitor, Wang Zian was entrusted by the teacher with the responsibility of managing his classmates. Now, it was Chun Tang's turn to suffer. If he caused trouble in class again, Wang Zian would directly beat him up. Chun Tang had been afraid of Wang Zian since childhood, trembling like a mouse at the sight of a cat whenever they met. Thus, the two became sworn enemies from that moment on. After Wang Ziyan was injured, this jerk often came to see him, not out of concern, of course, but to gloat over his misfortune. Every time after she left, this guy would go up the mountain to collect eggs. Last winter, when Chen Tang got married, he deliberately went to Wang Ziyan to show off, even insisting that Wang Ziyan give him money as a wedding gift. That guy was really dishonest. After taking the money, he didn't invite Wang Ziyan to a feast, as if he'd completely forgotten about it. Wang Ziyan hadn't wanted to disturb the two of them, but when he recalled a few things Chen Tang had done during his 4 years of dazed confusion, he decided to let him know that there was someone else on this mountain. "Who's there? Who is it? Come out right now." Wang Ziyan shouted toward the spot where the two were staying. As soon as he shouted, shrieks erupted from the pine forest. "Xiao, it's that fool Wang Ziyan. Run quickly, run. Damn it, this idiot screwed me over." After a while, the two emerged from the pine forest, only to find Wang Ziyan blocking their way with a wooden stick. Seeing Wang Ziyan clutching a wooden stick, Chen Tang thought he meant to attack, and hastily pulled his wife Su Xiao behind him for protection. Wang Ziyan looked at Su Xiao and was surprised to find that she was indeed a rare beauty. Chen Tang is one lucky fellow. Just look at that pockmarked face of his. What a rarity. Even his own parents would worry when they looked at his ugly face as a child, thinking this kid would never find a wife in his lifetime. They even considered arranging a sister exchange marriage for him. Yet who could have imagined this kid would prove everyone wrong? No wonder this kid made a point of coming up the mountain to show off several times after getting married. Chen Tang noticed Wang Ziyan sizing up his wife, so he quickly stepped in front of her with an ingratiating smile and said, Wang Ziyan, it's me, your old classmate Chen Tang. Don't you remember me? I came to see you just last month." Wang Ziyan rubbed his ear and shot him an annoyed glance, grumbling angrily. "Keep your voice down. You're hurting my ears. I'm not deaf." Having overly keen ears also has its drawbacks. When sounds are too loud, Wang Ziyan feels rather uncomfortable. Chen Tang gave an embarrassed laugh and said, Yes, I'll lower my voice. "So, have you remembered anything yet?" Wang Ziyan nodded and said, "I seem to have some recollection of it." Chen Tang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Wang Ziyan didn't have another episode, all would be well. Stories of Wang Ziyan kicking Qiu Bo and his uncle Wang Yushuan had already reached his ears these past few days, but he'd been away collecting furs at the time and hadn't witnessed it firsthand. What he feared most was that Wang Ziyan might have an episode and not recognize him. That would be disastrous. Chen Tang felt a twinge of regret. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would never have brought Xiao up the mountain. Wang Ziyan looked past Chen Tang and asked, "Who is that woman behind you?" Chen Tang let out a startled "ah" and immediately eyed Wang Ziyan warily, while secretly tugging his wife's little hand behind his back to silently signal her to be alert. If something seemed amiss, they'd need to make a quick escape. "Ziyan, haven't I told you several times already? I'm married. This is my partner, Su Xiao." Wang Ziyan replied, "It seems like something like that happened. What a shame, though." Chen Tang watched him sighing and looking dejected, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. With a puzzled expression, he asked, "Ziyan, what you saying is a pity. Your girlfriend is so beautiful, while you're so ugly. It's like a fresh flower stuck in cow dung. Isn't that a pity?" Although Su Xiao hid behind Chen Tang, Wang Ziyan had already gotten a clear look at her face. A delicate oval face the size of a palm, with graceful brows, a pert nose, and cherry lips. She was truly a woman of exquisite beauty. "You!" Chen Tang's face flushed crimson with suppressed rage. Nothing infuriated him more than having his appearance mocked. Were it not for Wang Ziyan's superior combat skills, he'd have taught him a lesson today. Su Xiao, who had initially been hiding fearfully behind Chen Tang with her back turned, couldn't suppress a giggle upon hearing Wang Ziyan's compliment about her beauty. Chapter 31. Successful Refinement. Su Xiao, having just recently married, hadn't yet made the acquaintance of everyone in the village. Moreover, Phoenix Village was quite large, and Wang Ziyan had always lived up in the mountains, keeping minimal contact with the villagers. Thus, this was Su Xiao's first time meeting Wang Ziyan. Su Xiaoxiu had long since heard stories about Wang Ziyan. Especially in the last half month, Wang Ziyan had become even more famous in the village. After all, every troublemaker in Phoenix Village had been beaten up by Wang Ziyan. Yet the villagers spoke well of Wang Ziyan because he only kicked those who deserved it, not a single decent person among them. But in the words of the newlywed husband, Wang Ziyan was an entirely different story. Chen Tang claimed Wang Ziyan had been a troublemaker since childhood, taking advantage of his martial skills to bully other kids in the village, beating anyone who disobeyed him, a veritable little tyrant. In Chen Tang's words, Wang Ziyan was nothing short of a little rogue. Su Xiaoxiu was also half convinced. After all, no one else in the village had spoken ill of Wang Ziyan. But Chen Tang was her husband. He surely wouldn't lie to her. But now, just by looking at Wang Ziyan's condition, she knew her husband had lied. How could someone so handsome be a bad person? Chen Tang is just jealous that Wang Ziyan is better looking than him. But Su Xiaoxiu couldn't quite understand. Since practically every man was more handsome than Chen Tang, why was he singling out Wang Ziyan? Was there some unresolved grievance between them? Chen Tang was furious about Wang Ziyan calling him cow dung. But since he couldn't beat him in a fight, all he wanted now was to hurry down the mountain. Wang Ziyan, we have other matters to attend to and must ascend the mountain now. Don't block the path. We'll talk again in a few days. Wang Ziyan suddenly asked deliberately. What were you guys doing just now? I thought I heard some strange noises. As soon as these words were uttered, Su Xiaoxiu was so embarrassed she wished she could vanish into thin air and couldn't help but giving Chen Tang's tender waist a sharp pinch. It's all his fault. Chen Tang grimaced in pain and hastily explained. Ziyan, my wife sprained her ankle on the mountain. Wang Ziyan replied. She's injured? Well, I happen to know medicine. Let me examine her. Chen Tang couldn't possibly let Wang Ziyan touch his beautiful wife. Besides, after Wang Ziyan's head injury, how could he still practice medicine? No need, thank you. It's just a minor injury. She'll recover after resting at home for a few days. Ouch. Then why are you going up the mountain? Could it be you were after my family's eggs? Chen Tang immediately became flustered and said, Ziyan, who went to steal your eggs? Don't falsely accuse good people. Good person? Wang Ziyan sneered inwardly. Chen Tang had always been prone to petty greed since childhood, and even as an adult, he never outgrew this wretched habit. Over the past few years, this guy had often visited Wang Ziyan, certainly not out of any sense of camaraderie between classmates. One was to mock him, the other was to pick up his family's chicken, duck, and goose eggs on a mountainside when leaving. After Prince An's grandfather passed away, the guy became even more brazen. Chen Tang visited Prince An twice, each time taking a detour through the mountains on his way home. He thought no one noticed, but in truth, Prince An was well aware of it all. He was just a bit slow to react, but he understood some things. However, since Chen Tang used the pretense of visiting him, Wang Ziyan thought he was a good person and didn't pay it much mind. After all, his grandpa had taught him not to be too stingy with friends. But what was outrageous was how Chen Tang would always wag his 10 fingers when visiting and leave with something in hand. Most infuriating of all, Chen Tang came each time just to show off. The fellow's gaze at Wang Ziyan held no sympathy or pity, only schadenfreude. What a despicable wretch. Wang Ziyan glared and retorted. You're always coming up the mountain to pilfer my family's chicken, duck, and goose eggs. Did you think I wouldn't notice? If you dare set foot here again, I'll beat you dead. After saying that, he swung the wooden stick a few times. If it were just Chen Tang alone today, Wang Ziyan would have beaten him mercilessly, just like when they were kids. But since his wife is here, let's leave him be, no need to scare her. Anyway, Chen Tang isn't going anywhere. There'll be plenty of chances to deal with him later. Wang Ziyan looked down upon Chen Tang, not just because of the man's opportunistic kicks while he was down during his mental illness, but even more so due to a despicable act Chen Tang had committed back in middle school. In middle school, Chen Tang one night, possessed by some inexplicable impulse, sneaked into a family's home intending to harass the wife there. The family was poor, and the man remained unmarried until his 30s, eventually forced to wed a mentally unstable woman. At the time, The man was watching TV at Chun Tang's house. Seizing this opportunity, Chun Tang pretended to visit a classmate, but instead scaled the wall into the man's home, intending to assault his wife. Just as he was about to force himself upon her, he was thrown to the ground. No one could tell whether the woman was too strong or Chun Tang was simply too weak. He was actually no match for her and got beaten bloody by the woman wielding a rolling pin. In the end, she chased after him again, and in his panic, he blindly dashed into the West Room, momentarily safe, but now trapped with no way out. Chun Tang had planned to sneak away after the woman left, but since other guests arrived at his home, the man of the house returned early. Chun Tang was suddenly cornered inside the room. The man wanted to beat this beast to death with a stick right then and there. To save his own life, Chun Tang fell to his knees with a thud, kowtowing frantically for mercy. His already wounded head immediately became drenched in blood. The man considered his friendship with Chun Tang's father. They were even close relatives sharing the same surname. If word got out, both families' reputations would suffer. Moreover, Chun Tang was practically raised before his eyes, just a middle schooler back then. If others found out, the boy's future would be ruined. The man's heart softened. He spared Chun Tang and, seeing the severe head wound, even took him to seek medical help. At that time, Grandpa and Wang Zian had already moved back to the mountain. Since the man's family lived north of the village, they went to Wang Zian's grandfather for wound dressing. Grandpa found it peculiar that the man brought Chun Tang for treatment at night, but he promptly bandaged the boy's injuries nonetheless. After the man drove Chun Tang away, he left behind the money for the treatment and bandaging. Perhaps because he was seething with anger and needed to vent to someone. Knowing his grandfather could keep a secret, he spilled the ugly details of Chun Tang's despicable actions that night. At that moment, Wang Zian happened to be reading in the next room and overheard every word in secret. After the man left, Wang Zian came out and told his grandfather that he would find an opportunity to teach that scoundrel Chun Tang a harsh lesson. Matters between men and women should be consensual. Taking advantage of a woman, especially one in poor mental health, is worse than beastly behavior. However, Grandpa disapproved at the time and warned Wang Zian that this matter must not be leaked. Chun Tang was still young and deserved a chance to reform himself. Wang Zian therefore kept the matter to himself. From then on, however, he looked down on Chun Tang with utter contempt. Fine, I won't come here again, all right? Chun Tang now wanted nothing more than to take his beautiful wife and leave quickly, speaking as he backed away. Old classmate, my wife sprained her ankle and needs to go home for ointment, so I'll be taking my leave now. Hurry up and go. Don't let me see you again. Noticing that Wang Zian was merely watching them without moving to stop them, Chun Tang took Su Xiuxiu's small hand, detoured westward in a loop, and then hurried off southward. After running 200 to 300 meters without seeing Wang Zian following them, the couple finally stopped, panting heavily. Su Xiuxiu shook off Chun Tang's hand, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and angrily continued walking southward alone. Chun Tang hurried after her, forcing a smile as he said, "Darling, Xiuxiu, don't be angry. He's just a big fool who wouldn't go around blabbing." With tears shimmering in her eyes, Su Xiuxiu felt an inexplicable urge to cry, overwhelmed by a sense of grievance. "I told you not to mess around outside, but you wouldn't listen. If this gets out, how can I show my face in public?" "It's fine. Wang Zian is so simple-minded now. What does he know about marital affairs?" "He's simple-minded? I think you're the fool. Treating your wife like this. You're making me out to be some cheap tramp." Su Xiuxiu grew angrier with every word. "I'm innocent, Xiuxiu. I like you too much to ever. You take me for a fool. Luring me up this mountain. You've had wicked intentions from start. Xiuxiu, I was wrong. All right, please don't be angry. Let's talk about this at home. Don't even think about coming home. You'll sleep in the West Room with your blanket these days." Wang Zian followed from a distance. Only after seeing Chun Tang and his wife nearly descend the mountain did he finally turn back. For the next half-month, Wang Zian continued tending sheep and reading as usual. Finally, on this evening, he resolved to begin cultivation. Since the hut contained the Taoist's remains, Wang Zian took a meditation cushion to the herb garden area where spiritual energy was abundant. Seated cross-legged on the cushion, Wang Xian began practicing the first-level incantation of the primordial chaos qi refining technique. A month later, Wang Xian sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, practicing the first-level incantation. Suddenly, a faint surge of spiritual energy flowed from his dantian, coursing through the extraordinary meridians to reach the acupoints across his body. Following the guiding incantation's circulation path, it traveled along the meridians before finally returning to his dantian. After completing a full major cultivation cycle, Wang Xian slowly opened his eyes upon sensing the spiritual energy gathered in his dantian, his face bursting with ecstatic joy. He had finally attained mastery of the first-level incantation. Chapter 32, Farming Season. Wang Xian stood up abruptly, only to be assaulted by a foul stench. His skin was coated with a layer of black, greasy substance. Hastily exiting the jade gourd, he rushed to the courtyard to thoroughly wash himself clean. Wang Xian felt an unprecedented comfort in his nakedness. His entire physical constitution, both mental strength and physical power, had been enhanced several times over. At that moment, De Huang and De He came trotting over with wagging tails. Wang Xian was startled. If his pride got him bitten now, his next life would indeed be worry-free forever. He hurriedly shook himself off and ran inside to change his clothes. For the past month, Wang Xian had been practicing day and night, setting everything else aside. After feeding the cattle each day, he would herd the sheep up the mountain to graze, leaving them under the watch of De He and De Huang. Perhaps due to drinking the spiritual liquid, the 20-plus sheep would voluntarily return to the courtyard before nightfall each day, saving Wang Xian a great deal of trouble. 2 more days passed, and Wang Xian opened his eyes, furrowing his brows. Thanks to regularly consuming the spiritual liquid every few days, Wang Xian mastered the first layer incantation in just 1 month. According to the notes, Wang Xian possessed exceptional spiritual roots, a true genius. The Taoist priest had taken a full year to master the same first layer incantation. Though Wang Xian could now drink the undiluted spiritual liquid, accelerating his spiritual energy growth, the liquid only produced 1 drop per month. This progress seemed far too slow. Moreover, the Taoist priest had warned that excessive consumption of the liquid would gradually diminish its effectiveness for qi cultivation. As one advanced in practice, each subsequent layer would demand more spiritual liquid while becoming exponentially harder to achieve. Moreover, the spiritual energy stored in the jade gourd was only sufficient for 3 to 4 hours of cultivation each day. Even if Wang Xian wished to practice day and night, he simply didn't have the means to do so. Wang Xian attempted to cultivate in the sparse spiritual energy outside, but after a whole night, there wasn't the slightest bit of progress. No wonder the Taoist priest resorted to the wicked path of absorbing yin to nourish yang for cultivation. Wang Xian estimated that at his current cultivation speed, mastering the second layer of the incantation would take over 2 years, while the third layer would require more than 6. This is the most optimistic estimate, but the Taoist priest's aptitude was too poor. It took him a year to master the first level of the incantation, 8 years for the second level, and after 9 years of being unable to break through the third level, he could only resort to that method, the one that ultimately tarnished his late years. Every half-month, the Taoist priest would go out for a trip and return punctually after a few days. Because the mountain was remote and the priest didn't interact with people, the villagers actually never noticed. But did grandfather actually know about it or not? Afterwards, the Taoist priest's cultivation speed noticeably accelerated. In just a few short years, he had reached the 5th level of qi refinement. From the Taoist priest's notes, it's evident that he was deeply remorseful in his heart. What I regret isn't choosing the path of dual cultivation, but lamenting why he hadn't shattered the inner demons in his heart sooner, wasting so many years of his life. Cultivating qi cannot grant immortality. It merely extends one's lifespan. Wang Zian surmised that the Taoist priest, nearing the end of his lifespan and desperate to achieve success, had fallen prey to the perils of cultivation by rushing beyond his limits. After mastering the first level of the incantation, the additional benefit Wang Zian gained was the recovery of all his memories from beyond the age of 3, including some words the Taoist priest had spoken to him during his childhood. However, if he were to take the path the priest later decorated, exiting the Jade Gourd, Wang Zian lay on the calm. Since cultivation progress was too slow, he figured he might as well read. Infusing a strand of spiritual power into it, a thick book abruptly materialized in his right hand. Having mastered the first level of it, Wang Zian successfully bound the Jade Gourd as his own. Previously, whether storing items inside or retrieving them, he had to physically enter it each time. Now, he simply needed to channel a wisp of spiritual energy into any desired object, and it would materialize before him automatically. Every single item within the entire gourd became vividly clear in his mind, as if imprinted directly into his consciousness. However, his current magical power is too low, and his spiritual energy can only extend about a foot outward. If he wants to store object from the outside into the Jade Gourd, he must be within 3 feet of them. Moreover, the objects can't be too large, as the space inside the Jade Gourd is only about an acre in size. Anything too big simply won't fit inside. Moreover, according to the Taoist priest's notes, the Jade Gourd undoubtedly held many more secrets, which could only be revealed once he advanced to the next realm of cultivation. Wang Zian felt quite content. This had already surpassed his wildest imagination. As for what lay ahead, he supposed it would all depend on fate. Spring rain is as precious as oil. After 2 days of continuous drizzling rain, the earth had drunk its fill. As soon as the rain ceased, by the next evening, Sister Wanfang was already climbing the mountain with a bamboo basket to find Wang Zian. Zian, your sister-in-law is going to plant peanuts tomorrow. Will you come help with the work? It's already April, the season for planting corn and peanuts, especially in dryland areas where crops must be sown right after rainfall or else farming schedules would be delayed. Every year, it's Wang Zian who helps Sister Wanfang plant her fields. Otherwise, a woman alone like her wouldn't be able to handle much of the heavy labor. Sister Wanfang, even if you hadn't come looking for me, I was already planning to come down the mountain to see you tomorrow. I'll definitely go. The two enter the kitchen, where Sister Wanfang took out and neatly arranged the steamed buns and stuffed buns before asking, Zian, will you plan to plant on the 20-some acres of land downhill this year? Wang Zian thought for a moment and replied, Nothing else. I'll plant all of it with corn. Peanuts and soybeans are too much trouble to manage, but corn is far simpler. Just keep the weeds down. Once the corn seedlings grow tall, there's no need for weeding. Moreover, the cattle need corn stalks as fodder during winter, so growing corn is quite suitable. Planting all corn? Then you're not planting peanuts or sweet potatoes at all. Ani Wanfang exclaimed in surprise. I won't plant anymore, at most just half an acre of sweet potatoes for my own consumption. But what about your peanut oil then? In the countryside, villagers typically press their own peanuts at oil mills to make cooking oil. This homemade peanut oil is incredibly fragrant, so much so that even city dwellers come to buy it for their own use. Wang Zian laughed and said, Aunt Wanfang, I don't eat much oil by myself. I'll just buy some peanuts to press oil when needed. Aunt Wanfang nodded and said, That works, but no need to buy. After the winter oil pressing, just come to my place and take a few dozen caddies. Wang Zian smiled. Given their close relationship, there was naturally no need for formalities between him and Aunt Wanfang. Zian, Chang'er is still at home finishing her homework, and I'm not comfortable leaving her alone. I'll take my leave first, sister-in-law. Chapter 33. More useful than tractor. The next day, Wang Zian descended the mountain early in the morning. As for the 4 cows and over 20 sheep, they were all herded up the mountain to graze, with Da Huang and Da He keeping watch over them. Now Wang Zian could clearly see that the oxen and sheep who drank the spirit liquid had grown remarkably clever, requiring no human supervision at all. When evening comes, they even know their way home. But they were worried about thieves sneaking up the mountain to steal livestock, so they had De Huang and De He follow along. If some fool really had wicked ideas, then good luck to them. De Huang and De He had now grown as big as calves. They could even take down a wolf if they ran into one. After coming down the mountain, Wang Zian first headed to his family's house at the foot. In the middle of the courtyard stood a large jujube tree, so wide it would take two people to embrace its trunk. Its sprawling canopy shaded half the yard, with some branches even stretching over the northern roof. This jujube tree had stood for over 100 years. Grandfather used to say it was planted by his grandfather. Unlike the smaller jujube trees in the village, this ancient one bore large, oval red dates. Fragrant, sweet, and crisp, these dates ripened every autumn, yielding nearly 100 kilograms of fruit annually. Wang Zian had loved eating red dates since childhood, and the happiest time for him each year was when he got to enjoy those plump jujubes. The jujube trees originated from root sprouts. Wang Zian and his grandfather transplanted over 20 young jujube trees to the mountains, which have now begun bearing fruit. However, their taste still cannot compare to this century-old tree. The old folk say ancient trees possess spirits. Wang Zian gazed at the old jujube tree, took several steps forward, and ran his fingers over the wrinkled bark of its aged trunk. Secretly, he withdrew a drop of spiritual liquid, diluted it with water, and dripped it onto the tree's exposed roots. Old jujube tree, oh old jujube tree, I've been so good to you. For the kindness of a drop of water, one should repay with a bubbling spring. You must bear more fruit to repay me. After patting the cracked, weathered bark of the old tree, he glanced around the courtyard once more and let out a sigh before stepping out of the yard. Wang Zian closed the gate and headed next door to Sister Wanfang's house. Wanfang's wife was busy preparing farming tools, seeds, and plastic mulch, ready to have them transported later. Phoenix Village had several walking tractors to assist villagers with plowing during the busy farming seasons, charging a fee per mu of land. In the past, Wang Zian and Sister Wanfang had always asked for their help. "Zian, you're here." Zhao Wanfang watched as Wang Zian entered, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear as she gazed at him with tender eyes. "Have you eaten breakfast yet?" "I've eaten, Sister Wanfang." "Has Chang'er gone to school yet?" "He went, saying he wanted to take you up the mountain to gather eggs on his way out." Wang Zian smiled and said, "Good. After sowing the fields, the three of us will go together." Soon after, the sound of a tractor rumbled and came to a halt in the alley east of the doorway. A man around 40 years old walked in. This is old Wang III from the village, who specialized in using tractors to plow fields and irrigate crops for the villagers. Their parents had exactly 6 sons, each one capable in his own way in the village. The eldest and second eldest worked as migrant laborers. The fourth Wang's son drove agricultural vehicles buying and selling grain. The fifth Wang's son was the village's famous butcher, while the sixth Wang's son spent his days fishing and catching turtles at the big eastern reservoir to earn money. In the village, households with many brothers were never bullied, but these 6 brothers all had good temperaments and never took advantage of their numbers to oppress others. Speaking of which, Wang Zian should actually call them uncle. However, the 2 families had long been beyond the 5th degree of morning kinship. "Second uncle, you've come." Wang Zian greeted him. Wang Laoxi's face bore an honest simplicity. Seeing Wang Zian, he grinned broadly and said, "Zian, you're here too." Fourth Uncle Wang, an honest and simple man, helped load the farm tools and seeds onto the tractor after greeting everyone. Looking back, he saw Prince effortlessly carrying an 80-pound bag of chemical fertilizer and swiftly placing it in the truck bed, swallowing hard in disbelief. How could it look easier than him carrying 2 little chickens? Recalling Wang Zian's past deeds, even though he hadn't provoked them, they couldn't help but feel a shudder of fear. Especially since Wang Zian's mind wasn't quite right. Who knew when another episode might strike? After loading everything into the cart's cargo bed, Wang Zian and Sister Wanfang also climbed aboard. The Wanfang household had 5 mu of land in total, 3 mu planted with wheat, with the remaining 2 mu planned entirely for peanut cultivation. Old Man Wong restarted the tractor with the crank handle. The clang 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 noise erupted as the exhaust pipe spewed choking diesel fumes with a put-put-put rhythm. The three of them set off southward on the tractor, then turned east after entering the main street. When the tractor reached the center of the street, old classmate Chintang was standing at the entrance of his family's small shop, chatting and laughing with others. The moment he caught sight of Wang Zian in the truck bed, his face instantly darkened. Muttering under his breath, Chintang turned and retreated back into the small shop. He wished he could strangle someone to death with his bare hands. It was all because Wang Zian had interrupted his intimate moment with his wife on the mountain. Over a month had passed, and Su Xiuxiu was still giving him the cold shoulder. The tractor turned south down the middle of the street, and 20 minutes later finally arrived at Sister Wanfang's fields. It was currently the busy planting season, with villagers bustling about in the fields. As the tractor came to a halt, Wang Zian leapt off the cargo bed, with Wanfang following close behind. However, upon landing, she lost her footing and let out a gasp as she nearly tumbled to the ground. With quick reflexes, Wang Zian swiftly reached out both hands to steady her before releasing his hold, asking with concern, "Be careful when getting off, Sister Wanfang." From the driver's seat, old Fourth Wang approached and said, "Be careful when disembarking. Just last week in a neighboring village, a woman broke her leg jumping off a tractor before it came to a complete stop." Sister Wanfang smiled without saying a word. Then the field work began. First, fertilizer was evenly scattered across the soil. Then the tractor dragged an iron plow to turn the earth and form furrows. Wang Zian's initial task was fertilization. He was seen carrying a large red plastic bucket filled with fertilizer, swiftly walking while evenly scattering the fertilizer across the ground. Wang Zian worked at an astonishing speed, highly efficient and tireless, managing to spread 2 bags of fertilizer over 2 acres of land in just half an hour. Old Wang followed behind, driving the tractor, struggling to keep up with his pace. After preparing the ridges, he smoothed them with an iron rake before stepping out evenly spaced pits with his feet. This time Wang Zian moved at a full sprint, completing each round trip in mere minutes, leaving old Wang and Sister Wanfang utterly dumbfounded. They had observed the spacing of Wang Zian's steps. Each stride landed with perfect precision, not a single haphazard movement. There needed to be precisely 2 or 3 peanut seeds in each hole. Yet Wang Zian maintained his blistering pace without ever needing to pause and count them. After Wang Zian had passed through, Zhao Wanfang rushed to check several holes. Every single one contained either exactly 2 or 3 seeds. Wanfang watched Wang Zian's busy figure in a daze. Old Fourth Wang was plowing in front at such a slow pace that Wang Zian caught up with him in no time. Sister Wanfang, concerned about Wang Zian's condition, quickly stepped forward and seized his hand, saying anxiously, Zian, slow down. Don't exhaust yourself." Wang Zian laughed and said, "Aunt Wanfang, I'm fine. See, there's not a drop of sweat on my forehead." He bent down, bringing his head close to her face. Aunt Wanfang looked closely. Indeed, his forehead was dry, and not a single strand of hair was damp. Her mouth fell open in astonishment. An hour later, old Wang IV came to help after finishing all his ridging work, and the 3 of them worked even faster. Half a morning passed, and the 2 acres of land were planted with peanuts. The 3 of them began laying down the plastic mulch next. By noon, the work on 2 acres of peanuts was completely finished. The 3 of them arrived at the field and took a break. Old Man Wang stared at Wang Zian as if he were a freak, exclaiming in admiration, "Zian, you were born a few years too late. If you'd been around during the commune era, you'd have been an absolute beast at field work. You're almost as good as a tractor. No, scratch that. You're even better than a tractor. A tractor still needs diesel fuel, but with strength like that, what a shame Wang Zian isn't selling his labor for money." Old Man Wang stood in the field, clicking his tongue in admiration as he sized up Wang Zian with gleaming eyes, clearly scheming about something. Wang Zian smiled slightly, but said nothing. He was still holding back his strength. Otherwise, old Fourth Wang would have been scared to death. Old Wang dug a crumpled cigarette pack from his pocket, pulled out a filterless cigarette and handed it to Wang Zian with a grin. "Zian, Uncle wants to discuss something with you." Wang Zian waved his hand in refusal. Like his grandfather, he didn't smoke. Wang Laosi tucked the cigarette between his lips, struck a match to light it, and said, "Zian, with your strength, if you come work with me, earning money would be a piece of cake." Wang Zian naturally wouldn't agree when he heard the man plotting suspiciously against him. He was a cultivator on this planet. What couldn't he do to earn money? Why bother doing hard labor? He tended his own land for pleasure and others' land for work. There is a substantial difference. Wang Zian made a very clear distinction about this. Chapter 34, The Upstart. The work that would originally take a whole day was finished in less than half a day. In the afternoon, Sister Wanfang went to work at the hat factory, while old Wang IV headed straight up the mountain to help Wang Zian plant corn. There were more than 20 mu of land at the foot of the mountain. Wang Zian decided to plant mostly corn on most of it, with the rest dedicated to crops like sweet potatoes. Back in the village, old Wang IV helped unload the farming tools. Politely declining the invitation to stay for lunch, he arranged an afternoon meeting time with Wang Zian before driving his tractor home. Sister Wanfang insisted Wang Zian stay for the meal. While they were cooking, Chang'e returned from school and was overjoyed to see Wang Zian had come, eagerly rushing over to greet him. The girl Chang'e had delicate and refined features, though her figure hadn't fully developed yet. Still, she was certain to grow into beauty that wouldn't lose out to Sister Wanfang when she matured. Wang Zian asked Chang'e about her studies, and the girl was doing quite well, usually ranking in the top 5 in her class. Seeing Sister Wanfang busy cooking, Wang Xiaoan stealthily slipped her 5 yuan as pocket money. Chang'e covered her mouth with her small hands in delight, quietly whispering into Wang Zian's ear, "Thank you, big brother Zian." Wang Zian patted her little head, thinking to himself that the greatest gratitude would be her disturbing his affairs less in the future. After the 3 finished lunch, Chang'e didn't stay long and soon returned to school, leaving just Wang Zian and Sister Wanfang alone together. Wang Zian smiled as he looked at Zhao Wanfang, whose long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she gave him a sweet smile. This smile flowed through Wang Zian's heart like a clear spring, refreshing him as if he had eaten ice cream on the hottest summer day. Wang Zian closed his eyes and silently recited the first-level incantation, circulating the spiritual energy through his body in one grand cycle. He couldn't suppress the overwhelming joy in his heart. This method truly works wonders for cultivation. In just 1 hour, the progress nearly matched 10 days of cultivation within the spirit-rich gourd. Bear in mind, the jade gourd's spiritual energy can only sustain Wang Zian's breathing exercises for 3 to 4 hours daily. Calculating this way, the technique is absolutely brilliant. Wang Zian leisurely made his way up the mountain. The excess spiritual energy accumulated in his body today still needed refining before it could truly become his own. He had to admit his cultivation progress was astonishingly fast. No wonder the Taoist priest, despite his advanced age, still walks this path of adornment. Not long after going up the mountain, old Wang Si arrived driving a tractor. Wang Zian brought farming tools and seeds from home, and the two began working. Old Wang was responsible for plowing and furrowing, while Wang Zian handled the remaining tasks. In just 4 days, over 20 acres of land, except for 1 acre reserved for sweet potatoes, were completely sown. Old Wang was utterly shocked. Was this guy even human? Had Wang Zian not been afraid of frightening him, he could have finished the job in just 2 days. Because he no longer felt any fatigue from work, 2 hours of sleep each night left him completely refreshed. After settling the wages, old Wang couldn't resist proposing to partner up with Wang Zian to earn money outside, which Wang Zian naturally declined. Watching the disappointed old fourth Wang walk away, Wang Zian decided he would buy a tractor in a few days. That way, many tasks would become much easier in the future. That day, the village loudspeaker announced that the reservoir gates were opening to release water, and anyone who needed to irrigate their wheat fields had to divert the water to their own land. Wang Zian rose early and went to his family's wheat field, stealthily adding a few drops of diluted spiritual liquid to the irrigation water. The 3 acres of wheat fields were irrigated for a full day. At noon the next day, the main gate outside was knocked upon, and Wang Zian hurried to open it upon hearing the commotion. Since Wang Zian sometimes practiced cultivation at home during the day, the main gate would be securely locked from the inside. However, aside from Sister Wanfeng, outsiders rarely came up the mountain. As he walked into the courtyard, Wang Zian heard unfamiliar voices speaking outside, realizing that strangers had arrived. Opening the door, I saw no trace of Sister Wanfeng. Only 3 strangers stood outside. 2 men and 1 woman. Their ages varied greatly. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in his 40s, followed by a woman dressed as flashy as a seductress, and bringing up the rear was a sturdy young man in his 20s. The middle-aged man was dressed in a crisp suit with hair meticulously styled using pomade gleaming under the light. He held a leather briefcase in his left hand and a bulky mobile phone in his right, every inch the image of a wealthy businessman. But there's an unmistakable air of nouveau riche about him. His dress and mannerisms scream city-bred upstart. As for the 2 behind him, they're undoubtedly the standard accessories of new money, a personal assistant and chauffeur. "Who are you looking for?" The middle-aged man nodded politely and said, "Young man, is Elder Wang at home? We have something to discuss with him." Hearing they were looking for his grandfather, Wang Zian immediately realized these were patients coming for consultation. It would be impolite to keep guests at the door, so Wang Zian ushered them into the courtyard, saying with a tinge of sorrow in his voice, "You've come too late. My grandfather passed away not long ago." The middle-aged man let out a startled, "Ah," then hastily said, "Little brother, please accept our condolences. We were abrupt apologies." "Nothing. Are you here to see the doctor?" The middle-aged man suddenly looked a tad uncomfortable and laughed awkwardly. "Since you're old Mr. Wang's grandson, young man, your medical skills must have been truly passed down from him. I wonder." Wang Zian took another measured look at the middle-aged man's physique and suddenly understood. The man had a large head, a plump face, a thick neck, and a belly that rivaled Zhu Beiji's. His entire body appeared extremely obese. Take a look at his complexion. He's definitely sick. Chapter 35, 10,000 bucks per dose. The middle-aged man was quite shrewd. Wang Zian didn't say a word, but merely glanced at a certain part of his body a few more times. The man immediately understood that Wang Zian had discerned his symptoms. However, Wang Zian was quite tactful. Since he had brought 2 others along, he didn't state it outright. The middle-aged man turned his head and instructed the younger man behind him. "Xiao Zhang, go wait for me in the car downstairs first. Come pick me up later." "Understood, boss." Xiao Zhang acknowledged with a reply, then glanced at Wang Zian once more before turning to leave the courtyard. Wang Zian went home and fetched 3 folding stools, handing them to the middle-aged, portly man and the young woman behind him. The middle-aged man smiled as he took it and sat directly on the ground. The folding stool creaked under his weight, barely able to withstand it. The woman appeared no older than 20, her youthful face heavily painted with makeup. Her gaze fell upon Wang Zian as she flashed a seductive little smile. The pungent scent of her perfume could be detected from afar. Perhaps it was out of cleanliness that the woman didn't reach for the folding stool, casting a disdainful glance before standing behind the middle-aged man. Wang Zian didn't mind, placing his folding stool diagonally across from the middle-aged man before sitting down. The middle-aged man sat down and began speaking. "My name is Yang Shengli. May I ask how to address you?" "Young brother." "Wang Zian." Wang Zian replied succinctly with just 3 words. Yang Shengli gazed at him with hopeful eyes. "Young man, I've only heard about old Master Wang's medical skills through friends, which is why I'm taking the liberty to visit. But since the old master has unfortunately passed away, I wonder if you might have any prescriptions." Wang Zian nodded with a smile. "I've been learning medicine from my grandfather since childhood." Yang Shengli extended his right hand and said with a laugh, "Great, then, brother, please take my pulse first, or—" Wang Zian shook his head. "No need, Boss Yang. Your lack of energy at night stems from past overindulgence that has depleted your vitality. This condition is evident without even taking your pulse. Yang Shengli turned back awkwardly upon hearing this and exchanged glances with the fox spirit woman. The other party threw him a bewitching glance, and Yang Shungli's chubby face immediately revealed an expression of being utterly captivated. What a shameless pair! Wang Ziyan cursed silently. Yang Shengli turned his head and coughed once before saying, "Young man, since you already understand the situation, go ahead and prescribe the medicine. Name your consultation fee without hesitation. If you can cure it, there will be substantial gratitude afterward." Wang Ziyan remained seated without moving and retorted, "Boss Yang, would you like ordinary medication or the secret herbal remedy? What's the difference between them?" "A world of difference, of course. The ordinary medication merely improves your depleted constitution. Without restraint, your body will still deteriorate afterwards, perhaps even worse than before." Wang Ziyan spoke with utmost sincerity, then waited for Yang Shengli to ask the next question. Yang Shengli wasn't just looking to improve his health after all. With all that money he had, there were still so many little temptresses out there waiting to seduce him. If he could only look at the great peaches of immortality, like the stone monkey, but not eat them, he'd rather be killed outright. "Little brother, what about that secret recipe?" Yang Shengli asked anxiously. "With these specially formulated medicines, not only can you improve your body, but it's even possible to regain the vitality of your 20s. "Really?" Yang Shungli's eyes lit up with excitement, though a hint of doubt lingered. What if it was actually true? In his youth, he came from a poor family, and no decent woman would look his way. Finally, when he made a fortune, his body broke down from years of excessive drinking and indulgence. Yang Shengli never got to truly enjoy those few years, filling him with deep resentment. "Little brother, if this medicine truly has the effects you claim, the price is no issue." He was somebody of repute out there, so naturally, he wasn't afraid of being deceived by the young man before him. A runaway monk can never take the temple with him. Wang Ziyan knew this man wasn't short of money. To gauge a man's wealth, just look at how his woman dresses. The woman trailing behind, Yang Shengli, wore enough gold and silver jewelry to amount to several thousand yuan, luxuries far beyond ordinary people's means. Still, it's best to clarify consulting fees early to avoid disputes later. "Boss Yang, if it were just a normal prescription, at most it would only cost a dozen yuan per dose. But this secret remedy requires many rare herbs cultivated for centuries, making the concoction extremely difficult. The catalyst alone takes years to prepare, so the consultation fee comes to this figure." With that, Wang Ziyan extended a single finger. 10,000. Yang Shengli asked aloud. Wang Xian's heart raced. He had originally planned to charge 1,000 yuan per dose of medicine, thinking that was already an astronomical price. Unexpectedly, Yang Shengli directly bid 10 times higher. What should he do about this? Seems his boss Yang is genuinely loaded. Such people value their dignity above all else. He absolutely couldn't let him realize he'd guessed the consultation fee wrong. Otherwise, the man would feel terribly embarrassed. Wang Ziyan knew full, while there were people outside who prized face more than money. Though Wang Ziyan himself hadn't yet reached such noble principles, these were exactly the kind of people he respected most. Wang Ziyan's face was calm as he said, "Exactly 10,000 a pair." Yang Shengli frowned and scrutinized Wang Ziyan's face after hearing his definitive words. Having traveled far and wide, he had encountered too many swindlers and been duped numerous times himself. Many people just make a single deal, pulling off one big scam before vanishing without a trace. With such a vast world out there, they'd be impossible to find even if you tried. Would this pretty boy go all out to fleece him dry and then skip town? Yang Shengli glanced around the courtyard, feeling somewhat assured. Building a house like this would cost at least several tens of thousands of yuan. Wang Ziyan noticed Yang Shungli's skepticism and cut straight to the point. "If Boss Yang doesn't believe me, you could take one dose of medicine home first. If it proves effective, you can come back to pay the consultation fee. If it doesn't work, naturally there's no need to return." Yang Shengli listened to Wang Ziyan's words and looked at him with a smile. "Young man, you're being too serious. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that I came in a hurry today and didn't bring much cash with me. Wang Zian glanced at his bulging briefcase, smiled slightly, but chose not to expose his lie. He had expected this person to magnanimously say, "What's 10,000? As long as it's effective, no problem." Unexpectedly, this plump fellow wasn't foolish after all. Wang Zian stood up and said, "Boss Yang, wait a moment. Let me go prepare your medicine first." He walked to the eaves on the western side, where there was a large red plastic basin containing the medicinal catalyst for this treatment, a turtle. Wang Zian crouched down and secretly took out a tiny amount of diluted spiritual liquid from the jade gourd. This diluted spiritual liquid had been prepared earlier when Wang Zian couldn't yet drink the undiluted spiritual liquid directly. There was still a whole basin left, which happened to be perfect for giving the turtle a little to drink. Wang Zian dared to guarantee he could cure Yang Shengli's unspeakable ailment because he was absolutely confident. The turtle had drunk diluted spirit liquid, which undoubtedly had potent aphrodisiac effects, and the spirit liquid itself could strengthen the body. Though it was diluted and consumed by the turtle, its effects would still be more than enough for a mortal. Combined with other medicinal herbs, Wang Zian was certain that by tonight, Yang Shengli would unleash his mighty vigor, completely reversing his earlier weak and defeated state. Chapter 36. Turtle as the medicinal starter. Is this a wild turtle? The two turtles were gulping down the diluted spirit liquid from the basin when Yang Shengli walked over and asked. Wang Zian stood up, pointing at the turtle in the basin, and introduced. "This is the medicinal catalyst." Yang Shengli stepped forward to examine the two turtles in the large basin, but couldn't discern any difference between them. He'd eaten wild-caught turtles many times before, even stewed them with donkey and cattle meat to make soup. While there was some mild potency enhancement, the effects were hardly noticeable. It only proved how inherently feeble his bodily foundation truly was. Wang Zian continued with a straight face. "Boss Yang, these are wild turtles, but not your ordinary ones. They drink water infused with precious herbs every day, so their flesh has long been imbued with medicinal properties." As if confirming Wang Zian's words, the two turtles in the large basin suddenly grew restless, their bodies twisting and turning violently. Suddenly, water splashed everywhere as a turtle leaped out from the water, springing over half a meter into the air before plunging back into the basin. Wang Zian and Yang Shengli, afraid of getting splashed by the water, had already stepped aside to watch. The two turtles seemed to be competing. Each took turns leaping up, one after another, before finally calming down after half a minute. Yang Shengli and the fox spirit woman, who had moved closer to him, were stunned. Since when could turtles jump like frogs? Sure enough, he was like a drugged turtle. Now Yang Shengli was starting to believe it. Such vigorous vitality in a turtle was truly rare. Yang Shengli hurriedly said to Wang Zian, "Little brother, I owe you an apology. I did indeed harbor some suspicions toward you earlier, and I hope you can forgive me." Wang Zian waved his hand and said, "No need to apologize, Boss Yang. I'll go prepare your medicine now. Please have a seat and wait." With that, he headed toward the eastern room. The easternmost room served as the family's guest parlor, while the adjacent western room was the medicine preparation chamber. Against the northern wall stood a row of shelves with small black drawers, each labeled with different medicinal herb names. Just as he finished wrapping a set of herbs, a woman's startled cry came from outside. Wang Zian hurried out with the medicine to see what had happened. The woman held a wooden stick in her hand, with a turtle stubbornly clamped onto it. She tried shaking it into the basin, but the turtle refused to let go. Wang Zian rushed over just in time to hear a crisp crack. The turtle had actually bitten through a thick wooden stick in one snap. Not only did Yang Shengli and the woman gasp in shock, stepping back fearfully, even Wang Zian felt a tremor of alarm in his heart. The snapping power of this turtle is terrifying. Fortunately, it didn't bite my finger or it would have been severed clean off. The woman was terrified, her face turning pale, and she dared not look at Turtle anymore. She clung tightly to Yang Shengli's arm in desperation. Yang Shengli was also startled, but his smile widened even further. Now he believed even more in the medicine's efficacy. Wang Ziyan glanced at them. At such an old age, are you still teasing turtles? Boss Yang, here are the prescribed herbs. Just stew the turtle and add them in. Wang Ziyan pointed at the turtle in the large basin and added, "This turtle doesn't need its innards removed. Don't throw away the turtle blood either. Just stew it all together in one pot." Yang Shengli broke free from the woman's grip, accepted the package of Chinese herbs with both hands, and said apologetically, "My young friend, I must sincerely apologize for today's abrupt visit. I'll surely return tomorrow to properly express my gratitude." Yang Shengli was already convinced in his heart that this medicine would work for him. Initially, he wanted to hastily pay the consultation fee, but since he just claimed he hadn't brought enough money with him, pulling out cash now would be like slapping his own face. After some thought, he decided it'd be better to try the medicine first. If it worked miraculously, he could come back and pay tomorrow. Wang Ziyan naturally agreed. He also had the intention of casting a long line to catch a big fish. Yang Shengli clearly didn't lack money, and wealthy people tend to surround themselves with others of means. These men all suffer from poor health due to having too many women around them. If Yang Shengli were cured, he would undoubtedly attract more wealthy clients. In that case, Wang Ziyan would strike it rich. Now came the big problem: how to take the turtle away. The snapping turtle was too ferocious. Getting bitten would mean losing far more than just a chunk of flesh. Wu used a shovel to scoop one into an iron bucket. To prevent it from leaping out to bite someone, he placed several bricks inside to pin down its shell. He then gestured for Yang Shengli to carry the bucket away together. However, Wang Ziyan had overestimated this fellow's courage. Yang Shengli turned his head and whispered a few words to the woman, who then strode out of the courtyard with her long legs. After a while, the young man called Xiao Zhang came in and left carrying an iron bucket. Yang Shengli smiled at Wang Ziyan, seeing him off at the door. "See you tomorrow, young lad." Wang Ziyan nodded, watching as the three descended the mountain, where a black sedan was parked at the foot. Xiao Zhang placed the iron bucket in the trunk, and soon the small car slowly drove away toward the south. During these days, especially after mastering the first level of the mantra, Wang Ziyan had been constantly thinking about how to make a fortune. After all, he hadn't reached the state of Anidia, let alone the immortal realm where one could live without earthly sustenance, feeding on wind and drinking dew. So for now, he still needed to make big money. The Taoist priest's former temple was nearly collapsing. Since Wang Ziyan had already acknowledged him as his master and inherited his legacy, he had to rebuild the temple. Wang Ziyan wasn't in a hurry to bury the Taoist priest's remains because he wanted to wait until the new Taoist temple was built before interring him nearby. This would require a substantial amount of money. As for the gold, silver, jewelry, and porcelain inside the jade gourd, these items were far too conspicuous. Without secure channels to sell them, Wang Ziyan certainly wasn't foolish enough to casually bring them out for sale. After much deliberation, he realized only the medical skills his grandfather had taught him since childhood could be safely utilized. With the magic liquid as his cheat treasure, curing illnesses and saving lives was just a trivial matter for him. As long as he exercised caution and avoided being too astonishing, he believed he wouldn't arouse outsider suspicions. Wang Ziyan had initially pondered how to find patients to treat, never expecting Yang Shengli to come knocking on his door voluntarily. Truly, after searching far and wide in vain, he found what he needed without the slightest effort. Moreover, they voluntarily raised the consultation fee to 10 times my expected price. What a truly kind soul. The herbal medicine was all dug up by Grandpa himself in the mountains, and the most valuable ingredient, that turtle, was actually given by village chief Sun Jiqiang. This was practically zero cost. The mountains are rich in medicinal herbs, and alone the herbs in the medicine cabinet at home would last him a long time. As for the turtle used as a medicinal guide, it was merely a gimmick at the start. But since word was already spread, he would need to gather more turtles for use in the future. The village head must have bought that turtle from Lao Wang VI in the village. Old man Lu caught his from the big reservoir southeast of the village. That reservoir is the largest in the vicinity, spanning dozens of square miles. Since it supplies drinking water to the city and pollution risks must be avoided, there are no factories in the surrounding area. The reservoir teems with fish and turtles, but to prevent water contamination, aside from the reservoir management's organized winter net fishing operations, all other fishing activity is strictly prohibited year-round. However, individual fishing is not prohibited. Every Sunday, or on holidays, many city dwellers go to the reservoir to fish. Wang Zian had already decided that after tomorrow, he would go to the reservoir to catch turtles, and thus begin his grand money-making venture. Chapter 37. Treating Wealth as Mere Dust. At dusk, Sister Wanfang came as usual with her bamboo basket, bringing freshly steamed buns for Wang Zian. The spiritual energy within Wang Zian's body had increased considerably once more. With each passing day of accumulation, breaking through to the second level of qi refinement appeared imminent. According to his previous cultivation speed, reaching the second level would take over 2 years. But now, with this shortcut, Wang Zian estimated he could make another breakthrough within a year. At noon the next day, as Wang Zian sat cross-legged on the Kong refining the increased spiritual energy, loud banging sounded on the outer door accompanied by Yang Shengli's voice calling for entry. Wang Zian opened his eyes, knowing the big fish had taken the bait and delivered itself to his doorstep. Opening the gate, I indeed found Yang Shengli and his party of 3 outside. Compared to yesterday, Yang Shengli looked radiant with vigor. Though the woman appeared somewhat weary, the joy between her brows couldn't be concealed. Behind them, driver Xiao Zhang carried all sorts of gifts in both hands. Little brother. Yang Shengli's eyes lit up at the sight of Wang Zian, gazing at him eagerly. Wang Zian nodded calmly and ushered them into the eastern reception room. Once inside, Yang Shengli immediately instructed Xiao Zhang to set down the gifts they'd brought and dismissed him. As soon as Xiao Zhang left, Yang Shengli shook off the woman clinging to him, stepped forward to seize Wang Zian's right hand, and shook it vigorously with fanatical intensity in his eyes, as if beholding a priceless treasure. Young brother, you've saved old Yang's life for the second time. Wang Zian felt uncomfortable as his hand was gripped by this greasy middle-aged man, whose fervent gaze made his skin crawl. He abruptly pulled his hand back, retreating several steps before pointing at the bench. Boss Yang, let's talk seated. Seeing Wang Zian frown, Yang Shengli realized his earlier overzealousness had caused disdain. He hastily raised his hands in an apologetic smile. Little brother, you're being too formal. If you don't mind, just call me Old Yang. Yang Shengli was in his 40s, so Wang Zian naturally couldn't address him that way. Instead, he smiled and said, "From now on, I'll call you Elder Brother Yang." At Wang Zian's gesture, Yang Shengli sat down on a long bench and burst into laughter. Little bro, just call me Brother Yang. No need to add the old part. Yang Shenglong smugly winked his eyes. Brother Yang, the last dose of medicine is prepared for you. You can take it with you later. A peace. Upon hearing this, Yang Shengli immediately stopped flirting and hurriedly stood up, saying, Little brother, this time you must prepare 5 doses of medicine for Brother Yang. I brought the money with me. He patted the bulging black briefcase on the coffee table as he finished speaking. Brother Yang, you only need 1 dose. All medicine has some toxicity, and taking too much isn't good for your health. Remember, going beyond moderation defeats the purpose. Wang Zian naturally wanted to earn more money, but there was only 1 soft-shell turtle left at home. Besides, 2 doses would indeed cure Yang Shengli's embarrassing condition. Any more would just be wasteful. Brother, you don't understand. I'm buying extra doses for several friends of mine who suffer from the same condition. Wang Zian shook his head. No sale. If they're truly ill, they must come in person. I'll only determine the proper dosage after examining them personally. Otherwise, I won't prescribe any medicine. That's the rule of proper diagnosis. Yang Shengli saw that Wang Zian remained unmoved and, fearing to provoke his anger, could only give up. In truth, Yang Shengli had wanted to take the medicinal herbs as a gift. Such miraculous medicine presented to those in need could have been worth an immense favor. This would be of tremendous benefit to his future business ventures. Wang Zian wasn't foolish either. Though he only finished high school and had muddled through 4 aimless years. He had been precocious since childhood. Since many people came to his grandfather for medical treatment, he had been exposed to a diverse range of personalities from childhood, giving him profound insight into the ways of the world and human nature. Even when he treated people, he wouldn't prescribe medicine for too many patients. Rarity makes precious things dear. Moreover, he needed to practice cultivation regularly and preferred not to be disturbed by too many people. Judging by Yang Shengli's attitude, although 10,000 yuan was a huge sum in the countryside, it was mere pocket change for nouveau riche like them. Wang Zian decided to charge even more for the medicine next time. After all, this was a prescription infused with spiritual energy. I used to be too short-sighted, priced things far too cheaply. Yang Shengli's request was denied, so he had to settle for second best and said, "Brother, how about I bring the person over for you to examine first, and then you prescribe the medicine? Would that work?" Wang Zian replied, "My medicine isn't easy to prepare, and I only sell it to those destined recipients. If your friend lacks this fate, his coming would be in vain." Yang Shengli quickly responded to Wang Zian's words. "Then I'll trouble you with this, young friend. I'll bring him again in a few days." Though his mind was already forming other plans. Wang Zian nodded calmly, his expression unreadable. Yang Shengli picked up his briefcase at this moment, unzipped it, and took out stacks of money, piles of 100 yuan bills, placing them on the coffee table. "Little brother, this is 40,000 yesterday and today's consultation fees." Wang Zian glanced at it and shook his head. "That's too much. We agreed on 20,000. Yang Shengli observed Wang Zian's expression, no trace of greed at the sight of the substantial sum, his gaze still pure and composed, and immediately regarded him in a new light. At that time, workers in big cities earned only 5 or 6,000 yuan a year, making 40,000 yuan equivalent to 8 years of their wages. Especially considering this was in the countryside, where incomes were even lower. Wang Zian showed not a flicker of surprise, and Yang Shengli felt this young man before him was someone out of the ordinary. "You came in such a hurry yesterday. Consider the extra as a belated welcome gift." Wang Zian didn't say much more, his face remaining calm as he let the matter drop without further dispute. Turning around, he went to the pharmacy and handed the prepackaged medicine to Yang Shengli. Yang Shengli hastily took it with both hands as if it were a treasure, carefully placed it inside his handbag, and zipped it shut. At that moment, driver Xiao Zhang walked in carrying the iron bucket from yesterday. Wang Zian then went to the yard again to put the turtle into the bucket. Seeing that Wang Zian was not in the mood for conversation, Yang Shengli quickly smiled and took his leave. Wang Zian had no intention of keeping them any longer. After the 3 men left, Wang Zian firmly shut the gate and went straight to the living room. Staring at the 4 stacks of money piled on the tea table, his earlier composed indifference toward wealth completely vanished. Holding the 40,000 yuan in cash, Wang Zian's face broke into the secret delight befitting a young man. Though the jade gourd contained plenty of gold and silver, converting those assets would be far too difficult. This 40,000 yuan was tangible money, earned through his own efforts. After reveling in satisfaction for a while, Wang Zian inwardly scolded himself for being so easily pleased. As someone who aspires to cultivate immortality, how could I let such vulgar, worldly filth cloud my vision? It seems my cultivation is still lacking. I must cultivate stronger mental fortitude going forward. I am a transcendent master beyond this mortal realm. Mustn't let outsiders notice a thing. Shame on you. Chapter 38, The Great Reservoir. The next day dawned clear and windless. It was perfect weather for catching turtles. After breakfast, he first let all the cattle and sheep graze on the mountain, with Da Huang and Da He closely following behind. Wang Zian began preparing for fishing and catching turtles. First, he mixed a small dough ball with some diluted spiritual liquid water, then found a bamboo pole over 3 meters long. As for the fishing line and hooks, he needed to buy them from the village grocery store. Wang Zian left his house carrying a bamboo pole and a white fertilizer bag. There were 3 small shops in the village. When Wang Zian reached the main street, he saw Chun Tang standing in front of one and walked straight toward him. "What are you doing with that bamboo pole and bag, Wang Ziyan?" Since Chun Tang noticed Wang Ziyan had come to buy something, he didn't treat him with cold disdain. Wang Ziyan raised the bamboo pole and gestured. "Got nothing to do today, so I'm heading to the big reservoir to fish." Chun Tang laughed. "You came to buy fishing line and hooks?" Wang Ziyan nodded, placed the bamboo pole by the door, and followed Chun Tang inside. The small shop had a space of only about 20 square meters. Its shelves were crammed with soy sauce, vinegar, salt, and other condiments, along with snacks like biscuits, walnut shortbread, bread, and instant noodles, as well as bottled liquor and beer. Beneath the glass countertop lay various brands of cigarettes, while on its surface sat boiled hog's head meat, pork intestines, pig ears, and other offal, alongside strings of red sausages. Though compact in size, the store offered a dazzling variety of goods. Chun Tang took out a roll of white fishing line from the bottom of the counter and a box of hooks for Wang Ziyan to choose from. The fishing line is 30 cents per meter, and each hook costs 20 cents. Wang Ziyan opted for 9 meters of line and casually selected 3 hooks. "That'll be 3 yuan and 30 cents in total." Wang Ziyan took out a 10 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to Chun Tang. Chun Tang counted out the change from the cash drawer and passed it to Wang Ziyan, casually asking, "Old classmate, what bait do you use for fishing?" Wang Ziyan replied, "I mix some plain flour myself." "Ha ha ha." Chun Tang laughed until tears streamed down his face, rubbing his eyes as he said, "Old classmate, you're truly impressive. The big reservoir certainly isn't your family's fish pond. If you can catch anything with that bait, the fish must be blind." Wang Ziyan smiled cheerfully and replied, "What if I catch a big fish?" Chun Tang couldn't help but laugh. "Let's make a bet. If you catch a big fish, I'll give you some red sausages. But if you don't catch anything, you owe me 5 jin of duck and goose eggs from your family." Wang Ziyan silently curled his lips in disdain. Countryside red sausages were all starch with barely any meat inside. Absolutely awful. Chun Tang is really stingy. Even his bets are never substantial. What's more, he's truly cunning. 5 pounds of duck and goose eggs in exchange for over 10 pounds of red sausage. This guy has the makings of shrewd merchant. No wonder he made a fortune in just a few years dealing in pelts and goose and duck down. Not only did he build 4 spacious tiled houses, but he also opened a small shop, and what made the whole village envious was that this guy married a stunningly beautiful wife. Since childhood, the entire village unanimously believed that with Chun Tang's looks so ugly they could scare the heavens, he would likely remain a bachelor for life, unless he spent money to buy a wife. Wang Ziyan pointed at the pig offal and exclaimed, "If I catch a big fish, you'll give me 2 jin of each cut. If I lose, I'll give you 5 jin of duck eggs." After a quick calculation, Chun Tang immediately laughed and replied, "Deal, no backing out now." Wang Ziyan pointed to the few villagers watching outside and said, "They'll bear witness." One of the villagers outside chuckled. "Chun Tang, you bastard asking for a beating. Watch out or Ziyan will kick you to death." Only then did Chun Tang remember Wang Ziyan's notorious reputation and hastily added, "Old classmate, you can't get angry and hit people if you lose. Otherwise, let's call off this bet." Wang Ziyan responded with a cold sneer. "Whoever goes back on their word is a grandson. Just don't you dare back out. If you try to cheat me, I'll beat you to death." After saying these words, Wang Ziyan took the fishing line and hook and walked out, casually picking up a bamboo pole before heading east. Chun Tang watched Wang Ziyan's retreating figure and sneered. Wang Ziyan's brain must be truly broken. Go to the big reservoir to fish with dough. What an absolute idiot. A villager laughed. "Chun Tang, you've got quite the guts. Others can't steer clear of him fast enough. Yet here you are pushing forward. Aren't you afraid he'll hit you?" Chun Tang lifted his chin with a fearless swagger and declared loudly, "I've been out gathering pelts, duck and goose down. What kind of people haven't I seen? Why would I be scared of that fool? Ridiculous." A few villagers curled their lips, and one of them laughed mockingly. "Chun Tang, don't bother acting tough with your words. If Wang Ziyan loses his temper, let me make this clear, we won't dare step in to stop him. You'd better pray, for your own sake." Chun Tang's heart was in turmoil. but his face showed disdain as he coldly mocked the villager who spoke. "You scaredy cat. I can handle him alone. You think you can beat Wang Ziyan? Stop boasting. Who said anything about fighting him? I use my brain. With Wang Ziyan's current state of mind, he's no match for me." Everyone was left speechless for a moment, so this punk just wanted to talk smooth. Wang Ziyan walked for over 20 minutes before finally arriving at the large reservoir. Because it's near Phoenix Village, this reservoir is also known as Phoenix Reservoir by outsiders. Wang Ziyan walked to the shore and gazed at the calm water. It was indeed perfect fishing weather today. After walking south for a while, Wang Ziyan spotted a man in his 40s casting lines for turtles in the distance and headed straight toward him. The man was quite alert, glancing around periodically, and immediately stopped whatever he was doing when he caught sight of Wang Ziyan. "Oh, it's Ziyan. What brings you to the reservoir today?" "Here, to fish." Wang Ziyan stepped forward to greet them. "Uncle, I'm just here to look around the reservoir." Wang Ziyan noticed the black bag on the ground wriggling and knew the man had already caught several turtles. The man was called Wang Laolu, the younger brother of Wang Laosi. No one remembered his real name anymore. Even Wang Ziyan didn't know it, but the whole village called him that. This man possessed a unique skill. Using a pole over 1 meter long fitted with pulleys and line, topped with a lead weight and hook. When he spotted a turtle surfacing, he'd immediately cast out the weight and hook. The hook would catch the turtle's body, allowing him to drag it out and capture it. This craft demanded exceptional eyesight and dexterity, skills most ordinary people couldn't master. Old Man Wang 6 had made his fortune over the years thanks to this remarkable technique. Turtles used to be worthless because their meat was too fishy and, with limited seasonings available, few people would eat them. In recent years, however, people's living standards have improved, especially wealthy outsiders who specifically come to buy wild turtles to eat. With too many temptations out there, many people nowadays suffer from severe physical depletion and can only rely on turtles for a major tonic. Old Wang the Sixth possesses this skill, which fills the villagers with envy. Yet this is his livelihood, something he would never pass on to outsiders. Not even allowing outsiders a closer look is permitted. However, Old Man Wang, also known as Wang Laolu, was a man of principles. He would only capture 5 turtles each time, claiming that catching more would harm his accumulated virtue. Wang Ziyan truly admired him for that. It's truly remarkable when someone can resist the temptation of money. Chapter 39. Encounter with Beauty at the Reservoir. Wang Ziyan knew that while he was present, Old Wang Lu wouldn't make a move. After exchanging a few words, he walked south along the riverbank. Old Wang Lu only shifted his gaze back to the water's surface after Wang Ziyan had gone some distance. After walking for a while, Wang Ziyan encountered a robust-looking young man in his late 20s approaching from the opposite direction. The youth carried a long black bag, and judging by his attire, he seemed to be from the city. The young man headed straight toward Old Wang Lu's location, calling out his name from quite a distance away. Wang Ziyan knew the man must have come specifically to buy turtles from Old Wang Lu. The two quickly met and began their transaction, with Old Wang Lu glancing in Wang Ziyan's direction. Wang Ziyan stood over 200 meters away from them. In the past, he wouldn't have known what they were saying. But now, his hearing and vision surpassed normal human limits, allowing him to clearly catch every word and movement between the two men. The two men agreed on a price for each turtle, whereupon Old Wang Lu began transferring the turtles one by one from his sack into the other man's bag. What happened next left Wang Ziyan dumbfounded, because Old Wang Lu's sack contained 6 turtles of varying sizes. Weren't they supposed to catch only 5 turtles each time? Aren't you afraid of damaging your moral karma? Who would have thought that Old Wang 6, with his honest and simple round face, could still deceive people? I used to admire him so much, but it turns out it was all part of his scheme. Wang Ziyan shook his head, gaining a new understanding of human nature. He walked south for a while, passing through a mountain forest, then turned westward for another stretch until the dam of the reservoir came into view. Although it was barely past 8 o'clock, the several hundred-meter-long platform below the dam was already lined with fishing rods, with men and women of all ages among the anglers. Most of these people had come from a city and surrounding counties. The reservoir's fish, known for their delicious flavor and lack of earthy taste, attracted many visitors who came for both fishing and leisure. Wang Zian, who had finally gotten out for once, wasn't in any hurry to go turtle fishing and decided to check out the dam first. Back when he attended junior high in town, he passed by the road atop this dam every school day. The place was as familiar to him as the back of his hand. Now, revisiting this old haunt stirred something indescribable in his heart. Reaching the platform, he noticed some anglers sitting on folding stools. Glancing at Wang Zian's crude homemade fishing rod, they smirked before turning their attention back to their own floats. Wang Zian walked slowly across the platform, passing behind the angler. As he approached the two girls wearing sun hats from behind, the northern girl heard his footsteps and turned her head. Her eyes instantly brightened when she caught a glimpse of Wang Zian's face. "Handsome, are you here to fish too?" Wang Zian stopped and nodded at her beaming smile beneath the sun hat. The girl immediately rose from her folding stool with enthusiasm, pointing to an empty fishing spot beside her, and said with a laugh, "Come over here, there's a spot available right here." Wang Zian hesitated for a moment. He had initially come just to look around casually, with no real intention of fishing here. "Hey, handsome, hold on a sec. I'll grab you a stool." After speaking, he ran to the fishing spot next to another girl, where an empty folding stool stood. The angler had left behind his fishing rod and stool, but no one knew where he had gone. The girl picked up the folding stool and placed it nearby, then said with a playful smile, "Handsome, take a seat quickly. This is a perfect chance for us to get to know each other." Wang Zian didn't put on airs either and naturally walked over to sit down, introducing himself first. "My name is Wang Zian. What's yours?" The girl sat back down on the folding stool, gazing at Wang Zian's handsome face with a grin. "Zhou, delighting in Pan's waters, lightly plucking its celery. What a lovely name." Wang Zian casually offered the compliment. Zhou had a lovely name and a pleasant appearance. At around 20 years old, she was not only youthful and energetic, but also tall and beautiful. Standing at 1.67 meters, her figure wasn't curvaceously alluring, but her slender frame was elegant and well-proportioned. Zhou was taken aback for a moment. Then her face blossomed into a smile, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth as she exclaimed in delight, "You actually know the origin of my name." At that moment, another girl turned her head to glance over. Wang Zian instinctively looked at her face, his eyes filled with astonishment. If Zhou was considered beautiful, then this girl could be described as absolutely stunning. Beneath the sun hat was a perfectly oval face, full and rounded, with fair, delicate skin so smooth it seemed you could blow it away. The contours of her face were exquisitely graceful and flowing. Her refined eyebrows, long eyelashes, and large, expressive eyes with clear, bright irises carried a faint hint of melancholy in her gaze, lending her an air of quiet coolness. Her nose was delicately sculpted and high-bridged, while her rosy lips glistened with a dewy sheen. True beauty lies in the bones, not the skin. The girl had high cheekbones with slightly flaring zygomatic arches and a lower, somewhat prominent jawline, giving her delicately pretty face a sharply defined angularity that added a touch of heroic vigor. Her full lips and rounded chin lent her overall demeanor a certain girlish charm. This was truly a woman of exceptional beauty and grace. She was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen in his life. Zhou noticed Wang Zian staring blankly at her companion and felt uncomfortable. Puffing up her cheeks in annoyance, she asked, "Hey, it's really rude for a guy to stare at a girl like that, you know?" She'd long grown accustomed to men's gazes always settling on her friend whenever they went out together. Outspoken and straightforward by nature, even somewhat careless, Zhou harbored little genuine jealousy. After all, even she, as a woman, couldn't help feeling tenderly protective when seeing her friend's exquisite face. For some unknown reason, even though it was our first meeting with Wang Zian, I felt an inexplicable fondness for him, an odd sense of familiarity stirring within. Now, Whenever Wang Zian looks at other women, even if it's her best friend, she still feels somewhat angry inside. Wang Zian snapped back to reality and looked at the rosy-cheeked girl, feeling his own face grow warm as well. He quickly averted his gaze. Zhou Liqin, however, wasn't letting him off the hook. A half-smile played on her lips as she asked, "My friend is good-looking, right?" Wang Zian nodded honestly and said, "To outshine the moon and put flowers to shame." The stunningly beautiful girl listened to the straightforward compliment, smiled shyly, and turned her gaze back to the water surface. Zhou Liqin let out a displeased, delicate humph, watching as Wang Zian pulled out a doughy mass wrapped in newspaper from his pocket. Suddenly, she burst into giggles. "Wang Zian, are you seriously using this as bait?" Wang Zian replied with an air of mystery. "This is secretly made using a family recipe passed down through generations." Zhou Liqin wrinkled her nose, adorable ripples forming across its bridge, as if she wouldn't recognize simple flour dough when she saw it. If it's a secret ancestral recipe, then later we'll have to compete to see who can catch more fish. Wang Zian found her adorable demeanor strangely nostalgic, transporting him back to high school banter with female classmates. Amused by the vivacious girl, he decided to tease her a little. "I'm afraid you'll cry if you lose." Zhou Liqin immediately perked up and said loudly, "Who's gonna cry first remains to be seen. Let's make it half an hour. Whoever catches the biggest and most fish wins." Having nothing better to do, Wang Zian was happy to play along with the beautiful girl and nodded in agreement. Zhou Liqin gave a sly smile and said, "Since we're settling the bet with a challenge, there must be stakes. Otherwise, it'd be no fun at all, don't you think?" Wang Zian nodded again with a smile. Zhou Liqin sized Wang Zian up from head to toe. His clothing instantly betrayed him as a local villager who certainly carried nothing valuable on him. Her eyes rolled mischievously before she smiled and said, "Whoever loses must agree to fulfill 3 wishes for the winner." Wang Zian had no objections. After all, there was no way he could lose. Zhou Liqin was equally confident of victory. Wang Zian shaped the dough into a rounder form before attaching it to the fishing hook. Zhou Liqin wanted to dampen Wang Zian's enthusiasm, so she deliberately lifted the submerged fishing net before her and triumphantly raised it to show off. Inside the net were several lively carp, the largest weighing over 3 pounds. No wonder this girl was so confident. She clearly had the skills to back it up. "Wang Zian, I forgot to tell you, I've been fishing with my grandpa since I was little. Someone's going to be crying later." Wang Zian neither agreed nor disagreed, gently casting the fishing line into the water. Zhou Liqin placed the net into the water, picked up her fishing rod, and noticed the bait was gone. She swiftly replaced it with fresh bait. At that very moment, Wang Zian felt the fishing line in his hand tighten, a sure sign that a big fish had taken the bait. Zhou Liqin stared blankly at the fishhook in her hand, disbelief written across her face. Is this a case of a blind cat catching a dead mouse? She didn't think dough could catch fish. What incredible luck. Wang Zian stood up. Though the big fish in the water was strong, it was child's play for him. In less than half a minute, Wang Zian fearlessly dragged the big fish out of the water without worrying about it escaping the hook. Zhou Liqin, observing Wang Zian's relaxed expression and effortless movements, had assumed the fish wasn't large. But when it surfaced, it turned out to be a massive carp weighing at least 8 or 9 pounds. Now she was truly dumbfounded. Wang Zian effortlessly lifted the big fish to his feet, then bent down to remove the hook from its mouth. At this point, the carp still seemed unaware of its predicament, continuing to open its mouth and swallow lumps of dough soaked in diluted spiritual liquid. Man kills for wealth, fish dies for food. Wang Zian placed the large fish into the white bag he'd brought along. Glancing at Zhou Liqin's sulky, unconvinced expression, he chuckled. Honored to concede first, I've taken the opening prize. Chapter 40. Saving Someone. Zhou Liqin watched Wang Zian's smug expression, rolled her eyes, cast her fishing hook into the water, and sat on her folding stool while muttering under her breath. Just got lucky, that's all. Wait till this girl shows her skills. See if you'll still be laughing then. Wang Zian pinched off a small lump of dough, baited his hook, and cast his line back into the water. This time was even faster. The fish hook had barely touched the water when the big fish, as if waiting below, immediately bit the hook. Wang Zian effortlessly and cheerfully reeled in the fishing line toward the shore. The large fish surfaced quickly and was pulled up in no time. This fish was even bigger, a large variegated carp weighing 15 or 16 jin. After sitting down, Zhou Liqin occasionally glanced toward Wang Zian while keeping an eye on her own fishing float. She watched as Wang Zian's hook sank to the bottom, the fishing line suddenly tightening at the water surface. Unable to stay seated any longer, she abruptly stood up, staring dumbfounded as Wang Zian reeled in the fish. Wang Zian placed the big fish into his bag, ignoring Zhou Liqin, who stood there dumbstruck, and baited his hook before casting it back into the water. A few seconds later, a 5 or 6 pound carp was reeled in again. Zhou Liqin now realized she had encountered a fishing master who hid his true depths. Once might be dumb luck, twice could be coincidence, but by the third time, that's pure skill. Wang Zian removed the hook from the carp's mouth, slipped the fish into his bag, then deliberately glanced at Zhou Liqin while shaking his head with a sigh. TSK. This one's a bit on the small side. Zhou Liqin. Wang Zian hooked 3 big fish in succession, immediately drawing the attention of nearby anglers who kept glancing his way. The stunningly beautiful girl also turned her head curiously to look at Wang Zian. Knowing when to stop, Wang Zian decided not to draw too much attention and had no intention of continuing after catching 3 fish. Moreover, Wang Zian noticed that the spot where he'd cast his line kept seeing big fish churning up waves. He'd apparently attracted an entire school. It seems the spirit liquid truly has a lethal attraction for fish. Zhou Liqin, who had been wearing a sullen expression, suddenly flashed a charming smile when she saw Wang Zian wasn't casting his hook again. Dragging her folding stool over, she sat down beside Wang Zian, then gently tugged at his sleeve with an ingratiating smile turned upwards. Handsome. That coquettish, wheedling tone told Wang Zian exactly what she was after. My fish bait is a secret family recipe, passed down only to male heirs and never to outsiders. No sooner had these words been spoken than Zhou Liqin's smiling face darkened instantly as she dragged her folding stool back to her own fishing spot. Perhaps Wang Zian's bait, infused with spiritual liquid, had attracted a school of fish as nearby anglers suddenly started getting bites one after another. Zhou Liqin had just returned when she immediately jumped up with excited shouts. But being truly experienced, she didn't hurriedly pull the fish like Wang Zian had. Instead, she began alternately reeling in and releasing the line to tire out the fish. After a few minutes, when the big fish was exhausted, Zhou Liqin slowly reeled it in. Using the landing net to scoop up the big fish, they saw it was a grass carp weighing 5 or 6 jin. Zhou Liqin immediately puffed up with pride, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Zian as she said, "Ouch, seems like big fish can be hooked without relying on someone's so-called secret family recipe." Suddenly, the girl beside him let out a joyful cry. She had caught a fish as well. The girl stood up holding the fishing rod with both hands. The fishing line hummed as the enormous force bent the rod into the shape of a longbow. But soon enough, the girl lost the tug-of-war battle, letting out a startled cry as the massive fish dragged both her and the fishing rod into the water together. From the girl's first scream to her fall into the water, it all happened in an instant. Due to the abundant rainfall last year, the water level had almost risen to the platform, and there was no shallow area at all here. As soon as one stepped into the water, they'd encounter a steep slope with depths of at least 2 to 3 meters below. It didn't give the drowning person any time to recover at all. Sheng ran. Zhou Liqin watched in horror as her friend plunged into the water with a splash, letting out 2 sharp cries of alarm. She immediately realized the girl couldn't swim. Without a second thought, she threw down her fishing rod and prepared to leap into the water to rescue her. Wang Zian grabbed her firmly and said in a deep voice, "Stay on the shore, I'll handle this." With that, he swiftly took off his coat and trousers, then leapt into the water with a single bound. Wang Xin darted through the water like a flying fish, swiftly swimming behind the desperately struggling girl. His left arm encircled her chest as he kicked off powerfully toward the shore. The drowned girl seemed to have choked on water as she coughed uncontrollably, clinging desperately to his arm like grasping the last lifeline. The worst part about saving someone is precisely this. However, Wang Xin possessed peculiar physical attributes and wasn't afraid at all, effortlessly swimming to shore with the maiden in tow. The shore was already crowded with onlookers, and Zhou Liqin was on the verge of tears from anxiety. Watching Wang Xin rescue the young woman, she rushed forward without even pausing to thank him, hurriedly helping him lay the girl down on the platform. Saint Ran, how are you? The girl was completely drenched, her jet black hair dripping wet. The reservoir water was chilly, and coupled with her fright, her body trembled uncontrollably. Her pretty face had paled, losing its earlier radiance. Wang Xin saw that she stopped coughing after coming ashore, so he knew she wasn't seriously ill. But if she has a weak constitution, getting chilled and frightened in the water would surely make her fall ill once home. To be fair, Wang Xin bore a great deal of responsibility. If it weren't for Wang Xin using fish bait containing diluted spiritual liquid, the young maiden might not have suffered this undeserved calamity. Wang Xin grasped the maiden's fair wrist. Her skin was delicate and resilient, yet somewhat chilly, as he secretly channeled a wisp of spiritual energy into her body. The maiden's previously chill body was suddenly flooded with warmth that spread through her limbs, leaving her entire being comfortably heated. Gradually, color returned to her complexion as it grew rosy once more. Wang Xin quickly stood up to find his clothes and get dressed, leaving the care of the young girl to Zhou Liqin. The girl's body suddenly grew warm, and she felt a strange sensation inside, but she had clearly been frightened too much today to spare it further thought. Move aside, move aside. At this moment, an anxious voice came from the edge of the crowd, and soon a young man carrying a black bag rushed over. Wang Xin recognized him as the same young man who had been trading turtles with Old Man Wang. Saint Ran was just dragged under by a big fish. Quickly, come take a look. Zhou Liqin hurriedly gestured for the young man to come over. The young man was so startled that he dropped the bag and rushed to the girl's side, crouching down urgently as he asked, "Little sister, are you all right? How are you feeling?" The girl forced a smile and said, "Brother, I'm fine. Just swallowed some water. Luckily, someone saved me." His gaze then shifted toward Wang Xin, standing at the edge of the crowd. Supported by her brother and Zhou Liqin, the young girl stood up and walked toward Wang Xin, who was about to leave with the bag. Her voice was soft, sweet, and ethereal. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Gao Shengran." Wang Xin looked at the girl standing before him, drenched like a drowned rat, yet earnest in expressing her gratitude. He smiled and replied, "My name is Wang Xin. It was the least I could do. I just happened to be one step ahead, otherwise the chance to play hero wouldn't have fallen to me." No sooner had the words been spoken than many people began to laugh. Among them, quite a few young men secretly regretted their inaction. Gao Shengran was so strikingly handsome that he had long since drawn the attention of many onlookers. It all happened so suddenly that before anyone could react, Wang Xin had already pulled the person to safety. This golden opportunity to get close to the beauty was snatched away by some country bumpkin right before their eyes. What a bloody outrage. Chapter 41. You're worse than a dog. At this moment, the young man stepped forward, extended his right hand, and introduced himself solemnly. "My name is Gao Xingjie. Thank you for saving my sister. This kindness goes beyond mere words. Feel free to come to me for anything in the future." Wang Xin reached out and shook his hand. Gao Xingjie was tall and robust, with a ruggedly handsome face framed by sun-bronzed skin. The thick calluses on his hands marked him unmistakably as no ordinary man. After separating hands, Gao Xingjie quickly bid farewell and left with his fishing gear, as he needed to take his sister home to change into clean clothes. "Hey, Wang Xin, thank you for saving Shengran. I'll visit your village to hang out when I have time." Zhou Liqin supported Gao Shengran, smiling as she waved goodbye to Wang Zian, when suddenly an unexpected reluctance welled up in her heart. She didn't know why either, but she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Wang Zian upon their first meeting. Could it be because he was good-looking? Is it unique in temperament? This was because Wang Zian had mastered the first level of the incantation, and his body emitted a natural, refreshing fragrance. Moreover, spiritual energy inherently possessed an innate attraction to all things in the world. With his naturally handsome and refined looks, it was only natural for him to catch the attention of the opposite sex. This was also the reason Zhou Liqin had invited Wang Zian to go fishing together at their very first meeting. Gao Xingrang nodded gratefully, her beautiful eyes lingering on Wang Zian for a moment longer before she turned and ascended the steps toward the road along the dam. Wang Zian only then realized this stunningly beautiful girl stood over 1.7 meters tall. Many anglers below kept their eyes fixed on the young maiden's retreating figure, their gazes seemingly hooked as they tracked her movements. When she ascended the embankment, soft sighs of regret continuously arose from the crowd. Wang Zian glanced at the gray-haired old man beside him, the very one who'd been shouting the loudest moments ago. The old man's face flushed red as he let out an embarrassed chuckle, quickly turning back to his fishing spot with feigned composure. What a youthful heart for an old chap. A man in his 50s or 60s, and not even a blush of shame? This is a matter for the young, old man. Best keep your eyes to yourself. Numerous young people nearby cast disdainful glances at the old codger who refused to act his age. Though they shared similarly lewd imaginations, and all traveled the same crooked path, life demanded its hierarchy of scorn. One could tolerate being second to last, but never dead last. There must always be someone lower to trample underfoot. Must find someone worse than myself, even if it takes a magnifying glass. I'll always be the pure-hearted good person inside. Otherwise, how could I do bad things with a clear conscience? Happiness in this world is all about comparison. A sense of superiority is always born from comparison. Wang Zian was thinking about what had just happened. Gao Xingjie had mentioned the organization where he worked, so Wang Zian had no choice but to disclose his own address in return. He knew if things continued this way, his feigned ignorance wouldn't stay hidden much longer. Other matters can be worked out, but if the person who caused his head injury learned this news, they might not dare return to the village. However, that person is in another province and usually doesn't communicate well with family. For years have passed, who knows, they might have long since let their guard down. Let's keep it hidden for as long as we can. Wang Zian carried the bag and left. After passing through the woods he had come from, seeing no one around, he started today's main task, catching turtles. Turtles breathe through their lungs, but they must periodically surface to exhale. The stuffier the weather and the lower the water pressure, the more frequently soft-shelled turtles would surface. Old man Wang would hook turtles based on this very habit of theirs. Wang Zian followed suit, proving even more adept than old Six Wang. He cast his hook directly for turtles. His gaze swept across the water's surface when suddenly a turtle emerged in the distance. Wang Zian swung the fishing hook directly over, and it landed swiftly and accurately in front of the turtle. With a sharp tug on the fishing line, the hook caught firmly on the edge of the turtle's shell. Soon, a wild soft-shelled turtle weighing over 3 pounds was caught. Wang Zian first placed the 3 fish from the bag in a spot farther from the shore, then put the turtle into the bag. He continued to stare at the water surface. After a while, another turtle surfaced to take a breath. Wang Zian cast the line out once more, and when he reeled it back in this time, the hook had snagged a turtle weighing over 4 pounds. Wang Zian sighed with contentment, thinking that with his unparalleled skill in catching turtles, he would never have to worry about food and drink in the countryside. In less than an hour, Wang Zian had hooked over 20 soft-shelled turtles, each weighing more than 2 pounds. And this was with him being selective. Neither the large nor the small one did Wang Zian take. A turtle lives 1,000 years, a tortoise 10,000 years. When turtles grow too large and become spiritual creatures, country folk fear them as omens and generally won't harm them unless absolutely necessary. Over 20 turtles occupied more than half of the fertilizer bag, but Wang Zian wasn't worried about storage, thanks to the jade gourd. Just as Wang Zian was about to catch more turtles, a young couple approached from the south, chatting and laughing as they walked. Not wanting them to see the abundance of turtles he'd caught, Wang Zian quickly tied the bag shut and carried it into the woods. After making sure no one was around, he promptly stored the bag inside the jade gourd. Apart from leaving behind a 7 or 8 pound big carp, that 15 or 16 pound big variegated carp and the 5 or 6 pound carp were also placed into the jade gourd. Wang Zian found a wooden stick in the mountains, threaded it through the carp's mouth and gills, then walked back the way he came, carrying the bamboo pole in his left hand and balancing the fish on the stick with his right. After walking for some distance, Old Man Wang's silhouette came into view far ahead. The guy was splitting his focus, keeping one eye on the water surface for movement, while constantly scanning his surroundings to ward off any outsiders approaching him, dead scared someone might steal his prize technique. In Prince San's view, Lao Lu's craftsmanship relied on nothing more than keen eyesight, nimble speed, and deft skill, no secret techniques at all. It's the same principle as the story of the oil seller who perfected his skill through practice. Old Lu Wang, spotting Wang Zian approaching from a distance, stopped his turtle hooking motions and praised the enormous carp hanging from Wang Zian's pole. "Zian, what a fine catch! Landing a carp this size is no easy feat." Wang Zian smiled and said, "Uncle, why haven't you left yet? Haven't you caught 5 turtles today?" Old Wang Lu wore a bitter smile on his face and sighed. I'm getting old now, my eyesight's failing. Can't compare to my younger days. I'm no good anymore. Holy shit." Wang Zian watched Old Man Wang spouting nonsense with a straight face, and truly found himself viewing the man with newfound respect. An honest man lied without the slightest stutter, his expression perfectly normal with not a trace of anything unusual. No wonder everyone said that among the 6 Wang brothers, the shrewdest one was Old 6 Wang. It seems the masses have keen eyes. Chun Tang was giving change to someone, turning around to hand the money to the shopper, when another person walked in. Chun Tang's face broke into a smile as he prepared to greet the newcomer warmly, but upon recognizing the visitor's features, he froze for an instant. When his gaze dropped to the large carp dangling from a wooden pole in the stranger's hand, his expression abruptly darkened. Wang Zian walked into the small grocery store without a word. He went straight to the counter, eyed the assortment of pork offal, and ordered, "Give me 2 caddies of each." Chun Tang wore a woebegone expression, cautiously glancing at Wang Zian's face as he said, "Old friend, I was just joking with you this morning. Why did you take it seriously?" "About that bet, I already forgot about it the moment I turn around." Wang Zian sneered. "Forgotten already? Then tell me, have you forgotten my foot too? Shall I give you a kick to settle this matter?" Chun Tang retreated a step in fright, his face suddenly turning pale. Wang Zian had kicked Xiao Bo and 2 other famously strong villagers hard enough to leave all 3 bedridden for over half a month. His own slender frame couldn't possibly endure such rough treatment. Chun Tang immediately forced an ingratiating smile. "Old classmate, I was just joking with you. I'll weigh out 2 Jin for you right away." Wang Zian saw he was still trying to be clever and glared at him. "Not 2 Jin, 2 Jin of each. If you keep yapping, I'll beat you up." Chun Tang was out of tricks now. How had this fool Wang Zian suddenly become so sharp? He wasn't so easy to deceive anymore. Chun Tang began weighing the cooked food for Wang Zian with a pained expression, his movements sluggish as he muttered incessantly. "Old classmate, you can't finish all that by yourself. Your place doesn't even have a fridge. It'll just go bad. Why not take less? No point letting it go to waste." "Who said I was alone? Want a Huang, and a Hey eat too. What, you're feeding meat to the dog?" Chun Tang was stunned. Even the richest man in the village wouldn't dare feed meat to a dog. Is Wang Zian truly witless? How could anyone treat things so carelessly? Wang Zian frowned coldly and said, "Who said they were dogs? To me, Huang and He are my son and daughter-in-law." Chun Tang stammered out, "You treat the dog is your son?" Wang Zian nodded and said, "Exactly, what's wrong with being a dog? You're human. Even if you wanted to be my son, I wouldn't allow it. A crowd of villagers had already gathered at the door to watch the spectacle and burst into loud laughter upon hearing this. Chun Tang, in Xian's heart, you're not even worth as much as a dog. Chun Tang, hurry up and bark twice so Prince Xian will recognize you as his son. Go on, get out of here. Don't block the doorway. Scram already. Chun Tang's face flushed with embarrassment and anger as he shouted at the group of gleeful onlookers. Hey, Chun Tang, you coward, can't even stand up to Xian, and now you're taking it out on the rest of us. What's this called? This is called being unable to cure green beans, so you crush sesame seeds instead, bullying the weak but fearing the strong. The village loafers laughed mockingly at Chun Tang. Chun Tang's head nearly exploded with rage. Chapter 42, Visiting Neighbors. Chun Tang suddenly grabbed the knife from the counter and raised it, glaring furiously at those mocking him outside the shop, his eyes blazing with anger. Seeing his aggressive stance, the villagers at the door thought Chun Tang was about to explode and quickly scattered with taunting laughter. Wang Xian stood still, watching Chun Tang with a cold gaze. Of course, Chun Tang didn't dare to actually use the knife. His outburst was merely an attempt to intimidate out of sheer embarrassment and rage. However, while he succeeded in frightening the village idlers, the one he most wanted to scare, Wang Xian, simply stared at him without a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, the intensity of that gaze sent a chill down his own spine. Well, this was awkward. Chun Tang waved the knife to bolster his courage, but far from intimidating Wang Xian, his own arm grew weary from holding it up. Assessing the disparity in their strength, Chun Tang realized that even with two knives in hand, he stood no chance against Wang Xian. As a shrewd merchant, I'm certainly capable of calculating the accounts. What, are you going to chop me with a knife? Wang Xian asked coldly. Who said that? Aren't I just about to slice the meat for you? After weighing the pros and cons, Chun Tang knew he had no choice but to back down today. He obediently picked up the knife and began slicing the pig's head meat with bowed head. Watching Chun Tang's sluggish movements, Wang Xian couldn't bear the sight. The man sliced the pig's head meat as if carving flesh from his own body, his face twisted in agony. All right, stop cutting anymore. Old classmate, you don't want any more? That's fantastic. Chun Tang's hand, holding the knife, paused upon hearing this. He lifted his head, the pleasant surprise arriving too suddenly. He could scarcely believe such fortunate news. What are you thinking? Who said I don't want it? I want it fair and square. Why wouldn't I take it? You're right about what you said earlier. This pile of meat alone is more than I could finish, and feeding it to Big Yellow and Big Black would be a waste. Wang Xian paused briefly before continuing. Just cash it out instead. Cash out. Chun Tang froze for a moment before realizing what was happening. This wasn't about cooked food anymore, but about demanding money instead. Hurry up, I still have fish to stew at home. Chun Tang acted as if he had lost his father and mother. Parting with his money pained him more than parting with flesh itself. Pork head meat, for 50 per piece, pork intestines for yuan each. Wang Xian watched as Chun Tang calculated the price with a mournful face and impatiently urged. All right, hurry up, stop dragging your feet. Just give me $50 straight up. These days pork in rural areas costs over 3 yuan per gene. While offal like pig's head meat, ears, tails, large intestines, and stomach are a bit pricier at 4 or 5 yuan per gene. Chun Tang lost about 2 gene of each kind to him, so 50 yuan should roughly cover it. 50 yuan? Chun Tang did a quick calculation. 50 yuan was indeed the amount owed, then turned to retrieve 50 yuan from the cash box and angrily flung it onto the counter. Wang Xian picked up the 50 yuan without uttering a word, then turned and left. Damn it, I can't even earn $50 in a whole day. After Wang Xian walked away, Chun Tang cursed angrily. Returning home, Wang Xian securely closed the gate and retrieved the bag along with 2 large fish from the jade gourd. After counting them, he found there were 28 turtles in total. They're feeling a bit cramped being raised in such crowded basins. In the courtyard stood 2 cement vats over half a person's height where Wang Xian used to cultivate lotus flowers and raise goldfish. But ever since Wang Shaoan got injured, Grandpa lost the heart to tend them, and now the vats have dried up with the lotuses withered away. These would be perfect for filling with water and housing the turtles now. Wang Zian filled the water buckets and poured them into the vats. After filling both large vats with water, he carefully separated the 28 turtles, placing them into the 2 containers. After finishing everything, Wang Zian noticed it was almost noon and began preparing lunch. After cleaning the 15 or 16 catty bighead carp, he cut it into 3 large pieces, made a dozen or so slashes on each, then placed them in a large basin and marinated them with soy sauce, vinegar, and scallions for about 10 minutes. Heat peanut oil and a small piece of lard in a pan, then add 2 spoonfuls of bean paste and stir-fry until fragrant. Pour in water, then season with soy sauce, vinegar, salt, and other condiments. Finally, add all the marinated fish to the pan. About 20 minutes later, the aroma of fish filled the air. Wang Zian then reheated 6 more steam buns. At that moment, the gate was pounded with a rapid bang, 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 followed by the sounds of Big Yellow and Big Black barking woof, woof, woof from outside. Those 2 curs have grown keener noses by the day. Big Yellow and Big Black didn't wait till mealtime as usual. They seemed to linger outside the courtyard. The moment Wang Zian had nearly finished cooking, they came running back, lifting their paws to scratch at the door. Wang Zian pushed open the gate, and a Huang and a He dashed into the courtyard, circling around as if inspecting their domain before beginning to playfully dart around Wang Zian, tails wagging vigorously. Now, De Huang and De He had grown both taller and stronger, noticeably larger by full size compared to before. Their fur gleamed with a glossy sheen, and their explosive strength was simply boundless. The only drawback is that he eats far too much and is a bit of a picky eater. Wang Zian fed them to the majority of the fish meat and soup from the pot, adding 5 large steam buns before finally getting those 2 rascals out of his hair. Out of a 15 to 16 catty silver carp, Wang Zian only kept about 2 catties of fish head and belly meat for himself. The rest went entirely to them. And that was just for 1 meal. Nowadays, Big Yellow and Big Black eat 3 full meals a day. If this continues, they'll absolutely eat Wang Zian into poverty. However, while fishing at the reservoir today, Wang Zian had a new idea. Since there were so many big fish in the reservoir, if he could catch more and store them in the jade gourd, he could keep them for De Huang and De He to eat slowly. The space inside the jade gourd was vast enough, and anything stored inside would never spoil. It was daytime, and Wang Zian didn't dare blatantly catch too many fish, fearing it would draw unwanted attention. At night, however, he had no such worries. Big Yellow and Big Black ate quickly, and nowadays their dog teeth were practically steel fangs and bronze molars. To them, there was no difference between fish bones and fish meat. After 2 or 3 minutes, the trough was licked completely clean. Wang Zian opened the main gate and let them out to continue guarding the cattle and sheep on the mountain. In the afternoon, Wang Zian didn't go anywhere, continuing to refine the spiritual energy gained from dual cultivation at home. As evening fell, the cattle and sheep returned punctually, and Wang Xiaoan poured some water into their trough for them to drink. He cooked the largest carp again, steamed 3 manda buns, and fed them all to Da Huang and Da He. After nightfall, since Sister Wanfang still hadn't come today, Wang Zian prepared to go down the mountain to check on her. He went to the living room first, took the biscuits, milk powder, and ham gifted by Yang Shengli, then brought along the remaining carp to help nourish Sister Wanfang's health. Going down the mountain, he deliberately avoided villagers' notice and soon arrived at Sister Wanfang's doorstep, knocking lightly on the door. After a while, Zhao Wanfang came out upon hearing the noise. Switching on the courtyard light and noticing the family dog hadn't barked, she guessed it was Wang Zian. Still cautious, she approached the gate and asked softly, "Who's there?" "Aunt Wanfang, it's me." Hearing the familiar voice, Zhao Wanfang hurriedly opened the door and saw Wang Zian standing outside smiling at her. Her heart warmed as she quickly pulled him inside. Then she cautiously peered out left and right, ensuring no one was around before securely closing the main gate with relief. Leading Wang Zian into the room, Zhao Wanfang eyed the items he'd brought and coquettishly remarked, "Zian, are you wasting money again?" Wang Zian first placed the gift box on the ground, then handed her a small bag, smiling as he said, "These biscuits, milk powder, and ham were all gifts from others. I brought them for you and Chang'er to eat, and this is the carp I caught today." As he spoke, the door of the west room opened, and Chang'er, hearing the commotion, came running out. "Brother Zian, you're here? Oh my, so many delicious treats." Chang'er spotted the exquisite biscuit box on the ground and immediately picked it up, asking cheerfully, "Brother Zian, is this for me to eat?" Wang Zian laughed and said, "Absolutely, all for you and your mom." Chang'er had never seen cookies packaged so exquisitely before. She turned the cookie box over and over in her hands, examining it intently. Zhao Wanfang laughed from his side and said, "Chang'er, go do your homework first. Mom will make dinner now. Your Zian brother brought a carp today. I'll cook fish for you." After that, Chang'er went to the west room to do homework while Wang Zian accompanied sister Wanfang to the eastern kitchen to help prepare the meal. Chapter 43, A Sea of Fish. Before Wang Zian arrived, Sister Wanfang had already reheated the meal. He simply stir-fried some leek with eggs again, then started stewing the carp. Wang Zian stood quietly watching Sister Wanfang bustling about. After a while, Wang Zian went into the main room and had just closed the door when Chang'er came skipping cheerfully inside. "Brother Zian, where's my mom?" Wang Zian laughed and said, "Chang'er, your mom is still busy cooking. I want to watch TV. Could you help me find a good drama to watch, please?" Chang'er obediently ran to turn on the black and white television, smiling brightly as she said, "Brother Zian, I'll find you a cartoon to watch. I'm sure you'll love it." Wang Zian had grown up now and naturally wouldn't be as fond of cartoons as a child, forcing himself to laugh politely as he replied, "Great, let's look at it together." Chang'er fiddled with the switch a few times before sitting on the heated brick bed, while Wang Zian stood by the door, watching the television screen. This is an animated cartoon about a cat and a mouse. Wang Zian became completely engrossed as he watched, and he and Chang'er burst into laughter from time to time. About 10 minutes later, Sister Wanfang pushed the door open and called out, "Dinner's ready." The three of them set the food on the dining table together and happily shared the evening meal. After finishing the meal, Sister Wanfang asked, "Zian, did you go fishing today?" Wang Zian laughed and said, "I had nothing to do this morning, so I took my fishing rod to the big reservoir." Sister Wanfang said with concern, "The reservoir is too deep. Be careful from now on. Don't go into the deep water." Wang Zian nodded in agreement. Just then, the cartoon finished playing and Chang'er withdrew her attention. Tilting her head, she looked at Zhao Wanfang with a puzzled expression and asked, "Mom, what's wrong with your face? Do you have a fever?" Wanfang's sister-in-law touched her own face and concealed it, saying, "No, I was just cooking over the fire. It got too hot." Chang'er didn't think much of it and turned to coquettishly address Wang Zian, sitting beside her. "Brother Zian, today's carp was absolutely delicious." Wang Zian immediately caught on and said, "Don't worry, I'll go fishing again tomorrow and bring back an even bigger one in the evening." "Great, great!" Chang'er cheered with joyful clapping. At this moment, Sister Wanfang glanced at the clock on the wall and said, "Zian, it's already past 8. It's getting late. You should head back up the mountain now." Sister Wanfang was worried about the late hour, fearing that if Wang Zian left now, people might see him and start gossiping. Wang Zian laughed and said, "All right, I'll come again tomorrow then." With that, he rose and walked towards the exit. Chang'er and Sister Wanfang saw him out together. Wang Zian waited until Sister Wanfang closed the main gate and turned off the courtyard light before finally turning to leave. Returning to the mountain, Wang Zian washed up, then entered the jade gourd to cultivate for over 3 hours. Only after exhausting all the spiritual energy inside did he emerge. At 3 in the morning, Wang Zian opened his eyes, went out to the courtyard, retrieved his fishing rod and 6 hemp sacks, then stored them all inside the jade gourd in preparation for fishing at the large reservoir. Wang Zian patted Da Huang and Da Hei's heads, telling them to stay and guard the house as he went down the mountain alone. The village was unusually quiet at this hour. Instead of taking the main road, Wang Zian chose to cut through the alleyways as a shortcut. As he walked through an alley, he suddenly heard faint murmurs. Then, the front gate of a house ahead quietly creaked open and a furtive figure slipped out. Wang Zian hid in the shadows and instantly recognized the figure. It was none other than Sun Jiqiang, the village chief of Fengwang village. He clearly wasn't at home sleeping at this hour, definitely up to no good. Sun Jiqiang didn't notice Wang Zian at all. Exiting directly, he turned south into the alleyway, humming a cheerful tune under his breath, his mood evidently upbeat. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Wang Zian approached from the west, heading directly east. As he passed the house from which Sun Jiqiang had just emerged, he paused for a look. Fengwang village was too large. Wang Zian had spent most of his time in the mountains and didn't know many villagers well. He vaguely recalled the man of this household worked as a migrant laborer elsewhere. Wang Zian remembered the woman of this household. Her face was rather pretty, and her figure was pleasingly plump. What does this woman want anyway? After some random thoughts, Wang Zian continued walking southward through the alley. 20-some minutes later, Wang Zian arrived at the reservoir, the same spot where he'd previously caught turtles. This location is well chosen. To the west of this riverbank lies a stretch of forested mountains, offering immediate concealment should the need arise. There are still 2 hours until dawn, plenty of time for Wang Zian to fish. Wang Zian took out a fishing rod and a burlap sack from the jade gourd, then pulled the leftover dough from his pocket that he hadn't used today. Chapter 44. Trading a Wife for Fish. Wang Zian first pinched a grain-sized piece of dough onto the fishing hook, then gave the rod a gentle flick. A faint splash echoed across the water. A few seconds later, the fishing rod tugged, and Wang Zian reeled in the line, pulling up a crucian carp weighing over half a pound. He took the crucian carp off the hook and dropped it into the hemp sack, then baited the hook with fresh dough again before casting his line. Within seconds, he landed another catch, this time a carp weighing over half a kilogram. After about 10 seconds, a grass carp weighing over 5 jin was hooked. 20 seconds later, a carp weighing more than 6 jin was hauled up again. 30 seconds later, a 20-something pound variegated carp was hauled ashore. As time passed, the fish he caught grew larger and larger, attracting many big fish that continuously churned the water's surface with their splashing. The sheer density of them was staggering to behold. As more and more big fish appeared, they even eagerly approached the shore, so much so that Wang Zian only needed to toss out his fishing hook to reel in a sizable catch. Moreover, Wang Zian noticed that once these large fish bit the hook, they wouldn't shake free. Instead, they obediently followed his pull and swam right to the bank. Half an hour later, the school of fish gathered in increasing numbers, swimming closer and closer to Wang Zian's side. After some thought, Wang Zian took out diluted spiritual liquid from the jade gourd and dripped it into the water. Chaos erupted instantly. Countless fish churned the waves as they swam toward the shore. Some fish were crowded and stranded on the shore, with many larger ones even leaping straight out of the water onto the land. Thrilled by this unexpected bounty, Wang Zian immediately switched from fishing to simply gathering the stranded fish. With so many fish available, he ignored the smaller ones under 10 pounds, focusing instead on filling sacks exclusively with larger catches of over a dozen pounds each. Soon, all 6 sacks were completely full. After storing the sacks inside the jade gourd, Wang Zian noticed more large fish still stranded along the shore and began directly transferring them into the magical vessel. After collecting the large fish, he once again dripped diluted spiritual liquid into the water. An hour later, the fish in the jade gourd had piled up into a small mountain, with many large fish still lively and jumping everywhere. As the sky gradually brightened, Wang Zian finally stopped his fish collecting activities. As Wang Zian ceased dripping the diluted spiritual liquid into the reservoir, the fish in the water gradually dispersed. Wang Zian estimated that in less than 2 hours, he had loaded 50 to 60,000 caddies of large fish into the jade gourd. These fish would be enough to feed both him and the 2 dogs for an entire year. There were still quite a few fish weighing several caddies left on the shore. Since they had been out of water for a while, Wang Zian thought for a moment before storing them all into the jade gourd. After finishing all this, Wang Zian finally let out a sigh of relief. After the school of fish scattered, it was as if nothing had happened. Only fish scales remained scattered along the shore. The fishy smell clinging to his body was unpleasant, so Wang Zian jumped into the water, still fully clothed. After a while, Wang Zian emerged from the water soaked through. He circulated his spiritual energy throughout his body, and in no time, his clothes were completely dry. By now, the sky was brightly lit. Wang Zian carried his fishing rod into the mountain forest and emerged shortly after, his right hand now holding a thick wooden pole. Slung on either end of the pole were 2 large carp, each weighing about 8 or 9 jin. These were for Sister Wanfang and Chang'er to eat. Truth be told, it would have been far more convenient to store them in the jade gourd and take them home. But Wang Zian went to this extra trouble for his own cautious reasons. Although the village was large, even the most trivial matters couldn't be kept secret. If Wang Zian returned empty-handed, now only to bring fish to Sister Wanfang's house later, it would undoubtedly arouse her suspicion. Though Sister Wanfang was his closest relative, Wang Zian had no intention of revealing the jade gourd's secret to her. It's not that I don't trust her, but the more people know, the greater the risk of exposure. Some secrets are accidentally leaked without meaning to. Not telling Sister Wanfang is actually for her own good. Wang Zian was in high spirits with his bountiful harvest, strolling leisurely along the path back to the village. By this time, some early rising villagers were already busy pulling weeds in the fields. When they spotted the 2 large fish in Wang Zian's hands, they couldn't help casting envious glances his way. On the main street, Chuntang's small shop was already open, and he was chatting and laughing with a few villagers by the entrance. The moment he saw Wang Zian approaching from the east, the smile visibly faded from his face. Especially when he saw Wang Zian catch 2 more large carps. The memory of losing 50 yuan in yesterday's bet made his heart ache again. Zian, you went fishing early this morning? Quite a lucky haul today. A villager around 30 years old, seeing Wang Zian catching 2 big fish early in the morning, asked with some envy. Zian, since you're all alone at home, 2 big fish are too much for you. How about giving me one? Your sister-in-law loves fish from the big reservoir the most. This person had secretly mocked him for becoming an idiot after his head injury, yet now had the audacity to come asking for fish. Wang Zian ignored his words and continued walking forward. Chuntang had an idea at this moment. He recalled how much his Xiuxiu loved carp. If he took this fish home for her, she would surely be delighted. Wang Zian, wait for me. Chuntang stepped forward with a beaming smile and asked, Old classmate, sell me one of these fish. I'll pay you for it. Wang Zian shook his head. I'm not selling. I don't need that little bit of money anyway. Chuntang immediately smiled and said, All right, if you won't sell it, how about I trade you something from inside instead? He pointed at his small shop as he spoke. Wang Zian curled his lips and said, You don't have any good stuff there? No trade. Having said that, he stopped paying attention to Chuntang. Chuntang watched Wang Zian's retreating figure and muttered under his breath. What an idiot, turning down an easy opportunity like that, utterly clueless, born to stay single all his life. The man who had just demanded fish from Wang Zian stood nearby, grinning slyly. Chuntang, doesn't your family have something precious? Tell Wang Zian you'll exchange your Xiuxiu for his fish. See if that tempts him. Chuntang's expression darkened instantly as he pointed at the man and cursed. Sun Jijun, you bastard. Why don't you trade your own wife for fish? You wouldn't dare. Sun Jijun wasn't angered by the scolding and replied with a grin. Who says I don't dare? He shouted towards Wang Zian. Zian, would you trade your fish for my wife? Wang Zian hadn't gone far and answered without turning his head. No deal. The villagers around them burst into laughter. Sun Jijun let out a few careless laughs, then raised his eyebrows at Chuntang and said, Chuntang, Wang Zian's got a scrambled brain. He probably doesn't even understand what a wife is. Even if you gave him one, he wouldn't know what to do with her. Why don't you tease him by shouting it out too? Chuntang remained silent, somewhat reluctant. Sun Jijun deliberately mocked him. Chintang, I've long heard you're henpecked. You're such a disgrace to manhood, too timid to even joke back. What a pathetic creature you are. In the village, being known as henpecked was the most humiliating thing, branded as useless by the entire community and left unable to hold one's head up in public ever after. Chintang's face turned red as he loudly retorted, "Who says I'm afraid of my wife? I just didn't want to mess with him out of respect for our old classmate bond." All right. If you're henpecked, just admit it. Why make up excuses?" Sun Jijun looked at Chintang with undisguised contempt as he said scornfully, "You used to badmouth Wang Zian the most on this very street. How come you suddenly remember he's your old classmate now? Have you forgotten all those times you called him a stupid fool in daily life? And let's not forget how you took advantage of Wang Zian's mental condition. Didn't you go up the mountain several times to steal his eggs? You've done that, haven't you?" Chintang reacted as if stepped on his tail, shouting furiously, "Who the hell is spreading these damn lies, daring to frame me like this? Your father said it when he was drunk at someone else's house, and he even praised that the eggs from a mountain were the most fragrant and delicious." Sun Jijun smirked slyly. Chintang was left speechless, choked with nothing to say. He knew exactly what his old man was like after drinking that damn liquor. Chintang's expression darkened as he sought to change the subject. Remembering Wang Zian's earlier reaction, he suddenly regained his confidence and declared loudly, "So what if I yelled a few jokes? Why must you lecture me so much? Listen carefully." After coughing twice to clear his throat, he lowered his voice and called out to Wang Zian's retreating figure, "Old classmate, would you agree to trade your fish for my wife?" He shouted while lifting his chin to glare at Sun Jijun, his face full of provocation. Sun Jijun was utterly speechless. "Chintang, you're something else. Your feeble voice sounds like a damn mosquito. Who exactly are you shouting for?" Chintang wore a smug expression when he suddenly noticed Wang Zian turning back to glance at him from afar, startling him. Yet he quickly reassured himself. Wang Zian was at least 150 meters away, and with his deliberately lowered voice, that fool couldn't possibly have heard. As if confirming Chintang's thoughts, Wang Zian merely glanced back at him before quickly continuing his journey, turning into the narrow alley ahead and heading north. 20 minutes later, Chintang stood behind the counter, fetching items for customers. Wang Zian strode in confidently, carrying an 8 or 9-pound carp tied with a rope. Without uttering a word, he placed the large carp directly on the counter and turned to leave. Chintang stood there dumbfounded, unable to react at first. Suddenly remembering something, his face changed dramatically. Holy shit, Chapter 45, You're my wife. After getting married, Chintang had already moved out from his parents' home and lived in a new house with his wife. Wang Zian knew of Chintang's old residence, but wasn't familiar with the new house's location. However, while searching for Chintang along the way, he had already asked some villagers for directions. Wang Zian walked swiftly, heading south along the main street for a few minutes before turning east into a narrow alley. Wang Zian, wait, I was just joking with you. Chintang hurried out of the shop, clutching the large carp, just in time to glimpse Wang Zian turning into the alley where his new home stood. He was about to rush after her in a panic when he suddenly remembered he hadn't locked the shop door yet. This miser of a man, at a time like this, instead of keeping an eye on his beautiful wife, he was more worried about someone stealing his belongings. By the time he ran back and locked the door of the small shop, a full minute had already passed. Wang Zian entered the alley and stopped in front of the third household. Without knocking, he pushed the gate open and walked straight in. Su Xiuxiu was bent over washing clothes in the courtyard when she heard the gate creak. Looking up to see Wang Zian swaggering in, she froze momentarily in surprise. Wang Zian stopped right in front of Su Xiuxiu, gazing down at her lovely face, thinking to himself what a true beauty she was. What a waste on that bastard Chintang. Wang Zian, why are you in my house? Chintang isn't home. Perhaps remembering what happened on the mountain that day, Xiuxiu rose hesitantly, her small hands twisting together shyly, her delicate face flushing crimson. Wang Zian said bluntly, Su Xiuxiu, Chintang has sold you to me. From now on, you're not to stay with him anymore. You're my wife. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, her dazed expression adding a touch of endearing charm to her face. As they spoke, Chun Tang's shouts finally rang out from outside. Wang Zian, don't do anything rash. Wang Zian thought to himself, that brat Chun Tang is finally here. What took him so long to get back? What on earth was he up to? Hearing the rapid footsteps outside, Wang Zian suddenly grabbed one of Su Xiaoxiao's slender arms and pulled her close to him. The front door was left open. Chun Tang rushed in holding a fish, trembling with rage when he saw his wife standing with Wang Zian. Malice surged through Chun Tang. He flung the fish aside, snatched up a shovel from behind the door, and charged at Wang Zian. Wang Zian, how dare you bully my wife? I'll kill you. Su Xiaoxiao saw Chun Tang raising the shovel to strike Wang Zian directly and screamed in fright, shutting her eyes as she hid behind Wang Zian. The atmosphere was tense, but Wang Zian couldn't help being amused by Su Xiaoxiao's reaction. Chun Tang, seeing his wife's reaction, was consumed by such fury that he lost all reason, momentarily forgetting his fear of Wang Zian. With all his strength, he swung the shovel directly at Wang Zian's head. With that strike, even if Wang Zian escaped death, he'd likely end up a genuine imbecile. Wang Zian showed not a trace of panic, nor any intention to dodge. His heart was brimming with sheer delight. It was as if he had embraced the aura of a grand villain himself. Just as the shovel was about to strike Wang Zian's head, at the very moment Chun Tang's twisted face began to bloom with savage glee, Wang Zian made his move. His right leg lashed out like lightning, striking Chun Tang squarely in the chest. Chun Tang let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying. He crashed to the ground, his shovel clattering away as he rolled in disarray toward the doorway, howling in pain while sprawled on the dirt. All right, it's over now. Help is coming. Hearing voices and footsteps approaching from a distance, he knew the villagers coming to gawk at the spectacle had arrived. The villagers outside walked up to the door and saw Chun Tang lying face down at the entrance, moaning and groaning in pain. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Wang Zian stood together with Chun Tang's beautiful young wife. What on earth was going on? Could it be that Wang Zian, tempted by the young wife's beauty, intended to commit some foul deed, only to be caught by Chun Tang, and in his brute strength, beat Chun Tang up? Not daring to provoke Wang Zian, the villagers helped Chun Tang up from the doorstep and asked him what had actually happened. The fire in Chun Tang's chest had long been kicked away, leaving him without the courage to step forward and fight again. The villagers' questioning left Chun Tang at a loss for words, stammering awkwardly without knowing how to respond. At that moment, Sun Jijun, who lived nearby, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. When he saw the scene in the courtyard, he slapped his thigh and burst into loud laughter. Hey there, Chun Tang. Looks like Wang Zian's trading fish for your wife. Chun Tang glared at this instigator, itching to slice him up with a knife. Had this bastard not egged him on and backed him into a corner with words, he'd never have blurted out such nonsense. And that simpleton Wang Zian wouldn't have taken it seriously either. The villagers who came to watch the commotion quickly asked Sun Jijun what had happened. Sun Jijun then explained how Chun Tang had tried to trade his wife for fish. Now the villagers understood. Chun Tang had brought this misfortune upon himself. Knowing full well that Wang Zian wasn't quite right in the head, he still dared to provoke him. Wang Zian looked at Chun Tang and said, Chun Tang, remember this from now on. Su Xiaoxiao is my wife. Chun Tang was so angry he nearly spat blood, clutching his chest as he shouted. That was just a joke between us. It doesn't count. Wang Zian sneered. You don't get to decide this. I'm taking it seriously anyway. At that moment, Chun Tang's father, Chun Mankai, heard the news and came running over, panting heavily. Without a word upon entering, he kicked Chun Tang squarely in the buttocks and began shouting at him. You little beast. Spouting nonsense all day long. Can't keep your mouth shut, not a brain in your head. How did I end up with a dumb pig like you? Staggered by the kick, Chun Tang fell to the ground and sat there, gazing up at his father with a fearful expression. Chun Mankai did not step forward to strike Chun Tang again. Instead, he approached Wang Zian and bowed respectfully, saying, Zian, for the sake of your old uncle's face, please spare this little beast. What do you say? Wang Zian couldn't continue his outburst now. Chun Mankai was indeed a cunning old fox. By humbling himself as an elder to apologize to a junior, he had Wang Zian firmly in his grasp. If Wang Zian kept making a scene now, he would be in the wrong. However, Wang Zian's mind isn't quite right these days, so he doesn't follow expected scripts. Chen Tang traded his wife for fish. Now she belongs to me. If you want her back, you'll have to trade again. Before Chen Mankai could react, Chen Tang scrambled to pick up the discarded carp and held it out cautiously toward Wang Zian from a distance. Here's your fish. I return it to you. Let's trade back. Wang Zian snorted coldly. You think I'm stupid, trading such a pretty young bride for just one fish? Only a fool like you would do such a foolish thing. If you want to swap back now, it's no longer just about one fish. Chen Tang was truly dumbfounded this time. Chapter 46. The Bastard and the Beast are myself. Chun Manjuan's face darkened as he shot a fierce glare at Chen Tang, then immediately turned to Wang Zian with an ingratiating smile. Zian, how could we ever exchange goods for a living human being? You'll need Xiuxiu's consent for this. Go on, ask her if she's willing to go with you. See if she agrees. Ginger is hottest when it's old. All eyes turned in unison to the silent, downcast Xiuxiu Su. Blushing as red as a monkey's bottom, Xiuxiu suddenly turned and fled into the house, refusing to come out again. Manjun Chun heaved a sigh of relief and chuckled. Zian, you see, Xiuxiu still wants to stay here and live with Chintang. Don't force others against their will. If you're longing for a wife, Uncle here would arrange a grand matchmaking for you out of respect for your grandpa. How about finding you an even prettier virgin maiden? Wang Zian had actually come looking for trouble, having grown restless from staying idle in the mountains all day. He descended to amuse himself and vent some frustrations. Today he'd kicked Chuntang and made him eat dirt, quite a satisfying lesson taught to that scoundrel. But thinking back to how Chuntang had stolen his eggs from the mountains last time, he was determined to reclaim them with interest this time. Seeing Wang Zian remain silent, Chen Mankai quickly added, Zian, Uncle will throw in an extra hen for you to take home and stew. How does that sound? He knew Wang Zian had always loved eating chicken since childhood, so he hoped to settle the matter with just one hen. Wang Zian pondered for a moment, then raised a hand and said, 5 chickens and we'll call it even. 5 pieces. Chen Mankai was furious. This was outright extortion. The onlooking villagers outside also felt that Wang Zian had gone too far. Chen Mankai has already humbled himself so much, yet you're still being this greedy. Even if Chun Tang was at fault, you shouldn't take advantage of his poor mental state to bully him like this. Wang Zian cast a glance at the villagers outside the door and said indifferently, Back when Chen Tang was on the mountain, he stole plenty of our chickens, ducks, and goose eggs. These 5 chickens will just cover the cost of those eggs. Chen Mankai jumped up upon hearing this and shouted, Zian, who on earth told you such nonsense? Our Chen Tang is a good boy, honest and well-behaved since childhood. He'd never stoop to stealing or any shady business. Someone must be deliberately framing our Chen Tang. Who told you that? Point them out to me. I'll confront them face to face. That backstabbing bastard who talks behind people's backs. I won't let them off easy. Wang Zian looked at Chen Mankai with contempt and said, It was you who said it while drunk, and the whole village knows about it now. Chen Mankai froze in place. Even with his thick skin, his face flushed crimson with shame. The damned bastard and beast he was cursing turned out to be himself. Listening to the villagers' boisterous laughter outside the door, Chen Mankai gritted his teeth in fury. Chun Tang stood up, glaring at his father with dissatisfaction. What kind of father sells his own flesh and blood like this? Chen Mankai had initially felt too ashamed to face anyone after hearing the villagers jeering. Upon catching Chun Tang's resentful, accusatory gaze, his anger flared even hotter. He kicked Chun Tang in the ass again, sending him sprawling to the ground. Still seething with anger, he delivered 2 more kicks to the prone figure lying on the floor. You little bastard, making a disgraceful scene. I'll beat you to death today. Wang Zian stood by, watching coldly from the sidelines. Chen Mankai appeared furious, but in reality, he showed restraint, aiming his kicks only at Chun Tang's meaty buttocks, and the force wasn't as heavy as it outwardly seemed. The old man was using the pretense of beating his son to cover up stealing the eggs. One old fox. Chen Mankai kicked Chun Tang, who howled in pain. Some villagers couldn't bear to watch and began pleading for mercy on his behalf. Mankai, that's enough. You really want to beat Chun Tang to death? A little lesson is sufficient. Today, I'm going to beat this disgraceful little bastard to death. Spitting out the threats, Chen Mankai didn't actually raise his hand again. Instead, he jabbed a finger toward the pig pen and shouted, "You little beast, why aren't you up catching 5 chickens yet to compensate Wang Ziyan for his broken eggs?" Chun Tang's pig pen didn't house any pigs. Instead, it was enclosed with nets to keep over a dozen chickens. These were chickens Chun Tang had prepared for his wife to eat during her postpartum confinement when she bore him a son. Chun Tang staggered to his feet and limped toward the pig pen. Gazing at the chickens pecking at their feet inside, his face was full of reluctance. Chen Mankai handed him a fertilizer bag and, as he did so, shot him a meaningful look, whispering in a low voice, "Between the two of us, we can't even beat Wang Ziyan, and outside there are so many people waiting to laugh at our family. Hurry up and settle today's matter. We'll get our revenge another time." Chun Tang rubbed his sore buttocks and grumbled under his breath in dissatisfaction. "I stole those eggs, but you ate the most of them. You got drunk and blabbered about it everywhere, exposing the whole thing. Why should my family's chickens be the ones to compensate? If Chun Tang were his father's only son, things might be different, but he has a younger biological brother." After getting married, Chun Tang had already separated from Chen Mankai. It was agreed during the division that Chun Mansai's property would eventually go entirely to the younger brother. So having to provide all 5 chickens naturally left him feeling resentful. Chen Mansai's face darkened with fury, itching to beat this damned brat to death. "I've raised you for over a dozen years, you ungrateful whelp. How dare you settle accounts with me?" Chun Tang shrank his neck in fear. Seeing his father's overwhelming rage, he didn't dare say another word. Though Chen Mankai was nearly 50 years old, he stood taller and sturdier than Chun Tang. On ordinary days, when his own father lashed out at him freely, Chun Tang never dared to fight back. It wasn't that he was filial, he simply couldn't beat Chen Mankai in a fight. The Chen father and son spoke in hushed tones, unaware that Wang Ziyan had heard every word. "Chen Mankai is no good either," Wang Ziyan thought to himself. Seeing the father and the son dawdling as they crawled into the net, Wang Ziyan walked over to the pig pen and watched Chun Tang catch the chickens. A few brave villagers also stepped into the courtyard. Chun Tang was quick at catching chickens, but the stingy fellow would always feel up the bird's meat after taking just one. If the chicken is too fat, let it go and catch another lean one instead. He even felt the hen's rear insta-check if they were about to lay eggs. If he found one with an egg ready, he'd release it and catch another hen instead. Wang Ziyan was genuinely impressed now. Chun Tang's hands were really fishing for eggs in the chicken's ass. Is this boogery or chicken fornication? What a talent. In the end, Chen Mankai couldn't bear to watch any longer and kicked Chun Tang again to prevent further embarrassment, finally managing to catch all 5 chickens. Chun Mankai emerged from the net and hastily handed the bag to Wang Ziyan with a smile. "Ziyan, from now on we're even. You mustn't cause any more trouble for my Chun Tang." Wang Ziyan chuckled and said, "If he doesn't cause trouble for me, I couldn't care less about him." Sun Jijun strode into the courtyard, laughing heartily. "Ziyan, you traded a wife for just 5 hens. What a terrible bargain." Chun Tang saw Sun Jijun still making sarcastic remarks and pointed at him angrily, saying, "Sun Jijun, you bastard, it's all you're doing today, and you still dare to make sarcastic remarks." Then, suddenly remembering something, he hurriedly picked up the carp that had fallen to the ground and handed it to Wang Ziyan, loudly saying, "Wang Ziyan, Even Sun Jijun demanded you trade fish for his wife on the street earlier. Hurry to his house now and use this fish to bring his wife back. Wang Ziyan took the fish, his gaze shifting to Sun Jijun as the image of Sun Jijun's wife surfaced in his mind. Sun Jijun came specifically to watch Chen Tang become a laughingstock. But with Chen Tang's reminder, he was about to bring trouble upon himself. Chapter 47. Fulfilling the Wish. What's a joke when it happens to others becomes a disaster when it happens to you. Sun Jijun didn't expect his words would invite trouble by drawing fire upon himself. Seeing Wang Ziyan staring at him, he gave an awkward chuckle. Ziyan, don't listen to Chen Tang's nonsense, I never said that. He hastily dashed out through the main gate as he spoke. Seeing Sun Jijun trying to flee, Chen Tang didn't dare intercept him himself, but urgently urged Wang Ziyan instead. Wang Ziyan, hurry up and catch up with Sun Jijun. His wife is even prettier than my Xiao. Go trade her for some fish, you be making a killing. At that moment, a man outside jeered. Chen Tang, how do you know Sun Jijun's wife so well, you little rascal? He finished with a snickering laugh, joining the villagers in their crude mirth. Chen Tang glanced toward the door. It was Qian Haijiang from the village. What's this foul-mouthed bastard doing here? Qian Haijiang hadn't gone out this time. Upon hearing that Wang Ziyan and Chen Tang were quarreling, he immediately dropped what he was doing and rushed over at lightning speed. Before Chen Tang could retort, Chen Mankai scolded him. Shut up, do you think you haven't caused me enough trouble already? This foolish son of mine. If you want to start a fire, you should at least do it secretly. Now you've blabbered right in front of Sun Jijun. Isn't this openly making enemies? How could someone as clever as me have given birth to such a fool? Chen Tang didn't dare to speak. Wang Ziyan also left, carrying the chicken and carp in his bag. Seeing there was no more excitement to be had, the villagers gathered outside began to disperse. Wang Ziyan was walking along the road when Qian Haijiang's loud shout came from behind. Ziyan, let me know when you're heading to Sun Jijun's place. I'll come cheer you on. Wang Ziyan turned his head and glanced at Qian Haijiang, who was gloating at his misfortune. This guy really enjoys watching the fire from across the river. What are you going to see? Some things are not for your eyes to see. What a huge carp! Wang Ziyan was walking down the street when a woman emerged from the alley southward. Wang Ziyan turned his head and saw that it was indeed Gu Manua. Wang Ziyan handed her the carp with a smile and said, Sister-in-law, I took 2 turtles from you last time. Take this carp home and stew it for dinner. Gu Manua eagerly stepped forward to take it, exclaiming loudly, Thank you, Ziyan. Your uncle was just saying today he craved fish. This one clearly comes from the eastern reservoir. It must be delicious. Wang Ziyan nodded in agreement. After that, Gu Manua didn't go home, but instead headed to a small convenience store on the street. At the entrance of the small shop, he encountered a woman in her 30s. Glancing at the carp in Gu Manua's hands, the woman asked with a smile, Manua, Wang Ziyan is really good to you. He actually gave you this carp. Gu Manua sneered inwardly. This woman was the village's notorious gossip monger, running a small shop. She'd been standing at the door earlier, staring intently at her and Wang Ziyan. She had spotted them from afar long before. Gu Manua wasn't returning directly home. She came specifically to settle this matter clearly, lest the woman spread baseless rumors outside. What's the big deal? Last month, my Ji Jiang even gifted Wang Ziyan 2 turtles. This is just reciprocal courtesy between friends. Who would have thought Wang Ziyan understands social niceties after all? His mind isn't completely foolish. The woman chuckled, her words laced with hidden meaning as she said, But, Manua, this isn't just any ordinary carp. This is the fish Wang Ziyan used to trade for his bride. With that, he couldn't help but burst into prolonged laughter. After laughing for a while, noticing Gu Manua's puzzled expression, his daughter hastily embellished the story of what happened today between Wang Ziyan and Chen Tang. That ugly toad, Chen Tang nearly lost his beautiful new bride today. Serve the wretch right. The woman burst into loud laughter at Chen Tang. Both households had opened small shops, so naturally they viewed each other with hostility. Tensions had long simmered over sales competition. After Wang Ziyan left, Chen Tang shut the main gate. Father and son wordlessly entered the house together. Su Xiuxiu sat on the Kong bed in the main room, wiping her tears sorrowfully and sobbing quietly, her thin shoulders shaking with each sob. Chen Tang recalled the scene from earlier and pointed at her angrily, shouting, "You shameless slut, breaking womanly virtues. I'll beat this worthless woman to death." With that, he raised his hand to slap Su Xiuxiu across the face. Crack! A sharp snapping sound. Chen Tang's ears were ringing from the solid slap his father Chen Mankai had landed on his face. "You little bastard. Too cowardly to vent your anger on outsiders. So you take it out on your own wife. How could I have raised such a useless son?" Though Su Xiuxiu hadn't been struck physically, her heart was deeply wounded. So this was how worthless she seemed in Chen Tang's eyes. In that case, why bother shamelessly insisting on the marriage proposal back then? She never had any regard for Chen Tang to begin with. He merely spent lavishly to win her parents' favor. She had no choice but to marry him. Now, it was worthless, not even worth a single penny. Was today's incident really her fault? If it weren't for Chen Tang's big mouth and his lack of respect for her, would this mess have happened in the first place? So in her eyes, I was nothing but a worthless bastard. Su Xiuxiu was utterly heartbroken. Su Xiuxiu stood up in dismay, her legs suddenly giving way as she nearly collapsed. Chen Mankai stepped forward and caught her. Su Xiuxiu smelled a strong stench of tobacco smoke that snapped her back to awareness. She hastily pushed Chen Mankai away and retreated several steps until her back pressed against the Kong. Chen Mankai appeared momentarily dazed. Chapter 48. Well-fed and satisfied. Unable to suppress her fear, Su Xiuxiu instinctively shrank further into the corner. Chen Mankai snapped back to his senses, realizing that the look in his eyes just now had been far too bold, scaring Su Xiuxiu a little. Chen Mankai coughed hastily to cover his embarrassment, then turned to glare at the still dazed Chen Tang, scolding angrily. "You worthless brat, never learning anything decent. Ever since your marriage, you've stopped trading outside, just loafing around the village all day. How much money can you possibly earn here? From now on, let Xiuxiu manage the village shop while you go out to earn money." Upon hearing this, Su Xiuxiu felt no gratitude. Remembering the way Chen Mankai had looked at her earlier, a sudden chill ran down her spine, and she couldn't suppress a shiver. Chen Tang hadn't noticed anything unusual about the two of them. Being accustomed to beatings, he seethed with resentment inside, but dared not show it on his face. Seeing Chen Tang remain silent, Chen Mankai raised his hand threateningly as if to strike him again in anger. Terrified, Chen Tang covered his head with both hands and cried out, Dad, please stop hitting me. I'll go out tomorrow to collect furs and goose down, and I'll leave the household matters to Xiuxiu." Chen Mankai finally lowered his hand and turned to the frightened Su Xiuxiu, smiling amiably. "Xiuxiu, don't be afraid. If this little bastard ever hits you again, just run and tell me. I'll definitely stand up for you." Su Xiuxiu shrank back timidly, unable to utter a single word. She felt utterly uncomfortable, her delicate skin breaking out in goosebumps. Slowly, she inched backward until her back touched a chair. Only then did her trembling body come to a stop. Chen Mankai gave Su Xiuxiu a profound look, then cast a disdainful snort towards Chen Tang before finally leaving the room. Only when the sound of the front door closing echoed did Chen Tang exhale deeply and collapse onto the Kong bed like a corpse. Su Xiuxiu slumped weakly into her chair when suddenly grief overwhelmed her and she began sobbing quietly. Chen Tang, kicked by Wang Zian and beaten by Chen Mankai, now ached all over. Hearing the weeping, he irritably snapped, "What the hell are you wailing for? Bad luck. I'm not dead yet. Go buy medicated liquor quick. Damn, it hurts all over." Su Xiuxiu stared blankly at Chen Tang, who seemed like a completely different person, her mind wandering as she stood there dazed, lost in thought. Is this Chen Tang's true nature after all? Was all that previous affection and consideration just an act? Now that the honeymoon period is barely over, he can't even keep up the pretense? She thought of the things some village women had secretly told her about Chen Tang while she was out shopping, and suddenly felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Perhaps what those women said was true. Wang Xin leisurely made his way up the mountain. By noon, he took out a 20-pound silver carp, cooked it, and then warmed up a few steamed buns. After sharing the meal with Big Yellow and Big Black, he realized he hadn't gone up the mountain to collect chicken, duck, and goose eggs for several days, so he decided to gather eggs that afternoon. Perhaps due to drinking the diluted spiritual liquid, the chickens, ducks, and geese were remarkably productive, laying 2 or even 3 eggs each day. By mid-afternoon, Wang Xin had already gathered several plastic buckets filled with chicken, duck, and goose eggs. As evening approached, Wang Xin took out a carp weighing 8 or 9 caddies along with some chicken, duck, and goose eggs, preparing to go down the mountain to find Sister Wanfang. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wanfang had already made her way up the mountain with a bamboo basket. Wang Xin laughed and said, "Aunt Wanfang, I'm coming down the mountain with the carp to find you." When it was completely dark, Wang Xin finally descended the mountain with the carp and a basket of chicken, duck, and goose eggs. Entering Sister Wanfang's house, Zhao Wanfang took the fish and eggs to the kitchen to prepare them. Wang Xin heard Chang'e calling him from the west room and hurried over. In the western room, Chang'e was sprawled over the small desk, writing her composition. When she saw Wang Xin enter, she beamed sweetly and said, "Brother Xin, you're here." Wang Xin sat on the edge of the Kong, smiling as he said, "I brought a carp and some eggs. Your mother is cooking and we'll eat together soon." Chang'e put down her brush and clapped her hands happily. "Brother Xin is always so good to us." Wang Xin smiled and asked with concern, "How are your studies going, Chang'e? What's your ranking in the midterm exams this time?" Chang'e tilted her little head up proudly and said with a hint of arrogance, "I came first in class again this time." Wang Xin exclaimed in delight. "All right, keep it up. If you place first in the entrance exam again, I'll buy you a lady's bicycle." "Really?" Chang'e's clear, bright eyes gazed dazzlingly at Wang Xin. After Wang Xin once again nodded in agreement, he crawled excitedly across the Kong toward him and smothered Wang Xian's face with slobbery kisses again. Wang Xin hastily scrambled to his feet. What a little imp she was. Chang'e returned to her desk with a giggle and sat down, whereupon Wang Xian's eyes gleamed mischievously as he asked, "Chang'e, do you have much homework tonight? How much longer will it take you to finish?" Chang'e wrinkled her delicate brows, lowered her head to flip through her workbook, then looked up and replied, "There's so much more. I need to write for another hour." "Is that so?" Wang Xin felt a surge of joy inwardly while maintaining a serious expression as he earnestly instructed, "Chang'e, you must focus on your homework. Don't be careless or distracted. I'll go help your mother prepare dinner first. Make sure you stay here and do your homework properly." Chang'e obediently nodded in agreement, picked up the brush, and lowered her head to copy the text with earnest diligence. Wang Xin nodded in satisfaction, stepped out, closed the door of the western room, crossed the living room into the main hall, and then shut the door on the west side of the main hall as well. He opened the door from a main room into the kitchen, then casually closed it behind him. Wanfang was at that moment stoking the fire to warm the meal, while the carp was already simmering on the gas stove, emitting an enticing aroma. At this moment, Wanfang stood up, perhaps tired from squatting, and stretched with a big, lazy yawn. Chapter 49, The Second Candidate. The next morning, Wang Xin was sitting cross-legged in his room, refining the spiritual energy he had obtained when there came a rhythmic knock at the front gate. Wang Xin was somewhat irritated after being interrupted during his cultivation session. After concluding his practice, he opened the main gate to see Yang Shengli standing outside, accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 40s. Behind them were Xiao Zhang, the driver, and another unfamiliar young man. Both Xiao Zhang and the young man had their hands full with exquisite gift boxes. "Brother Yang, Brother Wang, forgive this old man for disturbing you." Wang Xin ushered them into the courtyard. Yang Shengli pointed at the middle-aged man and introduced with a smile. "Brother Wang, this is my dearest friend, Li Zhanjuan." Birds of a feather flocked together. Yang Shengli was already quite plump, but Li Zhanjuan was even more so. His facial fat wobbled with every movement. Topped with a thick gold chain around his neck, he had the vulgar demeanor of a nouveau riche, with a slightly menacing expression to boot. Wang Ziyan said coolly. Pleasure to meet you, Boss Li. Li Zhanjuan waved his hand and said, You're being too formal, little brother. Just call me Brother Li. Wang Ziyan nodded and led them to the eastern sitting room. Xiao Zhang and the other young man placed the gifts by the doorway. Then Yang Shengli and Li Zhanjuan motioned for the two to leave. The three men sat down on a long bench. Li Zhanjuan glanced at Yang Shengli, who smiled and said, Buddy, the reason I brought Zhanjuan here this time is for you to take a look at him. Wang Ziyan gave a slight nod, studied Li Zhanjuan's face, then had him open his mouth to examine the base of his tongue. With hopeful eyes fixed on a contemplative Wang Ziyan, Li Zhanjuan urgently asked, Little brother, can my illness be cured? Wang Ziyan could tell, just by looking at Li Zhanjuan's complexion and tongue, that he was another man drained by indulgence in wine and women. And his physical condition was even worse than Yang Shengli's. Not only is his body weak, but it's also laden with excessive dampness. Your condition is serious, but there's still hope for a cure. As soon as Wang Ziyan finished speaking, Li Zhanjuan leaped to his feet excitedly and said, Then I'll trouble you, little miracle doctor, to prescribe me some medicine promptly. Wang Ziyan shook his head. The medicine preparation is quite involved. There's not enough time today. Come back tomorrow to collect it. Yang Shengli noticed Li Zhanjuan's reluctance and quickly stood up, grabbing his hand with a chuckle. All right, we'll come again tomorrow. Then he turned to Li Zhanjuan and said, I also came to pick up the medicine the next day. Li Zhanjuan reluctantly replied, All right, then we'll make another trip tomorrow. Sorry to trouble you, young miracle doctor. Li Zhanjuan wasn't a kind-hearted fellow. In the past, he'd immediately resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. However, he managed to restrain his temper when facing a physician. Yang Shengli smiled at Wang Ziyan and said, Little brother, Zhanjuan has always been this straightforward. Please don't take offense. Wang Ziyan shook his head without saying a word. He sold medicine to make money, and as long as no one provoked him and paid generously, he couldn't care less about anything else. After Yang Shengli left, Wang Ziyan fished 2 turtles out of the cement vat and placed them in a basin, then dripped in a bit of diluted spiritual liquid water. After transferring the turtles back into the large vat, Wang Ziyan didn't rush to feed them the diluted spiritual liquid water. The turtles that had drunk the diluted spiritual liquid became too fierce. Since Sister Wanfang and Chang'er periodically came to check on him, getting bitten would be troublesome. In the afternoon, Wang Ziyan packed a thin quilt and a bedsheet into a bamboo basket and carried it up the mountain. He casually found a large blue stone to sit on, lying atop his quilt while quietly gazing at the distant scenery. Soon, inhaling the crisp air that lifted his spirits, he happily retrieved a book and began to read. Chapter 50, The Tractor. After returning home from the mountain, Wang Ziyan immediately began refining the spiritual energy he had obtained that day. The next day at 10 in the morning, Zhao Xingli and Li Zhanjuan came again. Wang Ziyan pushed open the door as the driver behind them continued hauling large and small bundles of belongings. Compared to the cost of medicine, these items were practically worthless, but they were things unavailable in the countryside. After entering the living room, Wang Ziyan handed the 2 prepared herbal medicines to Li Zhanjuan. Li Zhanjuan hastily took them and asked excitedly, Little brother, can just 2 doses of medicine cure the illness? Wang Ziyan nodded. Li Zhanjuan opened his briefcase, took out 4 stacks of 100 yuan bills, and handed them directly to Wang Ziyan. Wang Ziyan gestured toward the coffee table, and Li Zhanjuan placed the money there. Next, Wang Ziyan took them to catch 2 soft-shelled turtles that had drunk the spiritual liquid water. After catching the turtles, Li Zhanjuan rubbed his hands together and said anxiously, Little brother, I must take my leave now, but I'll return later to express my gratitude. Wang Ziyan nodded and saw them off. Zhao Shengli had initially wanted to chat longer with Wang Ziyan to build their relationship, but he was pulled away by Li Zhanjuan, who was in a hurry to return home for medical treatment. Wang Ziyan returned to the living room and looked at the 40,000 yuan on the coffee table. He thought to himself that his original price was 10,000 yuan per painting, but it seemed Zhao Xingli had told Li Zhanjuan it was 20,000 yuan per piece. Still, doubling the money was a good thing. After all, nobody ever complains about having too much money. Wang Ziyan stored the 40,000 yuan inside the jade gourd, planning to buy a tractor in the neighboring town tomorrow. After all, with over 20 acres of land at home, plus Wanjuan's sister-in-law's fields, a tractor would be indispensable. Moreover, a tractor wasn't just for plowing. Once fitted with a water pump and pipes, it could also be used for irrigation. Though treating patients could earn him substantial money, Wang Ziyan had no intention of neglecting the farmland. He resolved to keep cultivating it for years to come. This is his delight. The next day, Wang Ziyan woke up early, preparing to walk over 30 li to the neighboring town, where there was a shop selling all kinds of agricultural vehicles. Walking down the street, as he passed by Chun Tang's grocery store, Wang Ziyan casually glanced inside and suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Wang Ziyan gave only a brief look before shifting his gaze and continuing on his way. After that incident, Chun Tang dared not disobey Chen Matsai's orders. The very next day, he rode out on his bicycle to collect pelts, duck down, and goose down. The small grocery store was naturally left in Su Xiuxiu's care. Since Chun Tang had to travel great distances for procurement, he usually only returned home every 3 to 5 days, leaving Su Xiuxiu alone at home. The neighboring town was relatively prosperous, its streets lined with restaurants, mutton soup shops, delis, hardware stores, supply and marketing cooperatives, bakeries, and other establishments offering everything imaginable. Wang Ziyan asked a passerby and located the town's largest agricultural machinery store. The shop was a self-built 2-story house with a large courtyard beside it. At a glance, one could see several brand-new tractors parked inside. 3 oil-stained men were repairing an old diesel engine in front of the gate. It seems this shop doesn't just sell machines, but also doubles as a repair shop. Wang Ziyan walked right in, where a man and a woman were currently attending to customers. The woman, seeing a customer enter, greeted them with a radiant smile on her face. "Hey there, young man, welcome. Are you here to buy parts or get your car fixed?" Wang Ziyan glanced at the proprietress, her high cheekbones, large eyes, and fair complexion revealing a voluptuous woman in her late 20s. "Boss lady, I'm here to buy a tractor." When she heard Wang Ziyan came to buy a tractor, the young woman visibly became more enthusiastic and stepped forward to ask, "Little brother, we have tractors with 24 horsepower, 25 horsepower, and 28 horsepower here. Which one do you want?" "The 24 horsepower one." Wang Ziyan mainly needed it for plowing fields and watering crops. A 24 horsepower diesel engine would be sufficient. The young woman perked up at the mention of a major deal and promptly beckoned. "Come on, let me show you the machine out in the yard first." With that, he led the way, and the two of them entered the adjacent courtyard one after the other. Inside, 7 or 8 tractors of varying sizes were neatly arranged in rows. The young woman pointed to the cars in the front row and said with a laugh, "Those are all 24 horsepower models. Take your pick, young man. Just drive whichever one you fancy home with you." Wang Ziyan walked forward, circled around the several tractors, then opened the fuel tank cap and oil cap to inspect them carefully. There was no sign of prior use. All the machines were brand new. Wang Ziyan pointed to a tractor nearby and was about to say he'd buy this one when suddenly he noticed something wrong. "Boss lady, look at this. Isn't the rear tire of this tractor crooked?" "Where?" The young woman leaned in close to Wang Ziyan for a better look, but couldn't quite tell. She took a step back, crouched down, and saw that the tires were indeed slightly tilted outward. "Oh dear, the manufacturer shipped it like this. Looks like it's a defective unit. Sorry about that, young man. You'll need to pick another one." The young woman had barely finished speaking when she tried to stand up, only to suddenly feel dizzy. Just as she was about to collapse to the floor, a pair of hands steadied her in time. Her eyes shut tight and face pale. Wang Ziyan checked her pulse while channeling a faint stream of spiritual energy into her. Soon, the woman's eyes fluttered open again. Supporting her as she regained her footing, Wang Ziyan asked, "Landlady, are you feeling better now?" "Landlady, did you faint earlier because of low blood sugar?" "Eh, how did you know?" "I also know you haven't eaten a single thing since waking up this morning." The young woman was visibly startled now and exclaimed in surprise, "How do you know my situation so well?"